the PR, the Milwaukee Brewers PR is some of the best in the universe. I've never like seen such a devotion to like a. This is why small market's amazing. Big market, I don't think really gets away with this shit. But small market, it's like, oh, you filled up your gas. You bought a steak at Sendex. Have a fucking ticket.
God, I wish. I wish.
We're having a grand opening for a thing. If you stand in line for an hour, have a ticket to thing. It's. I didn't pay a dime for a Brewers ticket.
Yeah.
The entire existence, the entire 10 years I lived in Milwaukee, I never once
Nice.
paid for a ticket.
Nice.
I went to several games.
Oh yeah. There you go, man. Actually, it's weird living in DC right now because, like, you think of like the Capitals and the Nationals who like they just won their championships recently. This isn't really a sports town because of how transient everybody is. Because it's you either come in for like whatever the current administration is, or you're here for school.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the people that live here are just here for a bit and then they go. It's probably like honestly probably like a quarter of the city does that. So that it takes a drain on a lot of the sports stuff. So a lot of the tickets are cheap. So the actual locals get to go for this shit. Like I paid $15 to go to a Nationals game.
Wow. See,
A professional World Series winning team.
yeah, after the World
I,
Series, no less, huh?
yeah,
Oh, jeez, Bruce.
and
Well,
you
see,
know what? It was nosebleeds, but still,
well,
for
no,
a
that's
professional sports team,
yeah. Well, I mean, with the newer stadiums too, they're designed so well. The
oh,
nosebleeds are just fine.
they're so nice.
I
They're
mean,
so nice, and no one goes to the game, so we just walked out. Me and my cousin, we just walked down to
yeah,
the next level because no one's there because it's the Nationals.
yeah.
And they actually have a weird thing too, where the metro here, like the last trains at like midnight or 11 at that station,
Mm-hmm.
and games can go late. Like night games can just go on, and it could be like a 4-hour game. So people will leave at like the sixth inning. So a half-empty stadium becomes like a quarter. And when all the Mets fans take over, we'll take over the whole back of the stadium, and you'll see us on the broadcast more than you'll see the local fans.
That's
It is
hilarious.
hysterical.
Well, see, you're almost like the bad guy scenario in the
Oh
Midwest
yeah.
because we despise Cubs fans.
Hmm.
The first reason we hate Cubs fans is because any Brewers Cubs game automatically like 10 times the price in tickets. You're talking about $15 tickets. The
Uh,
Brewers tickets are pretty decently priced for nosebleeds. Probably
yeah.
like 30 to 50
Okay.
bucks.
Yeah, yeah.
But when it's a Cubs game, like you look on the schedule and you're like, I'm not going to the Cubs game, which of course has like a double problem because then like the Cubs tend to like almost the Cubs fans almost sell out our stadium because we look at the freaking
Yeah.
prices and we're like,
Yeah.
I'm not paying in the hundreds for a ticket. Disgusting.
No.
Let alone if you want to sit like by the bleachers or anywhere good. Like I'm
Yeah.
not paying $100 for a nosebleed. Get the fuck out of here. Not gonna happen. But
No.
yeah. So I don't know. So you're basically the Cubs fan in DC right now, except
Oh, totally.
yeah, like
We
you're the
actually have our
invasion.
own bar and everything too here. It's great. There's actually a group called DC Mets where they not that I think I'd be promoting this tonight, but I am a member. They do
Amazing,
takeovers.
amazing.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's just awesome. It's a
Mhm.
great time. It's a great time because there's thousands of displaced New Yorkers here, and we all hand around business cards to each other saying, "Hey, where to meet up, when to do this." There's Facebook groups for it. It's
That's
awesome.
crazy.
But we're here to talk Warhammer tonight. Eventually, right?
I think so. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
easing into it. I've had a
All
week.
right.
Not
All
just
right.
the
That's
like
fine.
the thing. I see chat gangs here, and that's usually where I like do the intro. But I'm gonna edge this a
Okay.
little bit longer because I don't rather than refill a
Edge it,
drink
baby.
midway through. I think
Okay.
I'm gonna refill this before we go before the
Okay.
intro and get into it.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Mm.
And Tomb King Tristan out here. What do we say here? The police literally dress in green. No love for Brandon Jennings, double nickel. Love me some Bucks Rays.
Yeah, as a
Let's
Ray
go to Ray.
Allen era box was
Okay.
pretty
I was
great.
gonna
That was
say.
the that was a good team. It really was,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then we traded him away.
It happened. It happened.
No,
Was that the trade that sent him to Boston?
yeah, I believe so.
Okay, because let me tell you also, because I was born in New York, but I was raised in New England, and Boston fans are assholes. Just for every sport, let me tell you, they are.
Philly.
And if their team, oh, Philly's the worst. Philly's And what's better, because I used to live outside of Philly in Delaware. I was like 20 minutes away, man. And I played in a Philly area games club, the Basement War Gamers. Shout out to them and Big Sean and Jared, who've Jared's been on the show.
Yeah,
Love the guy.
twice.
And everyone and their grandmother mistakes me for a Phillies fan, and they secretly let me
Is
into
it
their
your
culture.
douchey
They're
attitude?
assholes.
Is it your douchey attitude? They're
Oh,
like, oh, it must be a
it's
Phillies fan.
obviously
Yeah,
my douchey
yeah,
attitude,
that's what
and
it is.
it's apparent. The first time I was ever cursed out, I was 8 years old, Shea Stadium, in Queens,
Yeah.
wearing my Mets stuff. First baseball game in person. I got my glove and I'm gonna go catch a little ball. Phillies fan comes by. You fucking piece of shit! I'm like, oh,
I don't know. Like Phillies fans are. Man,
yeah,
like you're like the only
yeah,
one of the few teams that actually destroys your own city when you win.
yep. When they win, when they
Lose,
lose,
yeah,
the
just like
game's tied.
you're
Oh no,
just like obnoxious. They grease the polls, like literally.
yep.
I'm like, that's not a real thing.
Every
They
time
don't do that. I'm like, no,
they do, they
every game
really
they grease
do.
the polls. I'm like,
Oh my god. And
wow.
I don't know, because one of my aunts every year for my birthday and my wife's birthday, because they're close together, she gets us baseball tickets. And I don't know if she hates me or what, but she sent us to Philly the last.
Like if she hates us sending you Philly tickets.
Like, I don't
Amazing.
know what I did. And I'm sorry, Aunt Patty. I love you. Um, but one year, because we were in Delaware, she's like, "Yeah, go to the stadium." And I want to go around travel, seeing all the different baseball stadiums. I just think it's a cool thing, and the food's good. And I have never had so much shit thrown at me. We weren't even winning. There were beers being thrown down, fries. Someone threw a $30 plate of pulled pork nachos just because I was wearing a New York Met hat, man.
Mm,
And I wanted to catch that one because it was so good. And they didn't even touch it.
yeah,
They're just like, oh fuck! Like from above us, we had good seats too, and
man.
then that pissed them off too. We didn't even win we tied the ball game. We were probably gonna lose anyway because of who they were setting up for as a reliever. And then I'm just having shit thrown at another couple because I can dodge. Vince Venturella can take the dodge action, but in real life, my guy, I might be a 6'1", 280-pound dude. I can dodge.
Yeah.
And this poor couple, when it missed me and my wife, nailed this poor woman in the head with it exploded. It was the funniest fucking thing.
Martin Orlando here
Hey, Martin.
is telling you to tell me what it's like to play against Eagles fans.
Oh my God, you want an obnoxious? Oh, whew, they're as bad as you see them at a football game. They'll yell, they'll scream, and when they lose too. Oh God, when they lose, some of them, and they're like, "Oh, great game at the end." I'm like, "Are you sure? Do I gotta worry about my walk to the parking lot when it's dark out right now to my car?
See,
How you doing, bud? You want a beer? I'll get you a beer.
see,
I'm stuck in beers apparently."
I enjoy the friendly banter and competition. Like, I
Oh
haven't had
yeah,
problems with Bears fans, like Chicago Bears fans.
yeah.
I've been at Lambeau for Bears games. I've been at
Oh, yeah.
like never
I'm
had a
friends with
problem.
these Eagles fans too. I need to put that out there. They're great people when they don't realize you're a New York fan. Also, my wife is an Eagles fan, so technically I'm like half of you because what's mine is
Yeah.
hers. Weird. And I'm a Jet fan normally, so I just hate myself as a Mets and a
Mm.
Jets fan. I don't know what I did, but I was raised to enjoy pain, I guess.
Well, no,
I don't
I actually enjoy the banter, and I usually get along with them. Like I've never
know. Yeah.
had one of those like visceral encounters with another sports fan. I think it would ruin
Oh.
it. Like I like the playful banter. If my team's losing and your team's losing, and like
Oh yeah.
busting each other's chops and taking the
Oh
piss out of
yeah.
the situation. Like I like doing
It's
that.
great.
I think that's
It's
fun.
great.
If someone
Great.
actually takes that shit seriously, I'll be like, oh man, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
I start laughing, bro. There's this idiot guy. I'll call Bellacore B-Lacker, and then there's this idiot that just goes out defending him like I told his mother to go fuck herself. I'm just like, dude, it's a mini game. What are you talking
Oh.
about?
Well,
Just what's going on here? Are you okay?
yeah,
You need help.
I can't help but feel like I don't. Is it okay if I hug you because I feel like something else is going on and maybe a hug would help you out?
Seriously.
Like, well, I won't hug you right now because COVID. Soren popping
yep.
off. Good evening from Texas. See, you already have a sign on
Howdy.
for when you make content, Soren.
Damn right.
Your hobby when you start your hobby show. teaching me how to like airbrush.
Paint better. Oh yeah. Oh, we need someone to teach us
Yeah,
how to airbrush.
yeah. But popping off with
Huh?
5 gift subs. I'm a Texas Rangers casual
Did you
fan, but
really?
that's only because I helped to build the ballpark in Arlington 20 plus
Yeah.
years ago. That's a
I'm in
good
that
reason,
chat right
though.
now.
That's a good
Yeah,
reason,
that's a
though.
great reason. You built the stadium. Come on now.
No, that's a good reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, I,
Uh,
I could have started there. I'm gonna go use the restroom, fill up. Then
that's fine.
we'll do the
Hey, man.
intro, man. I'm sorry. It's been a
No, you're
week.
good. I'm here to help you out. That's the whole point here. That's what we're here for.
Oh,
Rocco,
Soren, my
your
new
boy,
favorite guy. I installed the beer system.
he installed the beer system.
You're welcome, Rangers fans. You're welcome. I'll be right
God
back.
damn. Soren, you are amazing, and you just never cease to amaze me, bro. You just I don't know how you are. I'm even more somehow I am even more happy you survived COVID. And I was happy before. I'll listen to this all night, painting the crimson armor on my Lumineth. By the way, playing Eagles fans is not as silly as running Warhammer tournaments for Eagles fans. Oh no, Martin. Yeah, they're assholes, bro, but they suck. They'll look for any rule or anything to get you on too when you're playing against them. Oh no, I've never seen so many people. I don't know if it's because they were drunk bumping the tables or what, but they're like, "Oh man, your dude, he's not on the objective anymore." What do you mean? Soren worked construction for over 20 years, and then he went to college and worked as an auditor. Brave man being an auditor. Brave man. I actually worked as a personnel auditor once in a blue moon. People hated me and loved me. Well, the working people loved me. The managers hated me because my job was to find out where the managers were fucking up and why our employees weren't efficient. Now, notice I said it that way because they initially hired me to find out why the employees were fucking up and what the managers could do about it. And 99.99999% of the time, it was someone in middle management who was freaked out that one of their employees was going to get promoted and make them be a dinosaur and make them extinct. He works with elected officials. Oh no, Soren! Uh, Soren. Yep. Hello, Tulia. I hope I hope Jared and you get a new computer soon. I'm so sorry about the fire. Uh, I hope it didn't affect your art at all or anything that you had saved on there. Can't wait for the next stream. I can't catch him live, but I'll watch the VODs when I can and drop likes. Yeah, but right, so what we'll eventually get into when Meph gets back. So this is actually going to be part of the teaching thing that Meph has been doing here with helping new players. And you see now Brendan, the Lord of Death, kind of stole not a little bit of thunder, dude. Like I swear to God, we have the same mind. It's great. Oh no, she's chat's popping off right now. But he covered those battle plans beautifully. It's to when I do intro games, I love doing shifting objectives. I used to love relocation or well, actually, I still love relocation orbits. My favorite for like a beer and pretzels game, getting to know somebody game. Because in games like that, where the objective jumps of what's important or where it goes, you can't take that seriously. If you lose, fuck it, bro. The dice roll different. It's weird. You can't control that, And it's just we go on, we have fun, play a game. Ah, Soren, you're doing the Lord's work. Oh, the zoo. That's nice. Oh yeah. No, I am so when it comes to shifting objectives. Oh, poor Anvil Guard, bro, because that's what I take for 1,000 point game because it's like they're a good enough army. If I need to if the dude's like I'm coming from 40k and I'm gonna kick everybody to what's that? It's an army with enough depth that I can go and handle an asshole. But it's an army where I'm already kind of playing on the back foot to start with, and when I'm teaching a new player, I generally sack my first turn. I do stupid things in order to give the new player the chance to come up, double turn. Be like, I'll always take first turn, move up as far as I can. be in an easy charge range, and play for my opponent to get the double turn on purpose. And shifting objectives where you have to go into the middle of the table is awesome for that. It is so great to go and set someone up, and the joy you see in someone's face that's a new player, where they set up for the double turn and they get it, and they're like, "Oh my god, I get to do the thing!" Like, yes, you do. Double turn me, bro. Double turn me. Mess me up, girl. It's whatever you got. What was the thing from Borderlands? Shoot me in the face. Get it? Get me, bro. Get me.
All right, let's see. Catch back up on chat gang
Man,
here. Texas. I'll listen to this all
howdy.
night. Painting the crimson armor. Ooh,
Yeah.
sexy. Mars, chat gang, one of chat gang's favorite.
Yeah.
He sent me.
What did he send you?
He sent me this here.
Ooh, I didn't realize he sent you that.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, dude.
the freaking void dragon conversion for
It is the point track.
keeper of secrets. It got dinged
Oh,
up a little bit, so I had to glue some stuff. But what a
yeah,
fucking just
dude.
man! I'm so happy I don't play 40k because I would be buying an entire Necrons army. That void dragon
Yeah.
is Catacross levels of sexy.
Oh
Like
yeah.
the freaking Silent King, Catacross levels
Yeah.
of sexy. Like imagine having two Catacrosses in your army. Like I
Oh yeah.
can't even. I guess the closest thing to it right now is Slanesh, which has a Keeper of Secrets and Sigvald, because both of those
Yeah.
are Catacross levels of sexy.
Hey, what about gluten free over there? Glutososcarian.
Gluto is good. Certainly
Okay.
S tier, but not sexy. Just
Nah, that's
like
cl-
you know,
that's fair. That's fair.
you know, like it's good. It's certainly an S tier sculpt.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite stick the landing
Okay.
for me. Like I want to own it. I want to paint it. I wish
Yeah.
to have this thing. It doesn't
Yeah.
quite stick the landing in the way that like I think Sigvald certainly does, and Catacross invented the landing for models. Like he
That's
invented
fair.
it.
Oh yeah.
But oh man, that Void Dragon. Oh
Yeah.
man, if ever
Oh
I've been
yeah.
tempted to play 40k again, it's the new Necrons. It's when I got
Yeah.
into playing 40k, um, I played Blood Angels, right?
Mhm.
At the time, Blood Angels were in the same book as Dark Angels. It was called the Angels of Death Codex.
Yeah.
They were in the same book.
Yeah.
Necrons came out pretty much whilst I was getting into it, and they had two kits, and you could only buy them in blister packs. They had it was Immortals and Gaunts, and
Yeah.
that was it. You could just buy those two things. That's all you could buy. They were in a White Dwarf. That was it. That was the army, and that stayed the army basically until I went to college. And when I went to college, then they came out with that derpy ass monolith, which I thought looked
Yeah.
horrible at the time because
Yeah.
it looked like a GI Joe like
Yes.
vehicle to me.
It does.
And
Oh.
I never really liked the little plastic inserts for the gauze rifles.
No?
Sorry, Warriors and Immortals. I think I called them
Oh,
Gaunts. I don't know what.
you you did. You did.
Sorry,
Calm gone.
sorry. Like,
Uh,
and that was
we knew
it.
what you meant. We
Uh,
knew what you meant.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like that was it. I'm like, no, I'm not playing a thing with only these two things.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know. Oh, Necrons look so cool. Now
Yeah.
they look how they always should have. They a little bit
Like
weird.
in your mind's eye, how you
Yeah,
always pictured them to be, and
yeah,
now it's like there it is. There's
yeah.
that new model they got.
You finally
There's a
showed
whole
me.
new range.
Yeah, yeah. They look great, and
Yeah.
I wish I could care about 40k because I would practically own 2,000 points of it just to have it. Like I want my space
Uh,
skeletons, you know.
oh yeah. No, they've tempted me, bro. They have tempted me. Them.
Mm.
So my first foray into Warhammer at all was actually Blood Angels. It was a buddy of mine. We played. I when I'd come over, I'd use his brother's Blood Angels, and then he would have his own fact. I don't even remember what it was. I want to say it was Chaos Space Marines, and we would just play games with that, and it was awesome. And we kept going, And I'm like, oh, I want to start collecting some stuff, but at the time, I was just so into fantasy, and I saw it was Wood Elves and the Empire, and I'm just like, oh my god, I love this. And I actually went to go get a Wood Elves thing. This was like 5th edition into 6, and they're like, wait for the new codex to come out for the Wood Elves. which ended up being like 3 years later. Because like, yeah, it's coming. I'm like, I have a full Empire army now. I've got like all these knights on horseback. I've got my Hellblaster volley gun that won me so many games, and I am so sad it is so shitty in cities. I am so sad. It just there was a game where I was playing a naval defense thing in old Warhammer Fantasy. In my volley gun, I put it on a ship, and I'm like, fuck it. If it blows the ship up, I'll scuttle it for whatever we were playing. That was like a rule. It was like a big 10-on-10 campaign thing at my local store, and I could scuttle the ship if it came to that.
Mhm.
But the goddamn thing shot dead and blew up 3 ships on its own because it just I rolled hot for all the extra shots,
Mhm.
which is the mechanic at the time, and it's just like, all right, cool. I guess I'm getting 30 shots at your ship. I'd riddle it full of holes. It'd crash. It would sink. It was beautiful.
Mm.
And now I look at it like, okay, rolled a 1. It locked up.
Look at this fucking contraband right here.
Ah,
So
oh man,
we have one of my early test models, a Vanguard veteran,
Ooh, love it.
with a flamer.
Love it.
This would have been
Yeah.
one of my assault marines for my Blood Angels.
Nice.
Metal.
Yeah, space vampires, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what my codex was.
Good guy, space vampires.
Was 2
Let me
white
tell you.
dwarves. Had my
Yeah, it was
had my
two white
codex in
dwarves,
it.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
when right when I quit playing, they came out with this fucker.
Yeah.
So it was what, 6th
There you go.
edition.
Sounds about right.
So 6th edition. There's my Blood Angels stuff just hanging out here like contraband.
Yeah.
I have a box of Sanguinary Guard I never opened
Oh shit.
because they
What's that?
didn't fit in my army. They didn't have any use.
Yeah.
So
Who knows?
is the blood? Yeah, 5th ed is the blood. Yeah, so came out 5th ed. I played 5th ed for a little bit, and then I was done. That was it. That was the end of my 40K career.
Oh man. Let me tell you, the end of my fantasy career, the last game I played against was actually Tomb Kings, which is why they'll have a soft spot in my heart. I played them with my Wood Elves. It was like right before I was deciding whether I was going to take them with me to college, if there was going to be a club or something, if I went to a big college, and I didn't in the end. Because part of me is like, oh, I'm going to be cool in college.
Yeah,
Stupid.
nerd.
Stupid me. Yeah. Oh,
See, I was
And
the
then-
opposite. I was cool in high school. I let my nerd flag fly in college.
there
I
you go.
gave up on the pretenses that I was cool, and I leaned into all the things that I've been hiding from everybody. I had two
That was
girlfriends. Two girlfriends never knew I
Yeah.
played a single tabletop
Oh, wow.
RPG or
Wow.
Warhammer, Mage Knight, Magic the Gathering. They had
Yeah.
no idea I played any of it.
Wow.
They knew I owned a PlayStation and later a PlayStation 2, but they didn't
Okay.
think I really played it much because they just thought guys own consoles. They just-
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah. If I wasn't like, I would actually walk my one girlfriend home from school every day, and then I would say goodbye, whatever, and then I would go to
Yeah.
Rogue Traders on my way back home, which is our
that's great.
comic book /
Yeah.
game store, and I would like
Yeah.
hang out there until dinner, get in
Yeah.
trouble for missing dinner,
Yeah.
stay up all night
Before.
playing Diablo. Like
Yep.
that was.
That's a dream, man. That's the dream right there. That's it. That's
Man, yeah, that was old school. Oh man, but you know what, Chat Gang, we've been prattling on
Waxing
for a minute or
poetic.
two. We could keep going, but let me at least do the intro. In case you're new around here, stranger, I am the magical Mr. Mephisto, the most dangerous man in Age of Sigmar, and it turns out Warhammer 5th edition 40K. I am joined this evening by Rocco, yo boy. How's it going,
hello,
Rocco?
everybody.
Oh.
Hello, Twitch.
There you go. And we're actually gonna do a little new player advice here to kind of round out what has been what will be 4 episodes total of essentially more of a new player friendly few episodes that I've been doing this last month. We led off with Luke talking about tournament prep, which jumps the gun a little bit, but hey, schedules are schedules. Talked to Brendan just last week about essentially teaching via battle plans. So we're going to do some new player advice. We've got 9 hot tips plus a bonus tip for you for new players. I think this is also some stuff that can let you reassess, reevaluate, because we're all going to have a little ring rust getting back out there as we get vaccinated. Been
a while.
Yeah.
Been a while.
Right. And TTS is very good, but I still, for me, I need that kinesthetic aspect of it all. So we're gonna need to knock some rust off.
Sometimes you
So
gotta roll these dice,
yeah,
man. This
that's
is
right. That's
let's
right.
go. I rolled a 1. See how great this dice is for me. I missed it too.
Right.
Joke's on me. I hit on 2s and I'm re-rolling 1s, Anyway,
No, that's your priority roll. You use the big die for the
yeah.
priority roll. You'd been hosed.
No, that is what I use it for. That or the turn order after that.
Yeah.
It'd be goofy.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking some new player advice, and it might even
Yeah.
give some advice to folks that have, again, there's going to be some ring rust.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're all here together. We're in this together, Jack.
That's right. That's right. And then next week we're gonna stick the landing. We're gonna finish strong. We're gonna be back on Friday night, not Thursday again, with AOS Coach and some all stars from Chat Gang, including Soren, including Martin Orlando and Mars. So I normally don't tell y'all what's going on in that sort of holistic sense, but I just in case you're parachuting in the middle of all this is your first episode of RantCast ever, know that that's what you got going on for these sort of 4 episodes.
Yeah. Yep. And hopefully you enjoyed our baseball talk. Yes,
I'm sorry.
this is
Next week is we take a break from new player advice to do. Tyler Emerson's going to come on and we're going to talk a little bit more esoterica, big brain philosophy stuff.
Love him. He is amazing. He is such an interesting person.
I think
I only ever see him in like passing too. Like, I'm just like, huh.
I've got 2 monikers for him, and I'm not supposed to call him either of them.
Okay.
The first one is the smartest man in Age of Sigmar.
Fully believe that.
And the second one is the godfather of content. Now, keep in mind, he said, but I wasn't like the first wave, and he'll say like all these great people that inspired him. And I'm like, yes, but the godfather, the Don Corleone, wasn't the first one either, so.
True. As an Italian, and also someone who's also Irish, I feel like we can talk about this, and because this was supposed to be my Guinness and all that, man. It's all been drunk. The corned beef's been ate, but you know what? Damn it, we're gonna have Meph have his holiday for a few more days, people.
That's right. My holiday is, if you didn't know this, it is St. Patrick's Day. It's my holiday.
The Irish eyes be shining.
Yeah, top of the morning to you. We bring you gifts of diamonds and silver. We had corned beef and cabbage. Drank a pint of Guinness. Like, so when I do an Irish accent, I'm making fun of one of my uncles, who's got like a like kind of Irish accent. I'm just kind of pantomiming him. His name was John. But yeah, so my grandparents actually came over from Ireland on both sides of my family. Both my grandma and grandpa on my father's side. And then just my grandpa on my mother's side, all have Irish accents, that sort of thing. And growing up basically an orphan, I didn't know my dad until I was 14. I didn't know anything about him besides the fact that he was Irish. And so when you're at that phase when you're growing up and you're like, I want to connect with my youth, I want to connect with my past, I have questions about my dad, and there's no answers, I instead connected with sort of my Irish heritage, and so the joke around my family is that it's my holiday, and I always indulge a little bit that it is. I wouldn't want to correct them.
No, never.
Father's Day. See, Father's Day isn't my holiday. That's my kid's holiday. That's a little bit of Molly's holiday too, because like the kids are like they have to bother me the whole time, and so she actually does it. Like paradoxically. And then on Mother's Day, it's also her holiday because I have to keep the kids out of her hair and clean the house. So so both Mother's Day and Father's Day are her holidays. So
Fair enough. I can't argue with that. That's sound logic, man.
Yeah, that's right. I need to do a reaction video of Haywo's new video. You mean the Daughters of Cain?
Love it.
It was I watched it. Like I watch all of Haywo's stuff like basically as soon as it comes out. I think it's one of the only things I've actually hit the bell on.
Yeah, same here.
So it was good.
Yeah.
It was good. I like that he took the angle that I would take at the end, where he really is like, I hope this means every book will be this well thought out and done.
Yes. The moment that I've been thinking that since Broken Realms Marathi too. If every faction could get this treatment.
Yeah, every army gets that treatment. This is the
we're good.
This is the rising tide I want for all of Age of Sigmar. Rising
Make
tide
that water level high.
raises all ships. That's what I want for every army. I hate
Yep.
this like myopic like, oh, let's nerf every army that gets out of bounds a little bit, or every army I don't like. Um, but
Yeah.
oh,
You know what?
go ahead.
And Slanesh is a sleeper. We don't even realize it's gotten that same treatment. You know.
I
That
think
that's all I'm saying.
I think
I think
Slanesh is
it's in a
good.
great spot. Yeah, it's
I,
in a good
I
spot.
don't tell like the 6 haters I have on Warhammer Weekly every time I go on there, that it's good. But I
Yeah.
mean, there's missed opportunities. There's missed
Yeah.
opportunities in every book. Petrifex Elite, was the talk of the town with Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Take a shot.
Uh,
But Ivory Host was garbage. Like straight trash. Crematorians is not good, and Null Myriad's a trap. Like
yep.
there's a lot of other stuff. Immortalis have no use in the army. You pretty much can't field the awesome stalkers because they don't fit.
Yeah.
You have to fit your battle line requirements, and by the time you do that, you don't have points to field anything anything good. Like
Yep.
Skaven. Skaven is probably an even better example than Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Skaven has had some really dominant builds. Half the book had useless war scrolls in it.
Oh, totally, totally.
So
It's one of the things that, like with cities, it is such a diverse book, and you can make almost any unit. Honestly, hell, we found a way to make Dregspawn Knights in another Discord that I'm in work. So yeah, I'd honestly say there's a way to make any unit in that book good.
Yeah.
And if we get more books like that,
yeah,
more power to us.
right. So there's a lot of like I want what's true of DOK to be true of other armies, because
Yeah.
pretty much it's a very limited list of books that, like, even with Seraphon, you're like, okay, this is out of bounds, right? Croak
Yeah.
and
Oh yeah.
like
They
this
have every
stuff
tool.
is out of bounds. But if you look at the rest of the book, you're like, this is kind of a good
Yeah.
book.
Oh yeah.
We really let
Amazing book.
certain narratives dominate the conversation when it comes to like a battle tome that comes out. And
Yeah.
I hope we have a more holistic view of battle tomes going forward. That's really
Yeah.
really what I desire for this game, because if we get a more holistic view, if we have a more honest view of everything in totality, our rabble rousing on the internet will be in a better place. And
Oh yeah.
for better or for worse, Games Workshop does listen to that squeaky wheel.
Yeah.
I will never forget nor forgive the Facebook survey that nerfed a bunch of Stormcast crap for no reason other than people were complaining about it.
Is that what happened?
Yes, that is precisely what happened.
Huh. Well.
And people were complaining more about Legions of Nagash and Grimghast Reapers than they were Daughters of Cain in that same span, when Daughters of Cain was posting way better
That was
numbers.
stupid. That was so stupid.
And so LON just like became a shelf tier book, and DOK just like got to write. They went from S tier down to a lowly A tier as new armies came out and got better. But don't worry, they're back at the top now.
Yeah, no, they're beating everyone. They have 6 sub factions that work. They have 6 sub factions that work. That is mind blowing.
Yeah.
Mind blowing.
Yeah.
You will never be able. It's like Cities of Sigmar. You will never be able to tell what type of list or what thing's gonna happen. Because for all of the Hagnar steadfast, you know what? Drachy Ganeth will come in and mess your day up. Keltnar retreat and charge Big Marathi. Let's just, because that was the way you dealt with her. You
chaff her up. Yep.
Unit. Yeah. You know, I threw in even the 2 up unrendable eels into her. You know what? None of them died. She stayed fight. What are you gonna do? Retreat out, or are you gonna fight my 3 eels? Yeah. Now she's retreating over and she's stabbing my turtle in the heart. It's awful, but I love it because that book is so wide open, and they need more stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And made a little, like, Seraphon overdid it. They were close, but giving them every mechanic actually in the game in one book.
Yeah.
Sure, there's 2 halves of that in the Coalesce versus Starborn, but I don't think you still needed to give them summoning. Come to think about it, and the teleporting, but that's neither here nor there. That's not what we're here for.
DOK got summoning, which was like the
They
one where
did.
I was just like scratching my head. I'm like,
bro.
oh yeah, that's
Keltnar.
what they needed. They needed a free unit of Kinnerai as well.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Nailed it, dude. Nailed it.
But again, I think there's some envy, especially when you're like me, a dirty homer who loves your armies more than anyone else's. I love.
Yes, you do.
I like Death Homer first and foremost, unapologetically. Big fan of Beasts of Chaos and Slanesh, right? Like,
Also, pour one out for the Night Haunt that had to suffer for the Legion of Gas Grimghast Reaper nerf.
it wasn't easy. Here's a crazy idea. Don't nerf the Grimghast Reapers 3 years ago. I'm never gonna let this go. Don't
No,
nerf them.
don't.
And
No,
by the way, it didn't really change anything. Like, it
not at
wouldn't
all.
have they wouldn't have continued to be a terror because do you remember what happened right in that same span? Flesh Eater Core,
Yep.
Slanesh, Fire Slayers.
Bristol Gore came out with that.
Yep,
Oh,
yep,
God. I just threw up a little in my mouth
yeah,
there, Meph.
yeah.
That was.
Gristle
Ah.
Gore, Skaven, all that stuff came out right in the
Yeah.
same time span. People were complaining about Grimghast Reapers.
Oh, yeah. No, Gristlegore is the reason my Stormcast ended up being a shoot cast with getting myself 9 Longstrike Raptors. It was specifically to monster hunt them.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I remember the day that my local guy, this is in Delaware, because he brought Gristlegore to a 1,000-point game, and now I realize that's probably not a good thing. But because, I'm like, hey, I've got like Sequitors, I don't have all the great weapons, but I'm going to play. And I'm like, I saw the light fade from his eyes, Meph. Him, actually, it was another guy that played Death that brought Nagash or Archon the Black, and that guy had brought a couple Vampire Lords and Zombie Dragons. The light fading from their eyes as they came into the shooting meta that I brought upon them
Yeah.
because they're like, no, we're gonna be tournament tryhardy lists. I'm like, okay, we'll play this game.
Oh,
We got this. I got you. I got you.
BRB. See you in a minute, Tululia. She's wrangling the kids into bed.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I want to go back and I want to get reaction shots of every content creator talking about the shooting meta is going to come and it's going to fix this. The shooting meta is going to come and it's going to fix this. I want to get every
Right?
video of
That
them
was the
saying
thing.
that. I want every video of
Yeah.
them saying that, and then I want
Yeah.
every video of them more recently where they're talking about how the shooting meta needs to be fixed. Just and play them side by side.
Yep.
Every
No, that-
content creator, every single one, and then just maybe I don't know if I put a caption on it that says "careful what you wish for" or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's weird because like there was shooting around, and then people just weren't like really taking it, and
Because it died so quick. Because everything flew
Oh.
and charged and ran and charged.
well, shooting still dies quick. It's just people
Yeah.
really weren't taking it, and then they're like, well, we're going to incentivize you to take shooting by making them the most efficiently costed stuff, and they're going to do 3 things, and they're going to teleport, and they're going to be able to fly, and I'm like this. The trade-off for
video.
shooting is that you get to reach out and touch someone, but if they ever make it to you, you get punished. Being able to be like and redeploy that when something finally makes it to you is that tips the balance. That's not okay anymore.
Teleporting out of combat is such a strong skill that should not exist.
Pretty much.
But yeah, no, I did a video because I was doing some things like what's a good war scroll.
Oh wait, that's right. That's right. Since the last time you were on my show and won
There we go.
the most coveted
That's-
of the
that's
ranties.
I have it right here.
Yeah, the most coveted of the ranties.
Oh.
For the gift of gab, my most prominent skill. You've actually went out and did the thing.
We did it.
You did the thing.
Ah! We did it! Hooray! I should have had some confetti.
Yeah, so you recorded a video.
No.
You've got several. I've actually got them up in the lower
10.
corner of
10,
the
I
screen.
think we're up
10
to
video,
now.
right on.
Yeah, a month and a week. We've been in this. We just hit 300 subscribers yesterday. It's been a great time. It's been a great time, and I owe pretty much all my success to my wife. Like, some people say, like, my partner's strong, supporting me, and that was a topic of the week too, which we didn't get to record because we were busy doing our own videos because we're still so new. But my wife, so she's taken her stage managing experience. Slide in. She's here. She's so awesome. She's actually the director.
Is that a Gryffindor scarf?
Is that a Gryffindor scarf? That is actually a full Harry Potter. It's all 4 houses. But she's a huge Gryffindor fan. We've got scarves and stuff all over the place.
Respect.
And she also types up all my notes too, because I go on incoherent ramblings and rantings all the time, as you know, because I did the 5-hour-long episode.
That's right.
She makes them coherent, and our goal is somehow to get these to be about like 10 to 20 minutes. Sometimes like we did 1 or 2 close to 30, but it's short, it's digestible. It like I get my points in and out and done
Hmm.
because I'm focusing. It's like I'm almost the anti gatekeeper in teaching people because that happens a lot with nerd games where it's just so intimidating to learn
Hmm.
the thing. Where I'm like, all right, this is chaff. This is why people say chaff up, set double screens because you'll hear these tournament players talk about these things, and then you're just like, okay, cool. What the hell does that jargon mean?
Well, I mean, to that point, I remember
Yeah,
Gabriel Sherhart. We were talking a little bit about like things getting over nerfed. Was
yeah.
the rage at evocators? And it was
Oh
like, well, you
God.
defeat evocators by chaffing properly, and you just say that
Yep.
to somebody on the internet, right? As
Yep.
if you have finished the debate,
Yep.
and you never elaborate. And because like someone's like, I did chaff, I did put a screen. Yeah, but like the actual range is important when you're putting chaff. You want to be able to
Yep.
set your chaff to where your thing behind it doesn't get pulled into combat, and
Yep.
you're able to then set up a counter charge. Or in the fancy days of dire wolves, where you would twist dire wolves at a diagonal, set a
Yeah.
chaff screen, and then charge your grave guard through it. Those are some advanced 1.0
Yeah.
tactics that like be like, oh yeah, just like chaff and then charge through, and like nobody knows what that means. But you're basically taking in, you're helping people get through that jargon.
Yes,
You're
that is our goal. We're helping them get through that jargon. We're we're bringing everybody up with us. That's something that
there you
I
go.
feel strong about in a lot of things in my life. Where if I'm in a room and I can bring people up with me into this room, where I'm opening the door.
There you go. Yeah, yeah, it's very
Yep.
close to my heart. I saw I set out to be an ambassador of gaming. I love what you're doing. You and
Thank you.
Vanilla Sauce both have this approach
Yeah.
of wanting to raise that water level of competition. The stronger the
Yeah.
competition in the game, the better we all get. Like
Oh,
you're only
100%.
it's like a whetstone. Like you're only as strong as the competition. You're only ever going to sharpen yourself up against something that's hard and difficult for you to like to rise to
Yep.
to the occasion of. So
Yep.
I
Yep.
respect it. Yeah, and
Nailed
you
it.
can still have fun. I think
Oh
there's a
yeah.
false dichotomy where people believe that casual and tournament are like opposite, or that like a casual player is a more fun player and a competitive player is a less fun player. And
Uh-huh.
I don't think I don't think it's a continuum. I don't think it's linear like that.
Rocco, your wife. The stat track. Oh, Jono, I love you, dude. Yep, that is Rocco, your wife, aka Rocco, your girl, in all the discords
The
that she's
the
in.
the best Among Us player among us.
Oh God, she murders everyone beautifully. It's great. It's
Well,
just ah.
look at the smile. Like, look, she
Oh
knows it
yeah,
too.
yeah.
She's just
Dude, she
like.
great. She knows it. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Oh no, she yeah, yep, yeah. The
So,
whole giggle and the whole bit.
rabbit hole
Yeah,
number one, everybody. The
yep.
the drinking game that doesn't exist for my show. Don't take
Of
a
course.
drink, right
Never.
now. So when she kills you, and
Yep.
like you're silent,
Yep.
or does she just smack talk you the whole time?
A little bit. Yeah, she smack talks a little bit.
I have to
Man,
wonder what
it is.
that dynamic is like when you're playing Among Us and one of you kills the other
Uh,
one.
well, I mean, when someone describes us as a couple that's known as well, there's like the yin and yang, and they're like, oh, John's the good half. She's evil. She's cute. She's 5 feet of furious. Love her to death. If you get on her bad side, she will just fucking end you.
So,
I love it. I
so
married her for her sarcasm. Right there. The fact that she's smart and beautiful, nothing else to do with it. Sarcasm only, bro. That's just what we're here for.
right on, right on,
Ah,
right on.
yeah.
Baby Soren or Babby Soren says hello
Oh.
to Rocco, your wife.
Hey, baby Soren. All right, hold on.
I have been given the headset to say hi.
This is a RantCast first, the headset pass. I'm very pleased to have been here for this.
This is what we gotta work with here.
No, this is what we have to work with. We have the one headset. I don't normally talk on stream or on our videos. I only murder people in Among Us. It's my
And then
thing.
get offended when we accuse you.
Well, yes. Originally, there was a lot of accusations going around before I kind of figured you guys out a little bit, but I figured it all out now. I know how to work my shtick and all of that. Turn all the guys on my side, and then when I'm the imposter, just be like, "Oh, nah, it can't be me."
It worked on me for a solid like 2 weeks where I wouldn't accuse you anymore, because like that first week I'm like, it's gotta be like she was sus, she was disappearing, like And so like, and you got so offended, you played, and then you weren't actually the imposter that first week, and then after that, it was just like 2 solid weeks of not accusing you ever, and now it's like,
Well, the first week we played, it was just like, oh, it's got to be her. She's like a veteran player and a girl.
well, you were saying the names of real things, and that's intimidating.
Names of real things.
You're like, well, what task were you doing? I'm like, I don't, the thing where I click the button and it like lights up, and you're like, that's not in that room. I'm like, how dare you know the game more than me? I still don't know what anything is called or where anything is. I'm still like, I was at the north side of the map, the south side. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, it wasn't just like playing with you guys. Like I played with other people, and so I was coming off of playing with other people who were just like, "Oh, you're a girl. You must have done it." And I was like, "Let's calm your roll a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's do some investigation." And so I came in just being like, "Okay, everyone, pause. Let's take a thought and let me talk this into my, like, being for me."
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's always the thing about being imposter. So it's fun for me, but I'm happy that I have a flow with everybody in your Discord now.
My God.
Yeah. Yeah. Morton Orlando, married at the Church of Deadpan Snark. There you go. Man, we got to get some. We got to get some Among Us back in. I've had a blast playing it. I'm almost always drinking when we play, which is my strategy for being imposter. Is pretending I'm so drunk I don't know what's going on. Of course, I'm not.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense because sometimes I'm like, Meph, did you see the murder happen? Right in front of your face.
No, that was the first week. That was legit because I run around with my map open like it's Diablo. Because Diablo has a nice little map overlay. So I'd run around with my map open, and I wouldn't see anything because that map, it's not like transparent really. It's just, it takes up the whole screen. I'm like, okay, I got to go up, and I'm watching my little cursor on it. I'm not even watching the screen itself. I'm just watching my little my body move.
Yeah, for everybody at home, I got killed, and so I'm like, my little ghost is sitting over my body, and then I see Meph come in. I'm like, oh, Meph's gonna report my body, and then he just walked right past it, and I was like, the fuck? You're not gonna report it?
I still do it. I've gotten better because I found that I don't, rather than like look at the screen, I look over for the report icon to light up, and that's so I'm not even looking anymore at where the body is. So like if I'm moving in a transitional period for between like a hallway and something like that, I'm like, where'd you find the body? I'm like, I just pushed the report button.
That happens with you quite often.
It lit up, so I just hit the button. The worst part, though, is when you find a body at the same time as somebody else. Like, when it legitimately happens that way.
Mm-hmm.
And you're immediately suspicious of each other. Like, there's no way to ever not do that. Where you're just like, yeah, this person. So, yeah, new player tips for playing Among Us. What do you have? Your top 5.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to hand this back over to the expert because I just do the organizing and stage managing of it all. I am a relatively new player to Warhammer myself, so I'm going to give this back to
No, I asked for Among Us. What are the 5, like, the quick hitters for Among Us?
I was so ready to talk about her channel. I was like, Among Us? I couldn't even hear that. Among Us? I wouldn't even call myself a great player at Among Us. I don't play that much recently, but
wow.
I do murder a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's the point of the game.
So, would your number 1 tip be, like, feign offense whenever someone accuses you?
It's not a feigning offense. Several women playing in different Discords were genuinely offended for a good time until we talked to all
Yeah,
of the
I mean, there is that. I mean, that's a gatekeeper thing. I think it's in the Nerdly Vices. It's the last article I actually physically wrote and had published was called A New Status Quo, and it was about like a changing of the guard in nerdery and how like you have this group of people who for a long time defined themselves by this shared social marginalization, right? This status, and as people came into their space, and I'm not even talking about like the really grognardy bad people out there. I just mean in general, like the awkward nerd stereotype, having to like just be like, yo, everyone should be in this thing, and like I don't know, it's I'm not defending it. this article was speaking out against it, but I hate how much it's still going on because I thought when I wrote that article, like I fixed it. I'm like, there we go, everybody, I fixed it. See, when you play games together, literally it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from because we're all in one place playing with the same set of rules for once in our entire lives, right? Like, that's what makes games great. In fact, RPGs are really great because I can be literally anybody else. Like, and so like empathy and like imagination, all these great reasons to not hate other people than you. Like, you have no excuse. Like, like okay, like I won't even pretend to argue about like sports ball stuff right now. Be like, oh, we can't have the unified sports ball leagues or things. I'm like, I won't even. Fine, maybe, I don't know. I won't even go into that. But like, you can't tell me we can't all play video games together. What the?
Yeah, I mean, as a girl, just speaking about playing Among Us, it was hard when I initially started playing because I got a lot of the like, well, listen, this is how it works, like a lot of the mansplaining or like getting talked down to, and I was like, I'm a very well-educated person. I think I can figure out how to play a game where there's like 3 buttons. Like,
I couldn't. I can't. I'm still struggling with the report button.
And so, like, a lot of it came from, like, guys ganging up on the few girls playing in, like, different groups, especially when it was a new, well, not new game, but newer because of COVID. And, like, everyone just started, like, playing it. And so, like, when I got into, like, different, like, Discords and started playing with different people, I was like, ooh, I don't like them. And I'm like, I'm gonna nicely dig myself out of this group or, like, find a new group to play with because I just don't like playing with people that don't make me like feel like
accepted.
my opinion matters.
Yeah.
Like feel accepted, but I want to like sure that like in Among Us, like you want to be heard and you want to be deceptive, and I don't know. It was just kind of like one night I played with a group, and a lot of like all the guys would be believed, no matter what they said. Like even if it didn't make any sense, and anything the girl said was like a lie.
It's crazy.
All of the girls in the Discord, and you're just like,
Crazy.
I don't get it.
It was 5 and 5. They were actually the game was half.
2021, and we're still doing this. Outstanding.
Yeah. And so that's why, like, originally when I now when I go into new groups, I'm very like loud in my opinion, and everyone's like, you can like be chill or like bring it back, and I was like, no. I need to be heard, or everyone talks over me, or like I've actually had some women that I play with. They've asked me, they're like, "How do you talk like the guys?" And I just say, "Oh, I just pretend like everything I'm saying is super important because that's what they think." So
amazing.
I just roll with it. Yeah, I've had like several women like direct message me asking me like, "How do I do that?" And I just, especially when I'm playing a game and I'm just making shit up, I just go with, especially in Among Us, because like once you've said it, might as well be gospel because you just gotta go with it if you're gonna play the imposter part well.
See, that's there you go. Like I think that tip works for both Age of Sigmar and Among Us. Like just be whatever you say is the most important thing right now. Like just at all times. I think that just that confidence, you got to have that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're going back to our tips on new players for Among Us.
Yeah.
Read the map of what the rooms are. Because you're gonna lose a lot. Because if people are gonna be like, "Where's the body?" and they're gonna be like, O2, and you're like, "Nope, communications, vote it off." And especially like it's bad if you're a new player and you're accidentally incorrectly saying where you are on the map, and the imposter's like, "Ooh, great! They just said that they're with the body."
Yeah.
And so I'm just gonna casually put myself elsewhere.
Yeah.
So like Among Us is like, I feel like there's like a harsh learning curve in Among Us, but so like you have to play with like friends at first, but eventually like you kind of you get better at it.
I auto host a guy named K Woody. He's absolutely fantastic. Big Souls streamer. His favorite game is Bloodborne, so he's my favorite in the Souls streaming community. And he's playing Among Us a lot lately. And their freaking groups, man, they get into it, and I'm like, I don't care this much about a video game. I'm the guy who's known for caring way too much about nerd shit, and I just can't. Like, wow, I don't know. So hopefully Chat Gang's been treating you better than some of those horror stories.
I like your checking a lot better than others.
Yeah.
And I think like overall it's funny because like I think I care about Among Us on a slightly different level than other people because like there's a lot of trolling that goes on in Among Us and there's a lot of like joking around, but that just gets to be a level with me sometimes where somebody like flat out like purposely messes up the game for everybody. Where like they're a crewmate and they're not just like third impostering, they're like fifth heading impostering in some capacity, and you're just like, why? Especially in like smaller games, like if you're in a game of like 7 people, 7 is the worst number
Yeah.
ever
Yeah.
because you have 2 imposters and 5 crewmates, and if you have a 1 crewmate working against you, then you're 4 against 3, and it's like an automatic loss. So it's like, as you can see, I care just a slightly
No,
too much.
you're crunching the numbers. I'm like, that was math. There's math in Among Us. I didn't realize that when I signed up to like be the alien in Alien versus Predator. You know, like
Uh-huh.
way too much thinking. See, because I'm the one that gets to go in the vents, and Predator never goes in the vents.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm also like the person in Among Us where I'm like, okay, there's 10 people, we've murdered 3, okay, gotta murder another person, okay, gotta murder 3 more people, and then it's 4, and then we'll win. And so, and then, like, I just go around and I'm like, 1 person dead, 2 person dead, let me just go find another person. And then my partner's like, how did you know? And I'm like, oh, well, I saw you had killed somebody, and I already killed somebody, and that only left 1.
Yeah, I already like my eyes glossed over a little bit. I'm like, or like we don't vote on this number. Someone will just say that like we never vote on this number. I'm like, yeah, like if I'm an imposter, I'm like, yeah, totally don't vote on that number. I have no idea if it's.
Don't vote on 7.
I have no idea what the. Don't vote on. Yeah, sounds good to me.
If you
Don't
vote on 7 and you get it wrong, you're a double kill away from losing. But there's also like numbers where like you have to vote. Like you have to vote on 5 in many cases because if there's 2 imposters left, if they'll get 1 kill and win the game, so you have to like shoot your shot and hope you vote them off.
Yeah, see, you were talking about the trolling and stuff. Mars isn't here right now, but he got me voted off like just the first vote, like
Yeah.
immediately, like. But
Mephisto sus.
Meph forever sus, right? Like every time, Meph sus, like every single time, and I'm just like, dude. And I've started to use that now, like as part of my strategy when I am imposter. Like, yeah, dude, vote me, whatever.
When that first started, I felt so bad.
Well,
Because you were so new to the game, and I was like, guys, stop.
Oh, it was so great though. But like then I got it back immediately the next game. I like stuff like that. Like at some when you go off script and you mess with it just to spite somebody a little bit. Like I think that's funny.
Yeah, I mean, as imposter, like a lot of those times, like I was imposter a lot during that time when you were just automatically subs. So I had like no choice but to go along with it, and I felt like so genuinely bad because I was just like, oh yeah, totally, Meph is sus. We were playing with 8 people, so yeah, let's vote him off.
Well, that's the thing is like
Vote him off.
if the 2 imposters get on board with like the false sus on Meph, it only really takes like 1 person not voting and like 1 other person to just be and then I'm gone. We just out the air.
Yeah, and that's why you like throw it out the last 10 seconds when voting turns red, and then you're like, gotta vote. Gotta vote. Gotta pick somebody. Like, oh, Meph is sus. Just remember.
Yeah, just remember. Yeah, that's me. It's true though. I like when I was a pro wrestler, I was heel. Like, well, everyone's face when you're green because reasons. But when I got the option, always go heel. Oh, it's so much more fun to be a bad guy, a pretend bad guy, than it is to be a pretend good guy. Pretend good guys are lame. Pretend bad guys have so much fun. Like that's why imposter is so much fun. Because like it's all kayfabe the whole time, which is wrestling. Like the whole time you're pure kayfabe.
Although some people find it super stressful because it's like really hard to lie to your friends sometimes.
Really?
And like, well, so like there's like a line I don't like crossing. So like in some of the discourse, people are like, do you promise you're not the imposter? And I was like, okay, promise in my world like actually means something.
I get that.
So like I don't like crossing like genuine friendship lines to win a game. Like that's where for me like if I personally know the person, like I'm not gonna bridge like 'cause I play with my like in real life friends sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like break my actual friendships to like win a dumb game.
Well, see, that's yeah. I mean, promise for me is the same thing because my growing up, like My promise was never sacred in my family, and I'm like, I refuse to throw it around arbitrarily as I've gotten older. So, like, it took us a while. My kids have had to be corrected, and even Molly, who I've been with 10 years now. Y'all have been married for 9, I saw. This
Together
April.
for 9, married for 2.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So Molly and I aren't married. We just been together 10 years, have 2 kids, and now 3 dogs. We just picked up a new puppy today.
I heard.
Yeah. He's adorable, and his name is Dobby.
Dobby!
And he's got the ears. It's amazing.
I hope you gave Dobby a sock.
It's a chew toy sock, but yes. It's a black-mouthed cur. So it's the dog that Old Yeller was supposed to be, though in the TV show or the movie, Old Yeller was portrayed by a Labrador. In the books, it was a black-mouthed cur. So, yeah, trivia. The more you know. This is just my rambling style. I can't not. I have every opinion, and I want everyone to know them all at the same time. I can't help. I just achievement unlocked at birth. You have every opinion. Like they're just you got them all now. Hold them, Mephisto. I'm like I can't hold all these opinions. Like limes, they just So new doggo. No, Mochi, my corgi, effectively got abducted off of our front lawn.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too.
And
Found him at the shelter.
Yeah, and when we went to the shelter, like it was Sunday, so the shelter's closed. I'm like, how the fuck is she in the shelter when it's fucking closed? Because the cops have keys to the shelter. And so like all these like things about like your first reaction is to call the fucking cops for a stray dog, and like I'm bad at my neighbors. Like,
I'd be mad at them too.
don't fucking call the fucking cops. Cops write tickets and shoot people. Fucking. Ugh. I know I'm simplifying it, but still, like, what the fuck? Just knock on my door. Ask the million kids playing outside if they've seen this dog before. Like, okay, corner of my house, 1, 2, 3 doors down. Okay, the address of the person calling it in is the 4th door around the corner. Like, you don't see the billion fucking kids? Oh my god, I'm getting all worked up. Anyway, I went in to pick Mochi up. They didn't even charge us because they heard the story. They saw our address. They saw the address picked up. They're like, wow. I'm like, yeah, wow. And we saw Dobby when we were picking up Mochi. And it was just like, okay, so like Mochi basically vanishes. Like our other dog was outside too. He's fucking fine. No one's gonna like pick up a almost 120-pound Weimaraner. But the corgi, they'll just take it, whatever. We saw this dog, and I don't really have like beliefs, but I have like ideas about stuff and thoughts, you know. And I'm like, there's no other reason we're at this kennel because they didn't even charge us than to meet Dobby. Our bathroom underneath our Harry Potter staircase is it's a bathroom underneath the staircase. We call it the Harry Potter closet. I want to get a fake bookshelf put there and everything where you open it up and but it's all Harry Potter decoration. We've got like a Snape clock and that's made out of our record and we've got all the Horcruxes on shelves. And we've got a sign. The first thing you see when you open it up, you've got the light switch that says Lumos and Nox on it. And then you've got like a sign that says free Dobby on like the linen closet. And I'm like, we got a free Dobby, Molly. Like we're at the kennel. We got a free Dobby. Put in an application. Like, and so we freed Dobby today. So Sunday to Friday. And I have a strict 2-dog rule. So now we have 3 because I'm a softie. Now it's a strict 3-dog rule.
Yeah.
3.
Strict 3-dog rule.
What's the point of owning my own house if I can't ruin it with excessive amounts of pets? I don't know. Like, I have 2 children anyway. Like, they're gonna ruin it too. Like, whatever. Might as well have fun while we're doing it.
But at least Dobby's free now.
Right, but Dobby is free, and we got a chew toy sock, and the whole thing. It was
That's
a whole.
important.
Yeah.
He needs a sock.
It's true. It's true. Sorry. Thank you. See, this is RantCast. This is the opposite of what you guys do on your show.
Very much the opposite. Anytime he goes on a rant too long or like a story that's like too long and like I don't know, like separated from our topic, I'm just like, can we like
Mhm.
move this along, or just we gotta start over because it's like we're trying to do like the short finite topics. So and I also have a whiteboard like that I can actually staring at now. I have a whiteboard where I'm just kind of like, what are you doing? Read my points. Like no, seriously, read my notes. I am dead serious. Read my notes.
So-
I actually cut him once because he like legit skipped everything I wrote and just said something else. No. So like imagine like I wrote a this and then he read this, skipped all of this, and then read this.
Amazing.
I was like, I wrote you like a book and you gave me a summary. What happened?
My defense on a tangent. Points connected tangent.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so cute.
I like how he's like actually like his eyes darted to the other direction. He's like thinking about what he did.
I'm aware of it. I know exactly what he did because I watched him do it. And then he's like, and that's a wrap, guys. And I was like, what are you talking about? There's a whole sheet to talk about.
So the 300 subscribers, really about 200 of them are yours and about 100 of them are his.
I mean, like, I give like him a lot of the credit. He's like the personality on the show. I'm like very much in the background.
Right.
I mean, this is probably like the first time I've been on like the internet in like this capacity, so it's interesting for me. But like, I like having my role in helping him with like the channel. And he's always very much trying to say like it's our channel to like make sure I feel included in all of the prep work because there's a lot of prep work.
I know unsolicited advice is like the worst idea ever, but like you should do episodes together.
Together?
Yeah. Like where you're both on at the same time.
I'm probably gonna need my own headsets. What he said.
Yeah,
Gonna
probably.
need my own
Yeah, probably, or at least get like a stand microphone with like a 2 channels. You know, that would be. Yeah, no, I think you have a good dynamic together. Obviously, you're gonna have chemistry. You're together for 9 years, but I mean, you're very well spoken. Very
thank
you modulate and stuff. That's got to be the theater coming through. I heard you were.
Yeah, and like the attorney in me, I did a lot of theater growing up, and then in preparation for going to law school, and I also sing. Well, before COVID, I used to sing a lot.
Mhm.
So it's all just kind of floating in me,
Mhm.
just stage presence, but also just a lot of being myself and growing more comfortable in my own skin.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I don't tell Rocco. I don't think he can hear me right now, but you actually have better voice control than he does.
I have better voice control than you? This is exciting. I tell him that all the time. He's like shouting into the mic, and I'm like, honey, tone it down a smidge.
Every army sang in 15 minutes. Let's go.
I get glottal attacks. I'm like choking phlegm up. We have one mic, Meph, okay? Listen, we're having a comedy show here.
There's just like a lot of moments where I just like have an opinion. Like when he won that writing contest several weeks ago, I was the first one that read his story, and I was like, yeah, what is this?
Mhm.
No, don't submit this. And because he's like, why? And I said, because this whole ending like
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. It like just stops. And so then, not believing me because I don't know a lot about lore or like
Mhm,
an
mhm.
excessive amount about Warhammer like he does, I told him to submit it to his friends that like know a lot and like were involved in this lore competition. And then they're like, yeah, I don't like it. And then I helped him rewrite it. Again, I literally don't know much of anything about lore outside of Nighthaunt. Like
Right.
I don't know much of anything outside of Nighthaunt, and I help him write this whole
I
story.
mean, if you're only
and
gonna know one army, Nighthaunt's a good one. I'm sorry. Continue. Yeah.
yeah, it balances off on his original Stormcast army. And so I like help him write a better story because I'm like, oh, your hero needs to do this and he needs to do that. And he needs to, figure out like why is it tragic? Why is it the last stand? Or that's what it originally was. Or like why is it the siege of Garganfall? Like I need to feel for the hero, but I want the hero to win because it's just a sad like Shakespearean story if everybody dies. So
Yeah, and
we need to figure this out.
yeah, and Stormcast don't really die anyway.
They're very important.
When you
So
I didn't hear
but
anything
eventually-
he said.
That's fine. Eventually, we ended up winning the lore competition, which is what's like behind his head was like the poster of him winning
Yeah.
a lore competition. But I mean, we work really well as a team. Even though like I'm still new to like a lot of the YouTube stuff, but it's really similar to a lot of the stage managing I used to do.
Right.
Even kind of having this headset is kind of cool.
Don't you feel empowered right now? Like, isn't it like I've got the power now?
Well, because I used to have one of these as a stage manager, because I would be like calling cues, or I worked a lot in children's theater, so a lot of my responsibility was corralling all of this, like all of the children, to be like, okay, go be the little fishies in Little Mermaid, like go do Under the Sea, like it's your turn, make sure you go out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was one of probably like the funniest times. I was a stage manager and like a backup actor in the show itself because they didn't have a lot of like teenagers in the show. So that was a very interesting time of just, and he got to watch. Oh yeah, his grandma got to watch too.
A distracted sat rep saying, "God bless the stage managers." That's right. No, I only ever really act. I was in drama and stuff, and I did. That really helped me with my pro wrestling. I loved being support roles and that stuff because you get to have all the fun. If you're a main, if you're a lead, you have to drive the show and like be, sort of like grounded and stuff, and then everything else interesting goes on around you. But nah, man, I was never for that life. And now I do a podcast where I never talk about my show's own topics.
I was just thinking that. I was like, I don't think we've talked about our topic, but in like the respect to acting, I've actually done a lot of like in high school and in college, I did tech as well as stage managing.
Right.
And I was also like the lead actor in like other companies.
Mm.
So like different seasons I had different roles, so I have like a huge appreciation for like everybody's role in the show, because shows aren't made by just leads singing nice songs in the middle of the stage, like
Right.
because as one of our techs put it, when one of our lead actors was being rude, he's like, I could just turn off all the lights.
God bless
Like,
the
good luck.
techies. Yeah. So you said you did do some lead. Did you have multiple roles? What was your favorite? Like when you were on stage? Ooh.
I played Cinderella.
Okay.
I also played Mary Lennox from Secret Garden. That was a cool role, only because I was literally like 18 years old, and I was playing like a child.
Okay.
So that was like entertaining.
Because you get to ham it up, right? Like you gotta like ham up the naivete and.
Yeah, and my understudy was like 6. So there was like a huge divide in the company. There was like a large number of older kids like me, and I had just graduated from high school. And then I came back from college over the weekends to like run the show because it got postponed for like copyright issues. And then like my understudy was like, "I'm ready," and I'm like, "It's okay, sweetie. Like, don't put too much pressure on yourself to do the shows." Because I don't think they had never planned for my understudy to actually do the role. Like they just wanted her to like learn and like practice with me.
Right.
And so she was like, "You're gonna come back from school, right? Right?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm gonna come back from school and do the role and everything." Which I'm 5 feet tall. I know I was sitting down; it doesn't really notice, but I'm a very petite person. So 10 years ago, I could fit into being like a teenager very easily
Right.
in this role. So obviously the 6-year-old would play very young Mary Lennox, and I would play, a teenage Mary Lennox. But that was probably my favorite role because I liked the songs and I had a lot of control in the company itself because my voice teacher was she was married to the director. So like I knew the director really well, so I felt like I had a lot of say and control over like how the production went.
Mm-hmm. Right on.
It was not corruption. It was just more of
No,
like
it wasn't. It wasn't nepotism or anything like that. No.
I mean, and I had been working with that company for a number of years. Like I started out as just an extra or as part of the chorus. So like I had worked up from being like a young teenager in the company as a chorus member, doing actually Secret Garden. We did Secret Garden a second time in my time at the same company.
I was actually sorry. Finish your thought. I
No,
didn't mean to cut you off.
but I was actually thinking my favorite role that I ever did was as a chorus member. I
Yeah.
did Chicago in high school, and I was one of like the background people in the chorus. And it was just so fun getting to sing all of the different Chicago songs.
Uh-huh.
And I got to say like a couple of spare lines. And I actually got extra lines because somebody got sick or hurt during the production. So I got to take over like their little minor part. So I just felt it made me feel really important because I went from having like a line or two to like several lines, and I was like, "Ooh, I get a microphone now," which was like the status in high school in the theater group. Like how important are you? Do you get a permanent body mic or a body mic at all, or do you just have to shout and hope the audience hears you?
Yeah, crazy. I don't know why you're talking about getting the extra roles in Chicago. I got the lead in Little Shop of Horrors because I was the only baritone. And the theater director wanted a baritone for Seymour because we didn't have that that soprano. We had like an alto soprano. We didn't have like a soprano, and so by offsetting her with a baritone, she would sound higher. And like that was the whole reason. And I'm like that was like one of my earliest roles, and I didn't know to ham it up yet. Otherwise, he would have kicked me off the stage. He's like, go sing your song, Andrew. Like, just get out there. Oh man.
Yeah. I mean, after doing a lot of theater, I've done a lot of choir work as well, and I did cantering for a while at different places.
Cantering?
Before,
I'm sorry.
Cantering, it's like solo church singing.
Okay.
But it's like a lot of like solo work that was different for me because I'm so used to singing in a group. And when I started doing like more solo singing for different like positions, everyone was just like random people from like the different like places would come up to me, would be like, "Your voice sounds like butter," and I'm like, "Thanks. I'm just gonna walk away now."
It's
I
fun.
think one
Go ahead.
one guy told me I sounded like cheese butter or
I
something.
don't know what that means.
I didn't either.
I understand the butter thing. It's smooth like butter, right? Like an old adage or an old cliche.
Yeah, it was like cheese, beer, butter, something. It didn't make sense.
Worst pickup line ever.
His wife was also standing right behind him, glaring at me.
Yeah.
Voice sounds like beer cheese. How drippy it is.
Let's not hate on beer cheese. We don't need to bring beer cheese into this, okay? Beer cheese has never done anything wrong. I can say.
Well, it was just very strange because most of the time, like after like that kind of like solo performance, people don't approach you. Like you walk away, everybody else walks away. You all go your separate ways, and like this guy like came, not like cornering me, but more of just like walked up to me, and he's just like, "Your voice sounds great." And I was like, "Thanks."
Bye.
Thanks.
It's weird how introverted I was, especially in high school, and how I don't seem like I am. But this is a controlled environment for me, and that's what like stage did for me. Really, like what theater did for me is like I could be this really like people were super surprised that I had that like outgoingness at all when I was playing. The one role is Chiz Upschlager and Hillbilly Weddin, because like that's a really hammy role. Like Chiz Upschlager from the Upschlagers, like you're just like this, and like that's the one that kisses the girl, but like it's disgusting. So you like plug in your nose, like all that stuff. Like and trying to be goofy but like tilted is really like difficult when you're moving across the stage, right? They're only going to see my shoulder, but you have to be like this. So you invent like new movements, like to get across the stage and stuff like that. And like and people like they're like, we didn't know you had that in you. I'm wearing like a white tank top, and like I used to weigh like 90 pounds. Like I was tiny, 6 even, pure beanpole, and like wearing coveralls with the one button undone, and people just had never seen me like that before. And then like having people come up to me, that's the closest I had like in high school, and be like, wow, man, because they're forced to go to it, right? Like they're at that. No, it's like, do you want to get out of class and go watch the stage, like the Friday production, right? Essentially our warm up, or do you want to be in class? And like, yeah, we'll go sit there and like, I guess texting didn't exist, so I don't know. They're throwing paper airplanes or something. I don't know. I don't know what the high schools were doing. But like for like that one whole week after it, where people like suddenly think they know me better, and I'm just like, I still don't want to talk to you that much.
just thought of in law school, I actually was part of the theater company in law school, and we would do like. No, I just remembered my part was really, really small, but really, really funny. My first year of law school.
hmm
And it was really funny because like we were all playing like Marvel superheroes, but obviously those are
Fantastic.
copyrighted, so we couldn't use them.
Right.
So I was playing Thor, but since we couldn't use that name, they introduced my character and I had to be super, super deadpan to make this at all funny. I had to be like, I am Thor.
Oh my.
And it just nothing. And so all of my classmates from my 1L, like what we call my 1L class, were all sitting in the front row, as well as one of my like favorite professors, very old man, old white man, sitting right in front of me.
Uh-huh.
And he just looks at me like, "Oh my god." All of my classmates die laughing because like, and then like my character goes into a speech about like how I'm an empowered woman, something something, and how like I pretty much don't know what my name means. Like that's pretty much the whole monologue I go into. And for the rest of my time in law school, so for 2.5 years, that professor talks to me as that character
Oh my.
for the rest of law school.
Oh my.
He just comes up to me and he's just like, "How's it going? Poor
Oh.
Thor." It was Professor Figley. And he like it was just so funny because you'd see people's heads turn who had no idea
Yeah,
what he
out
was
of
talking
context.
about, who clearly didn't see the show or were like newer classmates. And so everyone's like, "Was that professor being rude to?" And I was like, "You had to be there." It was like a time and place had to be
Right,
there.
yeah, context is everything, right?
And it was spelled H-O-R, so like you could
Yeah,
clearly get the Thor reference.
right.
But and I even had a little helmet and everything. Like I wore the helmet, and I was wearing like a red sweater and a cape. It was a very like a DIY Thor outfit.
Right.
It was a good time. We ended up singing to "Party in the USA," and we had a little like
Big Miley
American.
fan.
Yeah, we had a Civil War America. It was right after that movie came out.
hmm
And like we did the whole like movie like in the song.
It,
And so we had like a whole like debate and battle.
so you had a montage set to music, essentially.
Yes. But the whole point of like these law school shows is that they're all inside law school jokes.
hmm
So like we would have like the whole show is about like going to law school, and then somehow we all get superpowers, and now we're all fighting like with our superpowers instead of doing the normal like trial.
See,
Where it's
I almost would have liked it better if like you go to throw a punch, and then someone's like objection, and like actually like have the debate fight. That would be so much like instead of like a rap battle like or like West Side Story, it actually like it like breaks into like court banter. Oh, but that's just
yeah,
my horrible sense of humor.
like that's kind of how what we call it law review. A lot of law schools have this, and we all like do things like this every year to try to keep our creativity and theater hopes alive during law school.
Keep the theater hopes alive. Brutal. I
Well,
actually. Oh, go ahead.
it's just like law school just has like a lot of work and everything, so a lot of people like enjoy the acting or the singing component. My second year show. Oh, you'd actually probably enjoy this. My second year show was based off of American Psycho. Um,
Nice. So
and
you didn't have
so
to change the script at all, basically.
pretty much no. And we just made it a first year student just lost it, and then you just follow like the plot of American Psycho.
Yeah, no, it tracks completely. No, this is
I will tell you though, our administration not pleased.
probably not because it's super on the nose, right? Like it's just
Yeah, because it starts with like the first year's classmates, and then it goes to like the student management, like pretty much student government, and then it goes to like because of course you'll be number one in the class if there's no one left
yeah. There's no
in the
competition,
class.
right? Yeah.
And so the administration was like, "Tisk tisk, I frown upon this." We're like, it was a joke.
There was so much fake blood.
I love
That's
it.
also we got in trouble for the fake blood
Oh,
because
so good.
we were using rented equipment from the school,
Uh,
and the fake blood didn't come out of the white chairs, the white plastic chairs that we were using.
amazing.
But that was not my department. I was
You're
just an actor that year.
you're like two steps away from just like starting a B movie company with well, I guess John.
And
It feels
it's
awkward calling him Rocco when you're both on the screen at the same time.
yeah, yeah. He goes by Rocco. A lot. I pretty much go by Jackie and Rocco, your girl, and Elm City. That's why I started going by Elm City in some other discords, because when we play Among Us together, it gets way too confusing because our like Discord names are too
Well,
similar.
you're trying to shorthand people's names always. Like I somehow like I'm just Meph now. You know, like it's you can't pronounce the isto. Like nobody's got time
Nah,
for that.
too many
Like
syllables.
yeah, it's nobody's got time for that, right? Like it's just Meph now. Like you want to shorten the name, and it's like, oh, we shortened both these names. It's just Rocco, and you can't be like your boy and your girl. Like that would that doesn't work.
And it's just like not how people call him. And so I kept getting blamed for his murders when he was imposter, and I was like, I am done. I am changing my handle name to Elm City.
We had a whole talk. Great.
Well, I remember that I just kind of did it,
Do you see?
and then
Go ahead. So
Then she talked. That's how that went.
so what's brilliant here is we started out talking about Among Us essentially, and we've come back to Among Us by just letting the conversation go long enough. This is why my shows are the way they are, and I don't have Molly over there yelling at me. Cut. But I've been cheating for my content the whole time. I like my imposter syndrome's pretty bad, and I hope nobody ever figures out that like I'm just talking to people. That's all I do.
well, you're very enjoyable to talk to.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I knew that already from playing Among Us with you. I already knew that. I wouldn't play with you if I didn't like you.
That's fair. Thank you. Thank you. I like playing with y'all too. Like it's been a blast. And I'm not gonna remember the names of the stuff on the map. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that right now.
You're just gonna be like in the room with the wheels, and I'm gonna be like, there are two places with wheels, and you're like, darn.
I see we already have a Philly fan in chat going, Mets suck, go Philly. I think that one's for you.
Yes, probably. I will say, like, I personally don't have any issues with like any kind of fans, be Philly or all the other
You
teams.
caught that part of the conversation.
Oh yeah, I clearly caught that part of the conversation. Me being the Eagles fan, even though I've never lived in Philadelphia or like any part of Pennsylvania, my dad grew up all across the country,
Yeah,
so he became an Eagles fan. And so when I was growing up, the Eagles were just such a crap team that I remember the first time they went to the Super Bowl when I was a kid, my dad went all out. We got like Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, and we had this huge, like, I say huge Super Bowl party. Like, I meant my dad actually invited people to our house.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was like a big thing for us.
Right.
He's like, I'm having a Super Bowl party because my team is in the Super Bowl. And so my dad just stayed an Eagles fan, but I'm a Mets fan as well for baseball. My dad is a Mets fan. And so I grew up liking Mike Piazza. And then he eventually went away. And then I was like, ooh, David Wright. And so I've just like followed a lot of the players over time.
Right.
But I personally have no issue with all of the other players or like all the other baseball teams. I just don't want food being thrown at me.
That's fair. That's fair. That's more than fair. With the nachos and stuff. I mean, that's taking it too far. I think like banter is cool. Is actually hilarious. Like I was.
Banter is fun.
I think we
There
went
was
to. Go ahead.
the Nationals game that we went to, but way before COVID, with his cousin and his girlfriend. No, I'm gonna tell this. And she is a diehard Nationals fan, one of the few I have literally ever met. The one. And she had driven all of us there. And as John told you before, the metro closes at a certain time. So if you want to stay past the 6th or 7th inning, you have to have a plan to get yourself home. And lift and stuff was like a thing, but it's really hard to get one when like several thousands of people are all trying to leave a place that
Right.
there's no like public transportation anymore. So she's like, oh, it's okay, I'll drive you home. And we're like, oh, okay, cool. And then the Mets start winning the game, and then we win the game in totality. And we have home plate seats because they were like birthday presents to us for like $100, I might add, because no one buys Nationals tickets. And we're sitting behind home plate, and she is pissed. And she's like, I'm not going to drive you home. And I was like, excuse me?
She almost got thrown out by security twice.
That is also true. She did almost get thrown up by security twice for yelling at us. But, and
Did
his
you
cousin-
did you wait? Hang on. Did you have to like stop? No. Like it's cool. Like this is family. Did you have to like intervene, or was it?
To be honest, I didn't like her. So I was like, go for it. She made fun of my law school, and I never appreciated it.
To be honest, I didn't like her either.
That's fantastic. Oh my gosh, amazing.
So security was like, I'm going to cart her away. And I was like, that's fine. Give me the keys first. Like, you can take her. I don't care.
This is my favorite RantCast so far. I think we've said Age of Sigmar a couple times. We mentioned Nighthaunt. Oh my god, this is peak RantCast. I love it so much.
I can go over his points. I wrote them. I don't know exactly what they all mean, but I know what they are.
Yeah, there you go. No, this is good. I like this.
But yeah, so I said like you can cart her away. That's fine. I just need her car keys. But then eventually she calmed down. Security said she could stay, and she's like, I'm not driving you home. I was like, we're gonna have a huge issue if you don't drive me home. Like, the security's gonna be the least of your problems if you don't drive me home.
Man, see, I've never had a sporting event fan that I've been near. Like there were some Bears fans behind us at one Packer game at Lambeau, like diagonal up this way, that were kind of like unbearable. But like the unbearable but the person with them was like, "Yo, chill." Like like the person with them was like, you know, keeping them in check, and they're both Bears fans, and like the one guy was like yelling down at like a row of Packer fans. Like Packer games, with Brewers, it becomes a Cubs stadium. With Packers Bears games, like it's still a Packer stadium, you know. So like you're still, like, you're safe for that respect. And I've never been to a Cubs Brewers game to like feel the Cubs fan, which I guess is like a problem. But Bears fans have always mostly been all right. The Philly game, we had some Philly people, and I was talking crap, like I was crap talking them. This was I can't remember the last time we played Philly. It was a while ago. I think we destroyed them, the one I went to, and then they destroyed us the game I didn't go to. So naturally, it's my fault because I didn't go to that game, right? So the one I went to, we were winning, and we were winning hard. And like the one Philly fan was getting, and I drank, and we have techniques for not paying $13 for beers in Wisconsin. Various techniques. This is why the tailgate party, it's not just like the tailgate party isn't just like sacred, it's economical, which I hate that word, but economically viable. It's about saving money. That's why the tailgate, and I tailgated pretty good. Because I fucking hate waiting in lines. I will get there way late or way early, but never on time for this reason. I never, like, you know that you're like later when you're way late, right? Than if you just like wait in the line. I'm like, no, I'm not waiting in the line. Fuck that. I will be 20 to 40 minutes late if I don't have to wait in the line. Anyway, so I tailgated pretty good because we went early. Because it was one of like the good games, like the 3 p.m. game where you're like, but by the time 7 rolls around, you're fucking hammered. And I kept calling the Philly fan from the city of Blubbery Chubs or something like that instead of Brotherly Love, and he was getting mad but also laughing because it was so ridiculous, and I was delivering it in my sort of token, like, yeah, you like that, like, like sort of stammered. Like, the humor is in how not funny it is. And so he wasn't sure how to deal with me, but that was the closest I got to being unreasonable. And I did it with him because he kept laughing. And that's all I remember of the Philly fan. But that's because I barely remember. You're the featured guest.
Apparently.
That's all I remember of the Phillies fan from the Phillies game was, like, saying that to the one guy, him, like, not quite knowing how to take me, and then realizing I was just shitting with him, and then, like, we're kind of okay, and I bought him a beer, and everything was cool. Because that is, in Wisconsin, the way you get out of trouble with everything, is you buy someone a beer, and then you're good. Like, it's...
Yeah. The only way I've really found getting out of trouble is pretending I don't know what's going on. Like
Hmm.
there's been a number of times working in the criminal justice system or just like in like courthouses and stuff where like a superior will send me to do something like go to this judge's chambers and like they'll buzz you in, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. I'm like, okay, do I need a pass or anything? And they're like, no, 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 no. And I get there and security's like, what are you doing here? And I was like, I don't know. I just my like superior told me to go here, and because I'm so petite and little, it's like the one time I'm like, okay, just pity me and just let me go.
So, yeah, that's fair. Manzac Miniatures. I'm not sure how y'all have time to be into so many hobbies. I focus all my energies into one aspect of one hobby, and I'm not even good at it. So first of all, I've abandoned any any thought that I will ever be good at any of my hobbies. So that's the first one. Is I just like jettison that out the airlocks. The second is I don't really have time for them all, so I just don't sleep. It's called insomnia. It's ruining my life. But at least I have enough time to play video games, watch Sportsball, and play Warhammer.
And I'll say that I didn't do all these hobbies at the same time. Like my theater experience, like grossed like 15 years of my life, and I was doing singing at the same time. Really, I was just like a really like over like I had too many activities as a child. Like I had like cello and singing and acting, and I was part of like all these different groups, and I continued that through college and grad school. And then pre-COVID, I guess he was doing Warhammer, I was doing singing and my like job and stuff. And I think I was going to do acting on the side, and then COVID happened, and then I was like, well, no
Yeah.
more acting for me.
Well, I've talked about this is the second time acting's come up on this show. I can't remember I think it was the episode with Jack I did a little bit from with Jack from Rerolling Ones from a little bit ago. Um, if people want to get into acting, I think it's one of those cool like especially like if you're older. When you're like, what do I do with this time? Or like, I want to pick up people who want to pick up a hobby. It's like, pick up yoga, start bike riding, blah blah blah. Acting's actually not that difficult to get into. You're not going to be a lead, but you might be a tech, you might be a manager, you might be an understudy, you could be an extra. Extras have all the fun anyway. Support roles have all the fun anyway. Like you can get into it. There's almost like literally the town you live in or the town nearby. If your town is, you know, too small, like there's a theater troupe in your area. I assure you, somebody's putting on those plays you never go to downtown.
Yeah. I mean, and even if you can't get a role, like there's always definitely like volunteer opportunities, especially for adults. And like if you want to help out, like if you have kids or you just like working with kids, like children's theaters always need like adult supervision to do like costuming or to be backstage, not even to stage manage backstage, to literally parent backstage.
Yeah.
Because when you have like 40 children under the age of 10, somebody's lost their water, somebody's lost a shoe. Like you just have to keep going.
Yeah.
And so so like at any one time as stage manager for Little Mermaid, I had like 3 parents backstage that each had a job, each were assigned to like certain number of kids. And even like before the show happened, we'd have parents that would do like the vocal drills. We had adult volunteers that would help us like organize everything because you have costumes for 40 tiny people. Like that doesn't when costume changes happen, it doesn't go back on the hanger. Like so, if anyone's ever interested in
Chair.
any kind of like of acting or just being involved, then there's always lots of after COVID. There'll always be like lots of volunteer opportunities for everybody, which is what I was going to do before this all happened and see like maybe take like a small role or something because I really just like musicals.
You'll get your shot again. You will.
Hopefully.
This will all pass. I got boom. First one. First of two.
I have my first one too.
Let's go. Pfizer. Team Pfizer, everybody. Hashtag let's start a like Edward versus Jacob battle on the internet.
I also got Pfizer before he got his vaccine. And then he got Johnson & Johnson, and I was like, no,
lame. The worst team. You're like the impact of the, what is it? Instinct. you're like
He
the
didn't grow a new arm.
yeah
That's what he was saying.
yeah you're like the team. You're like Instinct from the Pokemon. You're the yellow, and it's all about blue versus red.
What are you doing? Okay, I can see we're all adults here.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. No, I no the acting thing. Like again, people. This is a Warhammer channel. Warhammer's obviously like a really great hobby. I think it's the thing I love about Warhammer is I've got tons of hobbies. We talk about how to make time for this. Apart from collecting my sports paraphernalia, which I'm dual wielding right now. I've got a Buck shirt on with my Brewers cap. Um, like apart from collecting sports paraphernalia, I don't really like keep anything from sports. I enjoy sports as like the tap out thing. Usually I'm playing sports on my monitor over here while I'm doing something else. If it's writing or I was doing some website maintenance a little bit ago. I had Sportsball going on over here. If I have hobby going on, if there's not a podcast I need to catch up on or music I just feel like listening to instead, I'll have something like wrestling going on or those other hobbies like that. But those are like tap out from reality hobbies. I don't physically have anything from them. Video games I struggle with. It takes me a long time to find one video game that makes me feel like I've actually enriched my time. Among Us is great because it's a social endeavor and like
Yeah.
I get to talk to people again. It's been really good in lockdown, especially because it's like people, yay, like
That's what I started playing too. I was like, I don't really play video games very much, and for like I just was never super into them. And then he like introduced me to Among Us, and I was like, okay,
yeah,
I could use some talking to people.
yeah,
Like
right,
you, me, and our dog is great, but I just talking to people,
Right.
just like
right,
Is awesome.
just trying to like interact with them beyond like, so how was your day? We're on a Zoom call.
right.
Like having like meaningful like exchanges with your friends, not just like I don't know, trying to like chat about like your lives because like not everyone can do it. Especially with some of my friends from law school, we're just like, oh, how's everyone's job? Good, good. Everyone's spoken. Interesting. Great.
Right.
And anything else? No, no.
No.
Okay.
No.
Productive conversation.
Got a dog. Getting the dog without the context isn't fun. Like, okay, got a dog, cool. But got a dog named Dobby, and you like Harry Potter. Now that's meaningful. No, but like the thing I really like about Warhammer is like I have physical stuff that I create and exists now. So I really like that because like with video games, like I said, it takes me a long time to find that video game that resonates, and I walk away from. I'll play like 10 video games and be like, "Yep, that was X hours gone," and
That's what I did.
and like the ninth one was like truly enriching. Such a great game. It made me think about my life. It makes me reassess what I know. It's a narrative that will inspire me when I go and write my stories, like things like that. Where like it was so fun that like it shut off my brain and I got that like endorphin rush and everything. Those are fewer and further between than like when I was a kid. And I remember literally any flashing lights with the controller just made me happy. Um, but with like Warhammer, it really is kind of this gift that keeps on giving. And this brings me back to like drama or theater. Like if you're looking for like, okay, I've got my Warhammer hobby going on. Like I love painting. I play games once a week or once a month, which I think is about where people settle on the average. And you're looking for that other hobby that like helps you connect with this sort of smaller circle. I think theater's a really good one. Theater, especially for like parents, I think as because you're gonna meet theoretically other parents there. Um,
Yeah.
I think theater for parents or theaters for like adult non-parents do because you're gonna meet other
Oh, yeah.
adults, and you're gonna meet them in a shared space. That's one of the great things about Warhammer is that we have that first phase of meeting each other taken care of when you talk to somebody in Warhammer. We have a common ground. We're already starting from common ground. I have an interface to even address people despite my social hangups as an individual. Theater's similar. Sports ball can be similar, but we've already went over the barriers of fandoms,
Yeah.
right? Like, like I can be related to you and hate you if you're on the wrong wavelength as me as in sports ball, right? Like, I get really salty when the Packers lose. Not so much when the Bucks lose. I was salty in the playoffs when they lost, but and I really don't get salty at all when the Brewers lose because I'm used to them not being good. Like we had
Well-
1 year.
But I mean, you're right with like Warhammer. If you find the right space, it creates a really good community, whether it's online or in person.
Mhm.
Um,
Right.
like especially once we found the right store or like the right hangout in person,
Mhm.
that was not just so testosterone filled, but when I found like a much more like a safe space for both of us, that it was a lot more enriching. Like when we found the store in Pennsylvania, for where Basement Wargamers is, it was a lot better because like if I didn't want to paint that night, I didn't have to. Like I could hang out. Like there's a lot of space to hang out, eat dinner. Um, well, yeah, there other weird people there, but not. A lot of other stores had worse problems, and
Yeah.
it was just like a lot nicer. I met other women that were like either like interested in the hobby or like tangentially, like I met like the other partners.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
No, you're fine.
So it was a lot better like once we got to that store because originally when John and I were going to like all the different stores in Delaware, I was like, yeah, I'm not staying. Like this is not happening. Like I'll come back like because like we don't have the one car, so I was like, yeah, he doesn't drive because he doesn't like to drive because he's half blind. So I'll drive him, and he's like, I feel bad because you've driven all the way out here, and I was like, yeah, I'm not staying.
So what you're
That's
saying when I
not happening.
play John on the table for real, a table that matters, not this TTS stuff. Attack his blind side. Like he's never gonna see the minions coming.
Well, he will see the minions coming, even though he has a blind side, because on the table he like takes.
Oh, he
extra
can
good
look at the
care
whole.
to
Yeah.
have a
Oh,
blind
dang
side.
it. All right. Never mind.
Although he does have bad depth perception
Okay.
because of it.
So bad at artillery. Got it.
He does have bad depth perception,
Yeah.
but that's why like I'm involved in. That's actually how I became involved in a lot of his Warhammer stuff because like I literally had to be present
Mhm.
as the driver, and so like that's why we kept changing stores so much because like if I didn't like it there, I was like I would talk to him and I was like we can't keep going there. There's just like no space that I feel comfortable
Yeah.
hanging out because either like I would get stared at, just like the gawk of like ooh girl, and I was like, yay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Well,
Um,
I. Sorry, I cut you off. You can finish your thought there.
and also it's just like a lot of the stores, like I don't know what they're thinking, but there are literally no chairs. So I mean, I know a lot of people like to stand while they play Warhammer, but I was like, does no one need like a pee break? Also, none of these places have bathrooms. So like I was like, does no one need to pee and does no one need to sit like ever?
Yeah.
So I'm like, because Warhammer games they go like 3 to 5 hours, and I was like, so one I don't get to play, and two I'm just standing here.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
it's a
not gonna
coin flip on if I can make it through an episode of RantCast without using the restroom. It's who knows if I can ever make it through a game. I got a question here from Be Good. And you can continue your thought here, but he asked, "Was I ever into sports cards?" Oh, was I? Hang on. You can
Go for it.
have a topic. I don't know. Keep talking.
Oh, okay. It is all on me now. So I'll just continue talking about what I was talking about in the fact that I really like where the Basement Wargamers are. Is it what town are they in? Anyway. Oh yeah, they're in Phoenixville. I really like them because they're really inclusive and they have a lot of safe spaces for like women and just like I really liked going to their store. Um but overall like the first store that we went to in Wilmington was nice, like the store owner Craig. He uh he was nice. He's like the store manager there, and he's really nice, and he told us like helped us pick out our first armies, which is pretty much the only reason why I was name dropping him in any capacity because he was really nice about helping us, like walking us through our first armies, kind of like helping play like the anti gatekeeper role that John and I try to play now with our YouTube channel. And I guess I'll talk a little bit about why I ended up picking Nighthaunt instead of one of the other death factions because I'm surprisingly into a lot of zombie movies and like zombie content, but I didn't like how the death models that actually look like zombies. I didn't like what they actually looked like. So when we were trying to pick like if we are going to buy the Soul Wars box or if we were just going to buy like a random starter boxes, I liked more of like how the Night Haunts looked, and I also really wanted John to have Stormcast because they had like the Phoenix, no, not the Phoenix. They had the Prosecutors, which are like angels, and the Celestant Prime. And I was just like, oh, you would do so good with these models, and like I think you do a great job painting them. So I really wanted him to have like Stormcast, so he could have like all of the different Celestial Prime and the different prosecutors. And there was also in the store in Wilmington, there was a giant poster of one of the main Stormcast models, and she had blue hair and this like bright gold armor. And since he was the one technically picking an army, but I'd like to think I picked it for him. And then I took the other half of the box, which was Night Haunt, and I painted it a very nice color of like maroony purple. Oh yeah, he also originally wanted to play 401k or 40k. Who 401k? 40k. Clearly I know so much. And
I like 401k.
he was originally going to play 40k, and I was like, no. We were playing fantasy because more people in the Delaware area were like casually playing fantasy, or which is Age of Sigmar now.
Right.
But John like originally played it as fantasy, so he was like, "Oh, I want to try something new," and I was like, "We're not hanging out with all these weird tournament people that play 40k. Like that's just not happening. Like we're new to this. We're gonna spend a lot of money to just get like try-harded. Like no, like
So
we are not doing that."
so does it feel a little bit like John has forgotten the face of his father now that he's helping people prep for tournaments and try hard a little bit with his with your YouTube channel, with your guys' YouTube channel?
Um.
Do you feel betrayed?
Oh, he's wondering if you feel betrayed since like now you're pretty much helping introduce people to AOS, even though you wanted to play 40k originally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yes, you can now have the headset back.
No, it's fine. No. So Be Good asked, did I ever collect sports cards? Did I ever?
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, look at
How's
these.
my voice control chat? Am I doing it right like my wife? Is this?
Look at these. I got.
Am I allowed?
Is that a Shaquille O'Neal in his Magic uniform?
Let's go.
Charles
Wow.
Barkley with the Suns.
Hell yeah.
So,
Hell yeah.
yeah, I actually this is how I got into Magic the Gathering.
Really?
Yeah. So my store, little Mephisto trivia. So my local game store, Jimmy Jams in Winona, Minnesota, which is kind of where I really cut my teeth and really fell into gaming, was the comic book store, the sports card store, the Magic the Gathering store, and the RPG like store. So,
Damn. One-stop shop for anything nerdy.
10-year-old Mephisto, who doesn't have an income beyond shoveling snow and mowing lawns, has a bunch of basketball cards and baseball cards and some football cards. But you got to remember, like 90s in the era of Jordan, wanted to be like Mike, which we kind of we mentioned at the cold open. Basketball was my first sport, so I collected basketball cards, and these things actually had a Beckett and card values and stuff like that. And I could go into Jimmy John's, Jimmy Jams, not Jimmy John's, not the sub place. No.
Not the sandwiches.
Yep, Jimmy Jams. I could go into Jimmy Jams and I could trade these for comics and store credit, and then I would get comics and I would get Magic. Because Magic, I had noticed in the Beckett had a better turnover. At that time, Beckett was just it was just one thing, and it actually had the Magic values like in the back of it. So I would trade for Magic packs, flip the Magic packs, and that's actually how I bought all my Rifts books and comic books, and that's how I fed my whole habit. Everything I am as a nerd comes from Jimmy Jams, because if you couldn't get it in Jimmy Jams, I didn't own it. When the PlayStation came out, the PlayStation came out, he started taking a few video games. He had one case on the end with video games, and I traded a boatload of comics. I got Final Fantasy VII. I got a PlayStation, and then I went to Kmart and I bought the Memorex memory cards, the generic brand, because they were cheaper.
Oh yeah. I never bought a name brand thing for the PS1, 2.
Now I just all I have left is this one book. It says football, by the way. All I have left, and my grandma just shipped this to me. She collected a bunch of stuff. She's not doing hot, and she knows that there's not a lot of me from when I was growing up on account of my like pseudo orphan, 2 foster homes, and absentee parent stuff. So she like literally contacted every aunt, uncle that ever had me, like, and just tracked down a bunch of stuff, and she sent me one big box of all my old stuff. And
that's so nice of her.
yeah, my grandma's awesome. She's manic depression as well, just like my mom. So she when she's not treating it, and her meds play hell with her arthritis, and so she's just
Oh, I bet.
But she she tracked down a bunch of stuff and sent me like all these little artifacts from my past. So the first part of this book, though, Sean Kemp, oh shit, to right about here, this chunk, all Dennis Rodman. I was obsessed with Dennis Rodman.
Come on now.
So I would trade away at a loss, like cards, you know, because
just
to get
cards.
anything Dennis Rodman, and all my friends knew it. I've got some Spurs and Pistons Dennis Rodman in here, and of course my coveted Bulls Dennis Rodman because he played with MJ. And you got to be like Mike. Everyone knows that.
You gotta be like Mike.
So yeah, little Meph history there, little Meph trivia.
Very nice. Very nice.
There we go.
Yeah. So and also to answer the question why I took the headset back from my wife.
Yeah. Why are you making the show worse right now for me?
I don't know. I know she's awesome, but no. I definitely am very happy that she made me get into AOS. Very happy. It's been great for me. It's been great for us, what we do. We've met so many nice, hundreds of amazing people in person, let alone all the people online. We've had such a great time with the YouTube channel. 300 subscribers in a month and a week. I mean, I know I networked pretty damn well, but goddamn, it worked. You know?
Was that all I was to you, buddy? Was a network?
Yep.
Was that it?
I used you like
just
a $2 whore, man.
Oh, gross. Oh no. At least a 20.
know.
At least a 20.
Well, that's that. I tipped you so I can get on the soul.
Yeah,
show.
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Just remember, like the asses you kiss on the way to the top.
My nose is so brown.
No, I'm I fucked up. I was going to do an Undertaker quote and I forgot it. It was I think it's the asses you kiss on the way to the toes you step on the way to the top are connected to the asses you kiss on the way back down.
This Jono, distracted sad trap in the chat.
Yeah.
Connected it all.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That is called a callback. Brilliant script writing there.
The $2 whore.
Yeah, whore. There you go.
Oh, that's right. She had a little Warhammer.
Yeah, you had to get all those basketball rookies. You had to get them all. No, this is all I had. Of course, I had several binders of them. This is all I have left. And it was just binder upon binder of sports cards. And by the end of it, because I basically converted all my basketball capital into comic book and RPG book capital, like it's all resource management. It was a resource management game.
Yeah.
This is all I have left, but I had binders upon binders. And I was losing interest in sports as I got into middle school and then into high school. So like this meant nothing to me. It was just,
Yeah, it's just a resource to get your next thing that you like.
Yep, resource to get Magic the Gathering, and then Magic the Gathering turned into comics was always like alongside everything. Because comics are awesome. What was cool is like when you're poor, like growing up like super poor, never buying name brand anything, which you kind of mentioned yourself. Like, we
both grew up in abject poverty.
We go grocery shopping, right, with the actual old school fucking food stamp books when they were physical printed things,
Yep.
And my grandma would trade them at a loss to get cash to pay some bills sometimes. Like, I'll give you $20 in food stamps if you can give us $10, like that sort of shit. Um, I would go grocery shopping with her, and I would stand in the magazine aisle. And in those days, the magazine aisle went from front of the store to the back of the store. It was a whole aisle unto
Oh,
itself,
yeah.
right? Not just like this one little cubby
Yeah, not
next
this
to
one little
toilet paper or
bookshelf
something
here.
like that.
Yeah.
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 And they would have comics. It was like that whole first section. And I would sit there and just read every comic. Like, it didn't matter what it was. Whatever was on the shelf is what I was reading while she was grocery shopping. And that was that was something that was like low income entertainment for a 10-year-old, 12-year-old kid.
Oh yeah.
Like we didn't have cable. I didn't get Saturday morning cartoons because you got the cartoons that came on the antenna. We didn't get Fox on the antenna. I got CBS, baby. CBS and PBS. That's it. Let's go. So a lot of Wishbone.
Oh,
And Ghostwriter, right? Not writer,
Yep.
writer.
yes.
But you
Yes.
never knew when Ghostwriter was on. It always changed, and you'd always miss it. You get up
Yeah.
early and it'd be not on. Disgusting.
Yep. And Arthur too. Arthur.
Yep, Arthur
Later.
Reed. Yeah. Yeah, Arthur Reed. I always liked how in Arthur, the character that you thought was the bully wasn't. Like, because he had the huge dude, and you're like, this is going to be the bully. And he was like actually like a bro. I always thought that was
Yeah.
really cool. Everyone knows all about DW, though. My daughter is basically DW. It's fantastic. She knows everything, and she knows who she is. And I'm like, hang on to
Yeah.
that.
There you go.
So,
Yep. Treasure it.
yeah.
Treasure
Snitbag saying, I turned Pokemon into Warhammer.
Yep.
Be good. It makes me want to be a distributor of gaming, but it's a way that just gets you by. Yeah, I don't know. Gaming for me, we were talking about like safe spaces a little bit earlier, with your wife, and can she hear me too, or like I don't know how this
Not at all.
headphone setup
No,
goes.
So when I was smiling and nodding and laughing with the jokes, that was my acting skills going on. I'm playing the room here. I know I was convincing. Huh?
Yeah,
That was
yeah, you were convincing.
Yeah, I totally do like what you were talking about.
No,
We could actually get her on her Discord too if we wanted to do this.
you can
tonight.
do that if you
Sit
want.
down and
Yeah,
get
no, why
together.
not? Well,
Yeah.
let's do it all together. This is fun.
The only thing is though she can't. It's got to be. It'll give a weird feedback thing, so she's got to do it in another room. Oh, go on, come on. Get
Why
back on
don't
the
you
show.
go in another room?
Fine, I will.
It's sitting in our room.
Yeah.
Apparently, I have kicked him out of his
No, the
recording area.
your no, yeah.
He's gonna use my phone now on my account.
There
to
you
get
go.
Back on the
Yeah,
show.
the funny thing is he won't be able to join the Discord channel we're in. So you on his account get to abuse his power to drag him in, or I can in a moment when he shows up. No, I was talking about
Yeah, you'll probably have to drag him in.
right.
I don't know how.
Yeah. I was talking about though. You were talking about safe spaces before,
Mhm.
and I know it's like it's a word I try to avoid because the minute you say it, like all the rhetoric
Oh.
engine kicks in for most people. They're like,
Right.
oh, safe spaces and snowflakes, right? Like that whole thing happens, and I'm like,
Yeah, and like I didn't mean it.
no, I
necessarily
understand
like
what you mean.
that.
No, I understand what you mean. I'm
Oh,
this is one of the
Rocco, your girl's account would like to be grabbed into this channel.
yeah. See, this is one of those times where I'm talking to you, but I'm really talking to a portion of the audience. Rocco, your girl. Here we go. There we go. We'll go full.
Hey, can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah,
I
we
can-
got
we
you.
can hear you.
Fantastic.
Perfection. Look at this. This is the fuck it, we'll do it live of RantCast. There's nothing quite like it.
And joke's on you. I'm in the bedroom on our very comfy bed instead of the chairs. I've got the dog with me.
Yeah.
No,
Petey employee of the
But, like,
month over here.
I always like meant saying that is just like it's really hard to like phrase it any other way
Yes.
as like a woman in a very male dominated like area and room and building most of the time.
Right.
So like
Mm.
in one of the areas, like when I went to one of the stores, like I knew I was in like a quote safe space for women when I walked in and there was actually a women's bathroom.
Wow.
Because at
Yes.
all the other stores, there was just a
Unisex.
men's bathroom.
Oh.
Not even like a co-ed bathroom, just like a men's
Wow.
bathroom. And I was like,
Yeah.
am I not allowed to pee here? Like I don't
And she
understand.
wasn't. They wanted her to leave the store.
And so and when I like and so it was just like comforting to know that they like actually thought women might be interested in the hobby rather than just
Oh.
like assume I was just like, not like didn't want to come into the store. Like even if I just wanted to come into the store to like buy something, like wouldn't she want women to feel comfortable going? Like so to me, it just like blows my mind, just like how unwelcoming a lot of the places are, and just like how not aggressive the male clientele are, but just like I don't know, just how unknowledgeable they are about a lot of things,
Well,
and just
it's
how
Yeah.
like a lot of their social skills are very lacking. Is
Oh
probably
yeah.
the nicest way of putting it.
I have so many thoughts on this subject, and I'm going to, in rantcast fashion, let the audience hear
Oh
them
please.
all. Um, the, no, I think it's important to hear this. It's half the world's population, folks, and 51% in America. Like,
Yeah.
why are you like just from a business standpoint? Why aren't you trying to double your profits? Like, I just don't get it. But would let me into mentioning safe spaces. I try to avoid the term because I try to avoid any words that turn off brains to people whom I wish to speak with. Right.
Yeah.
Most of chat gangs just
They're woke.
woke,
It's okay.
awesome as hell.
They know what they're doing.
Like it helps that I've never courted Nazis to begin with my brand, and I've never tried to
Oh,
like appeal
totally.
to like, you know, the lowest common denominator of people. I've always been pretty focused, and I've always been very open about what I believe about stuff. Now, I am open to the fact that I may be wrong. I enjoy dialogue with people who are different from me. I never want to. I never want to. Uh, I never want to realize that I am the emperor without my clothes. So I need to check myself pretty frequently, and I like people around me to check me too.
Yep.
But like I still try to avoid those things because they'll turn off. I try to avoid the words because
Yeah.
some people just turn off their brain. You got to treat every episode like it's somebody's first episode. So I hope if you heard safe
Yeah.
spaces, you're still listening because I'm about to drop a knowledge bomb on you.
Yeah. Hit him, Meph. Hit him with it.
When I was growing up, we have my fun little cards here. Um,
Mhm.
Most people know my history. I've talked about it pretty openly because my show is as much about catharsis for me as it is for my guests and hopefully the audience. Um,
Yeah.
in case this is your first time listening, someone, I haven't lost you yet here in Chat Gang. My dad left before I was born. My mom was bipolar. She lost custody of me very young. I ended up in
Yeah.
foster care before I ended up with my grandma, who then sort of couldn't handle me by herself. She's aging out, a bunch of arthritis, and her own mental health struggles. So I ended up with an aunt, an uncle, an aunt, uncle, aunt, and just bounced around. I went to 5 different high schools. I sometimes exaggerate and say 6, but it was literally 5. I counted them recently. It was because I just didn't register how many I moved so much. It was 5 high schools. Graduated at the smallest one of 30 people, of which 10 are dead now, leaving only
Oh.
20 for my graduating class. So that's just a weird thing I think about from time to time.
Yeah.
I'd be one of them if it wasn't for gaming. There are, at every point in my life growing up, a point where I could have made a worse decision and done something bad. Instead, I went to the game store. Instead, I played a video game or I read a comic book.
Yeah.
That was my safe space. Gaming and nerdery has always been my safe space. It has always been that thing. And I know as gaming grows and people feel awkward or whatever, there's all these new people, and it used to be my thing that visceral reaction sometimes people have in fearing that by more people coming into their thing, their space gets smaller, and this is where they hid before. And one, that's not going to happen. It's like when you get another pet or you have another child, you don't take up more room in your heart grows bigger to accommodate.
Yes.
Nerdery gets bigger to accommodate.
Mm.
In a very fiscal and literal sense, if you open up your clientele and sell more stuff, your business is healthier and therefore can accommodate more people. Like you can even go a very literal sense with this and not my, dirty bleeding heart metaphors. When you make gaming safe for other people, you are literally net making the world a better place, and everybody deserves that safety, that luxury I had growing up.
Mhm.
Man, woman, cis, trans, anything. Like, doesn't matter if it, like, anything. Gaming, when I said at the top of the show, is finally a place where equal, like, where we truly get to play with the same set of rules. Like, the deployment rules and all, like, because the world doesn't give us all the same set of rules when we're born.
Yep.
But you have this place that you get to be together, and you get to learn about people who are different from you. You get to learn that stuff. You get to kind of, I'm trying really hard not to say you guys anymore. I've said it probably about 4 times this show already. And I
I gotta work on not saying dude so much. I've used it as a gender neutral thing for so long, but not everyone's cool with that.
Right.
Okay.
No, I'm like, to me it's a gender neutral term, but like for the 3 people I heard, I'm like, I can change my vernacular and not hurt 3 people.
Easily can change that. Easy. It's
Yeah, dude is hard for me. I say dude, and like my general speech pattern, I'll say man a lot. Like yeah, man, I trail into, and like not everyone. I picked up saying brother a lot lately. Like, I've become a beatnik. I'm like, why am I doing this?
Yeah, brother.
like, why am I saying brother this much? I don't. My friend has been really useful. Saying my friend instead, or pal.
Yeah.
Those have been my new learning those little techniques. And again, this is a choice I'm making. You're not going to offend me, person in the audience, if you're just, you're genuinely concerned with people like that, and you just have your own social or whatever cues. You're not going to offend me. I don't hold it against most people, but I'm in a position to where I don't get offended, right? Like, the whole world has been catered to me. The game store, I never had to worry about a bathroom not being there for me. Obviously there was. Okay, a couple of comic book stores totally didn't have bathrooms either, which is why I laughed when you mentioned it. I'm like, is this just a thing? Like,
apparently, yeah.
like, you just, like,
no bathroom. Stay for a 5-hour game. Don't pee. Never.
Legally speaking, to be a storefront, don't you have to have a bathroom?
So yes, technically, like, as we learned in Delaware, but it's an employee bathroom. If you don't serve food, you are not required to have one for your guests.
Yeah. So the very first store we were at, we had to actually go like 5 storefronts down to the grocery store to go take a dump. Which is rough between.
I love your candidness, by the way, Rocco. John.
Really, because everybody at the store talked about it often.
Everyone hated it
a lot.
And then the next store, it was the guys only room, and I'm like, what?
Oh, actually, I think there was a women's restroom, but it was like in the employee section. Like, so you had to go through like lots of doors, and there was like the forever like
people it wasn't there.
Broken sign. And I eventually found it in like this very weird part of the store behind like lots of signs that said I couldn't be there. And then there was no toilet paper, and I was like, I'm done.
Why is anything anything? Like, you just flip something over.
I was like, I am done. I was very upset at like just in general, because I was like, oh yay, I found it, and then it didn't have any toilet paper, and I was like, wow. No win for me that day. But I will say that eventually when we got to the Pennsylvania store, and I like went there pretty often, I actually started making friends with a lot of the other women that went to that store. And I met a mother, so who she brought her son, who was about 10 or 12, and she saw me like talking to all of the other people in the store and like chatting with like the managers, and she was like, another woman, I am so excited to see you. And so she literally just started talking to me because I was one of the only other women in there. And so like we had this whole conversation about how like it's taken her a long time to find a store that she felt comfortable in to bring her son so that she could hang out while he plays whatever game he decided to play. And so she was just like, yeah, it's just like really nice when I actually see other like women here, because then I feel like, I have something to do or someone to chat with. Because it's normally like, I don't just randomly walk up to women to be like, oh, hi, you're another woman. But sometimes on like these gaming stores, it's a natural common bond between us because there's like 5 of us. And that's a lot. And we'd be like our own little group, not because like we're trying to be like we're cooler than the guys, but it's just kind of like, ooh, what brought you here? Are you like just like is this your first time here, or do you come here regularly? Because if you do, what day? Because I'll come too. Like, it was a very much like in the know to try to like, and that's how we met. Actually, one of our good friends now who lives out in Pennsylvania.
Catherine. Yeah, love her. She
Yeah.
knitted us a blanket actually recently. That's a very nice blanket too. And I also do private lessons for her for Daughters of Cain and Deepkin.
I like
for
that you're in the
Warhammer player.
OnlyFans pose right now. By the way,
Thank you.
this is
I know I got my
But-
moves all squished up too for the camera if I need to take my shirt off.
yeah.
All right, we're
No,
good.
no. Let's not get me demonetized.
You want to see my dog again? He's very
But
cute.
that is how Catherine and I actually met. Is that she was playing a game at the store and I was there with John, and we started talking because I was like walking by her table, and she's like, "Hey, do you play Warhammer? Are you like here with somebody?" Like,
Yeah.
just kind of like she wanted to chat and kind of know my experience at the store because she was relatively new to the store and we just had never been there on the same days.
Mhm.
So she
Yeah.
just kind of wanted to get a feel because you never really know sometimes. So like all of the women just kind of check in with each other, at least the ones like I've spoken to.
Mhm.
Obviously can't speak for everybody, but it's been interesting in the Warhammer community because I know a lot of other streamers have done like discussions about women in the Warhammer community. So it's interesting to hear other women's perspectives, especially in other countries.
Mhm.
But like in the United States, it just seems I don't know. It's a very male heavy activity, but for the women, we tend to try to stick together as much as we can.
Yeah, it's I think we can be better. I think the simplest take I can make without trying to be like super controversial. I've already
I will
dropped
start
one
with-
knowledge bomb, you know.
I would start with just putting bathrooms.
That's
Like if you have
that's
a male bathroom, there should be a female bathroom or a co-ed, like a one stall co-ed bathroom,
Let's
like
make it a normal bathroom.
person bathroom.
yeah, person bathroom. There you go. Yeah.
I like it's just like like it just feels unwelcoming where you're just like like there's literally no spot for you because you're like, what? I don't know what to do. Like you just feel very obligated to like the posted signs, and I've ignored them sometimes.
It's so interesting though because you're actually on like a core essential humanism because you know the idea of the department store didn't always exist in human society, and one of the first things they realized with stores out in the open when they switched to like the department stores, like using the restroom when the outhouse was something you went home to do, right? And like that genius capitalist who made like I don't know if it's Sears Roebuck or Gimbals or whatever the heck whatever the first one was. I have no idea.
Mhm.
They're like, what if we put a bathroom in the store? Then people won't have to leave and they shop longer. It was literally one of the first innovations of commerce. Literally one of the first ones in terms of like the notion that you go and you shop and not just like trading wares and bartering and stuff.
No.
And there was actually there's a very famous Supreme Court case fought over the public restroom because the idea of privacy in a public space was also new. Right?
Yep.
So they're like, well, then, you know, can cops just, you know, can they just watch you in the bathroom? Can we just put a camera in the bath? Like all these notions of like, can they just track you in the bath? No, you have an assumption of privacy, right? Even in a public space. You know, this is why we turn when we're on the cell phone, why are our cell phone conversations protected? Because there's an assumption of privacy. I still turn my back to you if I'm on a call and I don't want you to hear it in public. Like this. But one of those first things we did, like engineering commerce, was to put bathrooms in it, and we still have nerd stores. Not like, come on.
Having it click.
Yeah.
And I mean obviously I like being in the community. I have like several like female friends that are involved in the community, and so like some that are just like less involved, and so like they'll go to different places and they're like, yeah, I was gonna go buy this, but then like the person wasn't really like the person who was working there like wasn't really nice to me, and like they just like made a lot of assumptions, and like they were trying to buy something either as a gift or for themselves, and it just like, don't you want people to buy things from you? It just like hearing their stories, I was just like, wow, I'm just like, so sorry that those happened, and that the stores weren't like, oh yes, please come buy things. Like, let us know if you need help or anything.
Mhm.
It was, I don't know, it was always like disheartening to hear from like my different female friends that they just never really felt appreciated at the different locations.
Well,
And that's why it's interesting now being online for me because I get exposed to like so many different groups now that John's involved with. And I'm always like very much on the outside, so I just get to have my third party opinion
there you
and
go.
just like be like, oh, that's interesting. And then just kind of see how it all shapes out.
Snitbag dropping 1,000 RDP to remind everyone that chat gang ain't nothing to mess with, and be good
Hell yeah.
with 100 biddies. Saying historical fact, I never considered meth. Let's allow people to stay longer. I don't quite get it, but sure, yeah. Yeah. Let's allow people to stay. Yeah. I need to install bathrooms in chat gang so that like my rants go longer and people hang out longer. I'm already like I gotta rename this episode when I record the VOD or when I play stuff. I'm like I gotta like we can do.
We never went through any of the teaching of new people thing. This is just you interviewed us for a channel at this point.
Yeah. How was your great? The Roccos have a channel. It's really sweet. RantCast 88. Let's go.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well, I am intrigued to see like after like the lockdown precautions are over, like when I get back out into like the in-person community, just like how much more I know about everybody in the community, and just like actually like seeking out people in different states now, just like what kind of experience that will be for me now, because like John's friends with people in like Michigan and Washington and
Wisconsin, the best state.
Yes,
yeah.
I was trying to remember what state you lived in. And
that's fine.
Wasn't Michigan? Not Michigan.
No, Michigan's the worst state. No, it's Indiana. Indiana's the worst state.
Could have sworn he was friends with people in Michigan too.
If we're being honest.
What's that?
I said Ohio is a little.
Well, Ohio is not like it's just forgettable. Like it's not bad. It's just like it's technically in the Midwest just because nobody else wants it. So we're like, fine, we'll have you.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to leave Ohio. You know, was it the Wright brothers? I think it was Neil Armstrong was also from Ohio. They just wanted to leave, fly away.
I've never, like, I have never had a reaction. Speaking of Indiana kickers, like Indiana is the worst state. We have maps actually here in the Midwest that are empirical, and they actually list Indiana as the worst state. It's science. I can't.
That is very funny.
I can't help it.
There you go.
Yeah, LeBron left Indiana, or sorry, Ohio.
He left Ohio.
He left Ohio. Yeah,
he left twice.
Yeah, so bad he left it twice. No, Indiana. No, Ohio's just like the kind of like the middle child where you're like you kind of forget it's there, and then you're like, but Indiana, like Gary, Indiana, stopping in Gary, Indiana was outerworldly. It was for me. It was just otherworldly. Like there's parts in Milwaukee where like clearly urban decay, gentrification. Because you got to keep in mind Milwaukee's home to me. It's like I love Milwaukee, even though I've lived a bunch of places, but Milwaukee was one of the first places I am actually like I took a deep breath and I'm like, this is home. Like it was I moved to Milwaukee and I felt like I had moved home. That's why I like Milwaukee will always have that place in my heart. But like like it jockeys back and forth on like most gentrified city in the country, and like it's got it's got its fair share of problems. And there are parts of Milwaukee where you look in and you can see the urban decay and like the industrial collapse have just destroyed parts of that city. Right? Where you're just like you're here and it's just vacant buildings, and like commerce used to be here, factories used to be here, and now they're just shells. And there's nothing, and it's depressing. It's like walking into like a desert where there's virtually, and it's just this weird thing happens.
Gary, it's a city. It's so weird.
Well, in Milwaukee, you have these little pockets of it. Going into Gary, Indiana, it's like that in the whole place. I'm just like it's uncanny valley experience for me, and I'm probably exaggerating it now because I have a way of doing that. But that first time I was there, it's like, stopped to get gas, and I'm just like, what the? There's people still here, and the collapse of the factory, and yeah, the collapse of industry, it hit hard for a lot of places, and the
Oh
Midwest,
yeah.
took a huge punch, and we just have these like veritable ghost towns like you hear about in westerns, and they're just like here. Actually, sorry,
Yep.
tangent. End my own show. A tangent within a tangent within a tangent.
I know.
Just
we're like 5 rants in, bro.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty.
the best part.
Yeah,
That's why I like coming on the show and doing the games of Blood Bowl and doing the Soulbound because we just go off on this shit. It's great.
But someday my big hope is to actually meet Beth in person.
To meet Meph?
Well, does he have a different name? Am I talking to a different Meph?
No, I was gonna say, and I was gonna ask you later because there was something going on in the end of July. But yeah, okay.
end of
Okay,
July
I'll
is
look
the
into that.
yeah. Well, I'm not gonna advertise my own stuff. Disgusting.
Not
To-
yet, not yet.
No, I'm gonna do that. No, we gotta wait until we're at the 3-hour mark when nobody is listening at all. Then I tell people
Okay.
to like,
that was just
subscribe,
a
and
general, like, you're not gonna go meet him by yourself. He's my friend too. So
no,
I'm
I'd like to meet
Yeah.
both the Roccos. So that'd be
Oh
pretty sweet.
yeah, no, we're a great time. We're fun as hell. We're like this
I
in
know.
person too.
I could tell his stories too. Like, if you've never heard the bat story, I could
He's
tell it.
heard that story.
I know it
You
backwards
lived
and
through
oh,
half of it with
I did live half of it with you, which is so funny when you tell it at parties. You're just like, oh yeah, this was the thing that happened. And I'm like, and then, because she tells the story really slow.
Yeah, yeah.
So
See,
That's why it's a book. Go buy my book. Go.
hey man,
read
I
my
bought
book.
your book and I haven't read it. I'm honest,
I
but
know.
I said out loud when I bought it when you were on the show the last time. I'm like, I'm gonna buy your book because I believe in supporting the artists you know.
Yep.
But I probably won't
Yep.
read it. I'm like, but here's
That's
here's
okay.
monetary
I
support.
appreciate your.
One day I'll
all
be
that
sitting
goes
there
on.
with like, and I'll be on my phone, and I'll like actually open up, the
Oh,
book
shit.
app, and I'll be like, fine, I'll read it. You know.
Oh yeah.
And if it's good, I'll keep reading it. And
Oh good.
and,
and
and just know that we said it was a fictional story, but except for some of the names, it all legit happened.
yeah. Well,
Like 100%.
well, part of it is the like Stranger Than Fiction, right? The truth is stranger than fiction. There's a reason that's
Oh
added.
yeah.
Like I've run into this in my writing experiences where like you write something that actually happened. They're like, well, this doesn't follow this narrative arc and it doesn't follow the rules of writing, and you're like, yeah, but it happened. Like it
Yeah.
literally happened. Well,
Yeah.
okay. I don't know if
Yeah.
Rocco, if you're able to drop a link for your book in chat here, or if I gotta go hunt it down.
Well, it
I
was
was gonna say, I am not in the
I got it.
Rocco. You
Oh.
would have to do it. Okay.
and it was funny that the only parts that are actually kind of fictional is that we did have to change the order of some events, or it was just too like sad / unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think we actually omitted parts that actually happened.
What's your book called, Rocco?
Chronicles of a Common Man Surviving Life's Stupidity / Tragedy. If you type Chronicles of a Common Man on Amazon, it should pop up.
There it is. I recognize this cover. What?
Yeah.
It's free if you have Kindle Unlimited, everybody.
Yeah.
Right there.
But I still get the.
You know what
paperback
else is
too.
free if you have Amazon stuff? Twitch Prime.
Yeah.
Damn right, Matt. Damn right. We gotta plug that.
Yeah,
once
there
in a
you go.
while. So are we doing Soulbound tonight, or did we accidentally screw the boys over?
I haven't checked. Truth be told, I was
Yeah,
gonna
I feel
fake a
bad.
call out and ditch my own Soulbound game.
Ah.
I'm kidding. Ah, shit. I said call out. It's okay.
You did, man.
I know. If the fucking phone rings, we knows it was my fault. Yeah, they haven't said anything. Weird. I think they know that
Well, if
RantCast.
you're in the audience right now.
Yeah.
Then it's just Vince, and I'm not on my phone, so I can't message the group.
Yeah,
but,
there's no chat for over a day now. Ooh,
Yeah.
G-Dad dropping a tier 1, gifting a tier 1 sub to Manzak
Hell yeah.
Miniatures. Dude, this
Let's
is
go.
awesome, says Be Good, dropping 100 biddies. Aw, yeah.
Glad we could be entertaining. For
Oh,
you.
thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I
And
knew
I'll-
my wife was awesome. I married her. You know?
Well, and like John and I have been like together so long that it's actually really funny when we like learn new things about each other.
Okay.
Like I think legit yesterday I was like, "Oh, should we like buy ham for like, some like day in the future?" And he's like, "I hate ham." And I was like,
With a passion. I've said it for years. She's never listened to me. It finally stuck.
and I was like, "What?" And I was
Yeah.
like, "You've eaten it like many a times." And he's like,
I
"Not
have,
because I wanted to."
No,
And I was like, "Oop."
no. And most of it was even cooked wrong too, and cooked bad. And I'm like, yep,
family.
Ham or pork or what? Like the whole.
just ham, just
Just
straight up
ham.
Yeah, I don't like.
I
The,
love
I
like-
pulled pork. I love roast pork.
Okay.
I love sausages. Not
Just not
summer
ham.
sausages. Not summer sauce. That was another thing. So one of the
I'm the
first
same.
gifts my wife ever gave me when we were dating. Because
I
worked-
tried so hard.
You did. She's like, I'm gonna get him a thoughtful gift.
Yeah,
because
this
I was
is-
working-
I've got the title. The Rantisode. The Roccos Rantisode.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Confused
All right.
me
Continue the
for-
summer sausage story. Sorry.
Thank you. So I was working in the restaurant industry. Some of my friends were butchers, making homemade sausages and stuff, and all this artisanal shit we could sell for like $30 a plate. And my dear at the time girlfriend was like, what is something thoughtful I could give my boyfriend that has everything that's great for the holidays coming around?
On like a $10 budget though. Let's preface that. I was a
Oh, of
college
course, yeah,
student
no,
on
we were bored, yeah.
scholarship with a work study. I was using like my $10. I was like, what
So-
can I get him for $10?
So
Yep.
I already Rocco. I want you to finish your story, but in case we get a tangent within a tangent,
Yep.
before we move on to the tangent, I have something I want to say to you. So go on.
Oh, sure. And so she's like, I thought about this really hard. This is great. It's this big old box. I'm like, oh, you didn't need to get me anything. I'm the one that like has the job and working now. It's okay. She's like, no, you're gonna love it. And she's like, I'm bad at giving gifts, but I finally got it right.
I didn't.
And I opened it up. I'm like, oh yeah, wow, this is that summer sausage taster. It's like one of those things you get at the mall that's like half rancid anyway,
Oof.
right? Because it's been sitting there for 3 years.
I bought it at Walmart. I'll have you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, great. I don't know if that made it better.
No, it probably doesn't.
Nope. And then she's like, then I'm like, oh, this is so nice, and it shook me. I couldn't like fake being happy about it enough. So it's like, well, you gotta eat it. I'm like, right now, with my mouth.
That's amazing. Did you really make him eat it on the spot? Like, you got to try this.
Right there.
Yeah, I did because he wasn't excited enough. So I had to make sure. 'Cause he's like, I like it, and I was like, do you though?
Yeah.
Do you?
I'm like, yeah, of course I like it.
Oh, that's
Okay.
great.
I'll also have you know, like this compares to the story where he brought me, as I call them, he brought me flowers to like one of our first dates, and they were fake flowers from like
They
the
were.
dollar store, and
So
they
bad.
came in the little thing to put in the ground as if like you didn't know how to plant a garden. And
Yep.
I looked at him and I was like, "You brought me funeral flowers? Thanks."
Hmm.
Thanks. And like I just like walked
Yep.
away. And this is like I think our second date overall. And he's like, it's going great. And I was like,
Why did you keep dating him after the thing?
because he was adorable. This was the end of my freshman year of college, and I'd been doing a lot of soul searching, and he just came in and we were doing a picnic, so I just kind of chucked the weird flowers, and we went on our picnic, and he was funny.
I didn't know. I thought it was a holder. Let's start there. I had already done. So our first date, I got her real flowers.
Uh-huh.
I got her these beautiful flowers because she was singing. She was a soloist at a concert at her school. And that went great.
Yeah.
Second date.
Well,
I
it's
took
very
her to
customary
the-
too to give flowers, especially if you're going to a performance, then you give flowers to the
Exactly.
performer.
I'm just
Exactly.
saying that his flowers are equivalent to my summer sausage. I thought I
Okay.
was giving
Oh,
a
go for
great gift.
So
Oh,
did
yeah.
you give the summer sausage after the flower? Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
This is
Like,
super
years
important
after.
because you already had that coming at that point, John.
Yeah.
Oh, totally. Oh. Yep. So, but yeah. So the second date, I cooked a pesto steak risotto and a French chocolate mousse with homemade whipped cream.
Are you still you're still like a professional chef or at this capacity, right? Yeah.
Yeah. At that point in time, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Also,
I
it was our
described
third
it as-
date. He brought me the weird flowers. Yeah.
Yeah, third date.
First date was the concert. Second date was the nice dinner at his house, at his mom's house. I also met his
I was
mom on our
19.
second.
Oh, the
date.
second day.
House to
Whoo.
Yeah.
House to
Okay.
myself. House to myself. House to myself. Let's add that in.
Ooh,
Also, I have a special need. Hey,
see,
19 years old. I'm okay with that.
See, I always had I was always really lucky in dating because being a pseudo orphan, never had the parent question whatsoever, and I got to earn the damaged bird or whatever cred,
Oh, yeah.
you know, because I'm like,
she's
oh,
gonna
he
fix
doesn't
me,
have
man.
parents, then I never ever had to worry
baby.
about that faux. When did they meet the parent? Never had to worry about it ever.
Yeah.
So I've been. People oh, I'm really so sorry about all this stuff. Like, dude, I am really awesome. You don't understand how awesome
Yeah.
of a human I am because of
Oh,
how
yeah.
horrible my childhood was.
Oh,
all the things that make me awesome directly trace back to the bad stuff. Gaming, hiding from an abusive household,
yeah.
my overactive imagination, escaping, trauma.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm awesome and I love who I am. I just got to deal with the baggage.
Also, like, locked doors. That's part of my baggage is no one would bother you in the bathroom because it's privacy. So I like locking doors and locking the bathroom door just gives me so much comfort to hide from abuse. But
Yeah.
The things that make us interesting. But
Yeah, no, it's
so,
true though. It's it all tracks. You realize when you start to put together puzzles of your personality, you're like, yep, that makes sense. It gets to the point where I slam a door here and I'm like, God damn it. My kid, one of them heard that, and I'm gonna have to worry about the door slamming trauma in the future.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off with your story here.
It's okay. So it was the French chocolate mousse thing.
Friend,
And,
second date, parents.
Second date. Oh no, it wasn't parents. Parent. Let me also say this.
Parents.
Yeah.
So also, I have a special needs brother that's younger than me. So if the girl I'm bringing home is scared of autistic children or has a hatred of the mentally disabled, huge non-starter for me. Get the fuck out of my life. So the whole thing was my mom again came back for the last 5 minutes of whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly.
I was about to be like, you recall that very differently. She was there when I got there.
Showed up. That's the problem.
And then she
wasn't supposed to be
left,
there.
and then she
Yep.
came back 20 minutes later.
I did not
It was
get
a
the,
date with me, you, your brother, and your mom.
Yeah, I know. The dear Johnny, I owe you a favor. Have the house. Just don't have sex in the house. That did not happen. The dear Johnny, here's the home. Oh, you bailed me out of whatever the hell it was I did for my mother and my brother, and no, that favor got very rescinded very quickly. The
But
food was
his brother was very sweet. I was in the very first day because he's like, I like your shoes, and I was like, splendid. And apparently that was a high compliment.
Yeah, very low functioning, low verbal, speaks only through echolalia, really.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, he was sold. And I'm like, all right, cool, that works.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
I'm surprised we made it past the first date, considering our first date ended with me getting into your friend's car, and his friend's car was full to the brim of cans.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
didn't really fit in the car, and they were giving me a ride from the back part of my campus, in the parking
To the
lot,
front part. Yeah.
to where my dorm was, which was 2 blocks. And I got out halfway through, and I was like, fuck it, I'm walking. This is too weird.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't know how you got here in this. This
There's
is things
a
gonna fall
whole bunch-
apart.
Oh man, here's a story I've literally never told.
Oh, please.
No, never mind. I'm not telling it. No, I can't.
Okay.
I'm not ready yet. But W. Soren said,
more of our laundry out.
yeah, I got some dirty laundry.
Oh,
I dated my ex-wife without the permission of in-laws, says W. Soren. My darling's mom loves me. Yeah, see, Molly's mom, her dad still likes me, but her mom, passed and so on and so forth. But she loved me when she first met me. Then we started dating, instantly hated me. When I
did have that problem too for a little while.
When I was just a friend, but I earned her love back right before, and that's kind of how we I don't know. But she watched The Big Bang Theory, and I despise The Big Bang Theory so much.
Oh.
I
yeah?
hate it more than anyone could ever possibly know.
Oh no.
Like the misogyny that is dripping in the whole thing throughout. Like most of the jokes aren't jokes; they're just pauses, and it's just been some socially awkward, like misogynistic line, and then like a laugh track hits, and you're supposed to laugh at it, and I'm just like, the whole joke was like, this one character borderline committed sexual assault. Pause for laughter. Ooh, but he was drunk, and that makes it okay. Ha ha ha. See, because he's normally shy and awkward around women. But then when
I
he's
never
drunk,
realized
he's a
that.
sexual predator. Isn't it okay?
Right.
No, it's not okay. This is terrible humor. Anyway, I really hate it. But Big Bang Theory was getting into the height of its popularity, and she's like, I finally understand Andrew, and I'm like, I'm like, this hurts me so much. What, because I wear a Green Lantern T-shirt and like the awkward nerd? Is this what you think of me? But because that happened, we were able to like have real conversations. She got to learn me as more than the cool guy who gave Molly rides every now and then back home from Milwaukee to he's a nerd. And you play those video game things.
Yeah.
There's a fantastic YouTube video while I'm on this where like
sure.
like they're about to play what looks like Warhammer, and then like the one nerdy character like just says a bunch of nerd things, and then like they pause for a laugh joke, like, oh, and they're in the Death Star, and he just lists off nerd stuff. Where the fuck's the joke? You just said nerd shit. And then like laugh track. I'm so angry. Oh man, I'm getting mad at the Big Bang Theory can't hurt me anymore. It can't hurt me anymore. It's over. It's gone. Sorry.
Yep, it's dead. It's dead now.
Yeah. So we got tangents within tangents here. The one thing I wanted to say to you before, with the summer sausage, did you fake that you enjoyed it then?
I had to. And then once she said
It's your fault.
I ran to the bathroom and threw up.
9 years, and
so
she
bad.
thought you
What?
liked summer sausage the whole time.
What?
No, this was a year in. Yeah, I threw up. It made me so sick to my stomach.
I didn't know that part.
Yep. No, it was nasty. It went rancid.
This is why I'm the best interviewer in Warhammer. It's a low bar.
Yeah.
This right here.
It's a
9
very
years
low
you've
bar.
just now learned this.
I knew you didn't like it. Like I knew that like years ago because I never heard the end of it. I was never allowed to buy gifts after that. But
Yep.
Or
buy
he
all
had
the
to, like,
gifts in our-
give me
for our
suggestions.
families. I will say.
he's a
I'm
much
like,
better gift buyer.
X person really likes this and this. This would be a thoughtful gift. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. And then they open it and they're like, oh my god, I didn't even know I wanted this. This is so amazing.
Yeah.
Like, like her dad being the Met fan. One of the Met superstars that just retired recently, he just released a book.
Mhm.
I'm like, I know your dad said he wanted this, but I think we should also get him this. It'll just really make his Christmas. And it did.
Mhm.
And it just came from so left because no one in her family can read people like that.
Mhm.
So when I do my thing and I surprise people by like how much I pay attention and I'm like catching their cues of what they like or not, and see their little secret like nerdy things, or whether it's anime for the sister or all the shooting games for the brother, or, whatever.
Mhm.
I can get some really nice.
Nerds are easy to shop for, though. You just
Very.
have to listen to nerds a little bit, and you can cue in on like something to get a nerd usually.
Oh yeah.
I pride myself on my gift giving too, but like so February is like really hard for me. Not just because the seasonal layoff usually hits around January, February for me, but it's also when my mental health just this last year I was fucking dreading February. I'm like, oh no, normal depression, seasonal depression, COVID depression. Fuck, they're Voltroning. Like I was just like, fuck, like just like strapped in. I was freaking out. Like and like I'm about to be laid off, so I'm gonna have like financial anxiety. Like I'm just like, it was like when fucking leaving atmosphere. I'm just like strapped in like an astronaut. I was dreading it. It actually wasn't so bad. And I way overcompensated for Valentine's Day. So Molly knows that I don't think the sweetest day is a holiday. I will never buy her. Like I knew the ways to woo a significant other. Tell them you don't believe in half the romantic holidays. on the calendar.
Mm.
Like, just up
Nope.
front. Like, literally, okay, so we're about to start dating. I just want you to know Sweetest Day is bullshit, and I'll never buy you anything for it. And, like...
That kind of sounds like what I said when John and I started dating. When we started
Yep.
dating, I was like, just to let you know, I am my own woman and I have lots of plans. So if you're not on board, you better get the fuck out now
Yeah.
because I don't have time for people to
Yeah.
tell me what to do. And I was like,
Yeah,
and
no,
I'm going to
we-
law school, so I hope you have time for that. And also,
Yep.
and I was like, and I'm moving to like some faraway state very soon, so I hope you're very okay with that. And I was like, oh, and I'm going abroad. Like I got a scholarship to go live in Italy, so bye. And so it was
Did he
like
join you in Italy, or did you have like a long distance thing and
Long
made it work?
distance.
Oh my
Long
he was,
gosh!
like,
Wow.
visited once, like
Yeah,
for
it was
like a
long
weekend. He
distance,
visited.
but I did get to visit. So I did get to go to Italy. I went to the home country. Great time.
When did you spring the rabies on her? At what point in the relationship timeline was that?
Year and a half.
Yeah.
Like, I have
So it was
rabies.
after summer slashes before the study abroad.
So
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Oh please.
Hypothesis. It's not a theory. It
Oh,
hasn't
go
been
on.
tested. So I have a hypothesis. I think relationships work when your crazy syncs up, because we're all crazy. Every
Yep.
single human. None of us make it out of our childhoods. Like, you can have great parents. They're still gonna like damage you in some way.
Oh,
You're
they're
gonna like
awesome.
get bullied in some way. Like, we're just, none of us make it to mature adulthood where we're looking for long-term relationships intact. None of us get there. This is the one thing I know with a certainty, you know, and we're all crazy. You just
Yep.
gotta fight. You gotta avoid the situations that make you go full crazy, because like Tropic Thunder, you should never go full crazy.
No.
And what you need to do is you got to find the people out there who resonate with your crazy. Like, you don't want them to like amplify your crazy and like me. Like, we've all had I think every person has one relationship where like they amplify your crazy, and we've had one where you go like where you kind of flatline, you go like kind of into a coma. And so we all have like those two relationships. The good relationship is when you find the one where you like you're resonant crazy. It's not, you're not like the same crazy, but your crazy complements each other in like the cool way and not the destructive way.
Yeah.
It just sounds like you guys got on the same frequency with your crazy pretty early.
Oh yeah. It was.
Like yeah, we didn't really have like. I mean, obviously we had lots of choices, but it was just like when the rabies thing happened, it was either like help him or get out. Like like there weren't that many options really. It
Mhm.
was kind of like your significant other just got bitten by a bat and that the state refuses
She
to test.
turned me in, Meph. Let's start here. You didn't read the book. I asked her not to tell my mom.
Oh.
I asked her not to tell anybody. I said, "Hey, can you come up here? My mom's gonna be crazy about this."
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
and
need
then
you to drive me to the hospital. She turned my ass in, and I got.
no, I
keys
hung
to
up
the
with
book.
him and I immediately called his mom because one, I needed the brownie point, and two,
Immediately.
I was a half hour further away than his mom was because I was visiting my parents at the time. I wasn't at my
I
dorm
wasn't
room.
gonna die in an extra half hour, Meph.
Okay, I didn't know that. So when
My
you
mom tried to
Google,
kill me a half hour sooner.
This is
When
the
you-
best Warhammer content on the internet. You
Oh
can
my
at
God.
me. You're wrong. That was at the
When-
audience. Keep
Story
going,
short,
please.
I got turned into a vampire, and I'm getting released tomorrow
No.
in the desert. That's
So,
how
like,
it is.
when you Google rabies, nothing good comes up. The internet just tell you, oh,
Oh, of course nothing good comes up.
but like the internet doesn't exactly explain to you, oh, because he got bitten on his big toe, he
It'll
will
take
not
12
die for like 2 days. Like nothing exactly tells you how long it's gonna take for your boyfriend to die. So I was like, ooh.
Dollars coming at me.
Also,
No,
he had called me 4 hours late. This happened at like 2 in the morning. It's now 7 a.m. and I'm like, I was
No,
your
it was-
first call. Why wasn't
No, it
911
was-
your first
you
call?
texted- yeah, you gave me the good morning text. I'm like, oh, I should probably tell somebody. She'd probably get here faster than my friend who needed to get off of work from his night shift. I'm like, oh, this will be great. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I was thinking of his life. I was sitting here
Yeah.
thinking he's had rabies coursing through his system for 5 to 6 hours. It's gonna take me an hour and a half to 2 hours to get there from my hometown in like southern Connecticut, and he's upstate Massachusetts now. Yeah, but I'm like 19, and I'm like, not sure how rabies works, and I wasn't a doctor. I still am not a doctor.
Hey,
And
I was the first person in 100 years to get rabies from a bat. Nobody knew. The CDC didn't know how the fuck it worked.
hey, that was because you got bit
The
a
book, by
second
the way.
time.
The CDC used me as a test subject. 'cause
You
they
got
weren't
bit a
sure.
second time,
Yeah,
and they
I
didn't
did.
know if the vaccine worked.
Nope, they
or
didn't.
not.
Like, they actually told me, we have never tested for this option. Because
Scenario.
honestly, no offense, but no one's been stupid enough to get it twice.
How'd you
I'm
get
like,
bit
"Thank you."
by a fucking bat twice?
He lived in an old farmhouse that was not well kept,
I just
and it
had
was
a bat.
converted into
Go ahead.
apartments. They converted it into apartments.
Why are
and
you
the
fucking
landlord-
handling bats?
It was in the
Beth,
wall.
when you're out in the country,
The wall.
they were crawling through the. There were mice. So I'm like, oh, it's just the field mice pitter pattering. And the first one, so actually, I was that very first night, I was sick. My roommate. This is only kind of in the book.
You didn't
my
answer the
roommate-
how. You skipped the how straight to I was sick.
Oh,
Oh no,
so
no.
So
The
you're
how
like
is that
punching in the
wall.
plaster, like fuck these mice. Like
No.
how?
No. So
bathtub.
I got really sick, yeah, and I ran a shower, and I got into the shower, and in my fever dream, there was a bat with his teeth on my big toe biting me, but he was covered in soap. So I
sets it
thought
up.
I was hallucinating from being sick, and I apologized to the bat for walking in on its shower because I was rude. 'Cause I walked in on its shower, damn thing stink. I didn't lay out a towel. I'm a horrible host. And then the bat let go of my toe, right? So
Yeah.
oh, okay, this is just a weird dream. So I walked out, and it was sudsing up, getting in the shower. I'm like, oh, cool, that's cool. And then I come back in, and the bat's still there, and it was real, and that was the rabies
Yeah.
foaming out of its mouth.
Yeah.
It wasn't soap. So the first bat was actually in my tub, in my shower. It had crawled out of the walls and fell into the tub, and the tub was so slick, it couldn't crawl out.
Yeah, I couldn't get out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but with me being as sick as I was.
Yeah, your
walking
survival
out-
instincts are out the window, and
Yep.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
See.
the second bat was.
What?
All right.
That there are two bats.
Oh, there's two. It's not the same bat twice. It's two bats. Okay,
No,
got. Now I'm
correct.
caught up. All right,
A
let's
week
go.
apart.
Meph,
A
we
week
killed
apart.
The first bat. That's not. I'm Italian, man. Listen, I can kill something if I have to.
And I
Now-
slept in that room, in that apartment, that entire week before he got bitten. I had just
Yeah.
left.
I'm like
Right,
blaming
right,
you,
right,
by the way. I want
right.
you to know in this scenario, you're not the sympathetic party. I'm like that poor bat. This asshole interrupted its rabies shower. It's
Oh,
trying to
no, it
cleanse
was
itself.
fine.
Okay, it's gonna do a deep cleanse with some steam,
Yep.
and you're fucking getting
Yep.
in its space. All right,
Yep.
continue.
Yeah, no, I. Yep. So the second bat. So a week later, it's like midnight. It's actually the baseball all-star game. This will tie into the beginning of the episode, so we're not too crazy.
No, look at that. Boom, bracketing. Nice.
So, my roommate was gonna go work the overnight shift at the same hotel that I worked at, and I said, "Hey, man, listen, I think I hear something crawling through the walls. What if it's a bat again instead of the field mice like we thought the first time?" He's like, "John, do you know how crazy that would be? Do you know how stupid that's? You are paranoid. You're the first person in 100 years to have this happen to them." There is no, because I became famous it was a town of 400 people. I became famous. Everybody looked up the stats too. But he's like, "John, there is no way in hell that is a bat. Listen, go to bed, sleep in the living room. I don't care." He's like, I'm like, "Dude, I heard it go into my bedroom, from the walls up through the ceiling into my closet. I do not want to go in there. Can you go in there with me?" He's like, "No." And then he left. I'm like, "Well, thanks a lot, asshole." So I'm just sitting there. I'm streaming the game on my computer in the kitchen. All right, I'm sitting there at the kitchen table, and then my bedroom door jiggles. I'm like, "Huh, must have been a breeze." You know, like an idiot in a horror movie.
Breeze.
Oh my god, okay, like two things have happened now. You're good at picking up your story where you left off.
Okay.
So, you know, like in zombie movies, that person gets bit by the zombie and they like hide it from everybody. I didn't think that a real person would be like that. And then COVID-19
Hey,
happened, and I'm
I
like,
didn't
oh,
hide it. I was
half of everybody is like that. Actually, half of the people would get
okay.
bitten and not fucking tell you that they got bitten by a
yeah.
zombie, because look at all these assholes out here not wearing their masks and like
Yeah.
who like in the like introvert. like I actually kind of like this social distancing thing. I'm like, fucking finally get out of my personal space. Like,
Oh, dude.
and I'm like, oh, you're an asshole who'd get bitten, and you wouldn't tell me until you turn into a fucking zombie, and now I have to go on with this knowledge the rest of my life because I always thought that like, oh no, that's the outlier. Most people will be reasonable. They'll be, dude, bit by a zombie. There's no cure. I'm gonna turn and eat one of you, and then be like, all right, dude, like I don't want to kill you because you're still sentient, so we're gonna like lock you up in the other place, you know, and so you're just gonna be there, and then like we'll periodically like dump fire in there or something. I don't know. Like just to make sure that you don't keep going on as a zombie, because that would be sucky.
They turn around is when I'd shoot them. But yes, go on.
No. So like you're more Italian than me, you know.
Look at the pretty flowers, Jim.
Yeah. So you're more Italian than me. You got that in you. I don't. And so like,
okay.
and then like, but now I have to like, if the zombie apocalypse does come, I'm gonna be like, all right, half you motherfuckers are gonna get bit, and none of you are gonna tell me. Fuck.
Yep.
And like that reassesses every. No, God.
Yep.
Fast zombies, fuck off with fast zombies, right? Like if it's fast zombies, I'm just gonna like.
Fuck off with fast.
Yeah, no,
He's
fuck
dead
this.
at that point. Yeah. No, so like an idiot in a horror movie, because I'm like, oh, and I'm trying to justify the door jiggling. It's like, oh, it's a drafty old house. It's an old farmhouse. There's a breeze all the time.
And then the chair moves.
Yep, the chair from the other end of the table bumps. I'm like, huh. My dog's at my mom's house.
I gotta. Do you believe in ghosts? Like, is this a like? Is no? Okay, man.
I do.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah, but he thought it was his dog that was at his mom's house.
Well, it was yeah. So that's the thing is like I get like if you believe in ghosts and you're in this scenario right now, you gotta be having so much like scare yourself fun, you know?
Oh yeah.
We're just like, oh fuck, it's a fucking ghost. Like, oh man, like that. Like, look, I'm a pragmatist. I'm a skeptic. I, don't believe in a bunch of stuff. But man, it's so much more fun when you do. You know.
Somebody,
it is.
Somebody in chat just said during the zombie apocalypse. Now my new screen question is gonna be like, did you wear a mask during COVID? Yes, no. No.
Oh, boom! There's your
Probably
screener
are
question. Yeah, okay, that's
Probably
okay. So we built our super facility at the mall because that's where you go, right? Like they're the new haunted house. It's malls, an edifice of a bygone era, like castles before them, and the haunted house. They're the colonial Victorian house, which are a sign of the Dust Bowl, but those were their haunted houses. And now malls will be the next ones. Yeah, so we get a nice security facility at a mall, as one does in a zombie apocalypse. And like when we're screening people to come in and be like, hey, during COVID, did you wear a mask? Yes, no. Oh, fuck no, I freedomed as hard as I could. Over there?
Get out.
Yeah. Go.
Quarantine.
Immediate gunshot. That is just
like you just like, I'm gonna go to willfully terminating other humans that disagree with me. Like you make that.
No, they're bit. What do you mean? They're bit. They're already bit. They're coming in.
Amazing.
The bite marks are on his face, and he's trying to tell me with a straight look on his eye, like, I didn't
I'll be fine.
wear a mask. I ain't get bit, boy.
Yeah.
Like, the teeth are still
Dustin,
there.
see here's like I love, that's why I love Zombieland, tangents from tangents. That's this show. Zombieland where he's like the nerd kind of lives because like nobody he never sees people, and I'm like, yeah. Or he's just playing World of Warcraft when the zombie apocalypse happens, and I'm like, if you rewind the clock enough, that was totally me. Like there would have been a car explode around the corner. I'm like, I'm raiding. I wouldn't know anything until someone like gets bit in at the time Ventrilo, right? Like someone gets murdered on the other. I'm like, did our healer just have a heart attack?
Yeah.
Someone call that person real life. We're raiding. We're white. And then like that would be where I get mad and I go get a snack from the fridge and I'm just looking outside my backyard and just houses are on fire and I'd be like, huh, that must be some sort of problem that the fire department's dealing with right now. Time to get back to raiding.
Although I'll also have you know that at the end of the bat story, it ends with there being a bite on each big toe, and there will be attaching bumps.
Yeah, that's the best part of this.
Yeah.
So getting back to the bat story.
Yeah, yep.
I'm like, huh, my dog's not here. What's going on? And I look down, and then there's another bat, a bigger one, It looks up at me, hisses, and bites now my left big toe. So I have matching bite mark bumps on each toe. And, it wanted revenge for its friend that died, I guess. It was also an Italian bat. It's like, I'm going to fucking kill you this time for sure. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to kill this one with my bare hands. Screw what we did with the last one. And so I swung at it, and the thing backed off. I'm like, what? Last bat didn't move. What do you mean? And then it crawled up my curtain, right? Looked at me, hissed, and swooped down at me. Landed in front of my door for my bedroom. Looked up, turned around, kicked its feet up like a dog kicking up dirt, and went under my door.
Yeah, that bat was possessed. Going back to the ghost thing.
Oh, totally. No, totally. Yep.
Well, and then this bat story ends up being like he gets really sick like a couple weeks later, or like not even, maybe like a week or so later, and we're at his mom's house in Connecticut again, and I like take him to the hospital because like something's wrong with him. He's just like not being normal.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and he like passes out, and so little 5-foot me is dragging his butt into the hospital, and the people at the front desk, as I like lean him over, like, does he need help? And I was like,
No.
No.
He's good. I brought him in here to
Not
like show off that I've been doing parkour and shit.
Yeah.
And like I just wanted somebody,
Yeah.
because you're the only place that's open 24 hours in the vicinity, and I just wanted to like flex in front of somebody like that. Fuck,
Yeah.
get him out! Oh my god.
And they're
Fucking
like,
hospital, lady. Come on.
and so they're like, okay, take him over there, and we'll put him in triage eventually. And so like then I drag him over to a chair, and I plop him down, and that's when he wakes up. Not when
Yeah,
I take
I
him out of
come
the
too.
car. Not when I put him in the car. Not when I drag
No.
him like the
No.
50 feet from the car. No. I did
fell
have to carry
asleep
him like
during
2 football
dinner,
fields.
too.
It's fine.
Amazing.
Like, I conked out during dinner, and that's a problem if I don't eat. Let me tell you. That was the warning sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like fell asleep in dinner. So I was like, ooh, maybe I should take him to see a doctor. So he eventually like was really just dehydrated, like the vaccine or like
Well, here's the
rabies
best
shot,
part.
like
Here's the,
dehydrated him a lot.
I gotta tell this part. Because this is great. So when we eventually get, and this is the second hospital I've been in, mind you, at this point.
Yeah. Yes.
I had to go to a different hospital than the first one. So I go up there, and then there's this nurse, this dude. He's like, I know you from somewhere. I'm like, no, you don't. I've just got that face, you know. And I was actually his waiter a month before.
Mhm.
And the guy got so drunk, I had to cut him off and throw him out of the restaurant in the part of the hotel that I worked at. And he went down to the bar and ran a tab for the band. And then he tried to accuse me of stealing his credit card
Mhm.
because he bankrupted himself.
Yeah.
Spending so much money.
I mean, I doubt he bankrupted himself in that incident, but yeah, he was probably heading toward it.
No. He spent like $8,000 that night.
Like he like maxed out his card.
Yeah,
Ugh.
maxed out all of his cards, maxed out his debit card. He's like, I know you from somewhere. I'm like, you are totally not the dude that tried to say that I stole all his money. You are totally, that is not my nurse.
Brutal.
Don't be my nurse. And
Brutal.
as he's about to get pissy, he's like, wait a minute, are you the Bat Boy? I'm like, the Bat Boy? Like, yeah, we've got bets going on to see if you live. You're famous in rabies circles, bro.
There's
Yeah,
rabies
there's
circles.
always school.
I like that there's rabies circles. That's pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah, I'm like, so what side are you on in the bet? He's like, oh, I bet you'll live. I'm like, great. Let's just focus on that right now.
Yeah. So he had money. Good thing he had money on it to help you live. Because if he had found out
Yep.
the other thing and had money on it to lose,
Oh,
conflict
yeah,
of interest. Yeah.
Oh yeah, huge conflict of interest. And actually, it really was him too. That dude was a fuckhead. He got drunk. I had to have him thrown off the property, and then he just went out and like party. And like the next, like I got called into the head chef's office and the owner of the property. And this is like a 5-star thing too. Like I thought I was getting promoted, and then it was, did I steal this money? Here's the police officer. Give your statement. Kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, what? It tricked me into thinking I was getting promoted to come here to try to have me arrested. And I'm like, oh,
So
that's who I work for. Okay.
so you know how, and you say you prefer Jackie, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. So Jackie, you know how you said like you have this sarcasm. You just call it a problem, but I'm gonna project a little bit. You have a sarcasm problem. I have a sarcasm problem too.
Oh, please.
So Molly is pretty accident prone. you know,
Uh-huh.
state tennis player and all that, still manages to like twist her ankle standing still. Like I don't know how she does it. Whatever. So
Okay.
like the one day she's like letting like the dogs are coming out. Colin was a toddler. He ran under her, tripped her. She basically dove head first, smacked her head into the wall. It was some cartoon shit. Okay, I can't even. I'm like, there's no way this happens to a real human in the world, and then it happens to her. Where she just and she like gave herself a concussion. I'm like,
Yep.
I'm like, because you could tell the eyes are, you know.
Oh.
I'm like, okay, I got to take you to the hospital, and we're sitting in there, and the doctor's asking questions, or the nurse is asking questions and stuff like that in triage, and I'm like, she fell down the stairs, just deadpan. But I did the like making the joke about domestic abuse because they're already like giving me that. I'm like, oh yeah, she fell down the
Of
stairs,
course.
and I did the most deadpan, sarcastic like tone I'm capable of, and the nurse looked at me and she's like, our kid and my dog tripped me, and I'm like, that sounds more believable. Like just talking about you, I summoned you. Dobby, it's Dobby, it's Dobby, 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 it's Dobby.
Hi, Dobby.
Do the ears, Dobby.
You're so cute.
Yes, Dobby is cute. We're talking about the time you gave a concussion, and I told the nurse you fell down the stairs. Which concussion, she asked, because there's been several. Or there's the Colin one.
Yeah, and I literally told them,
Like-
they said, "Are you safe at home?" And I said, "No, I'm scared of my 3-year-old."
Yeah,
They laughed.
because they made me leave the room so that she could
Oh.
answer.
Yeah.
I'm scared of my 3-year-old.
And I was like, "I'm serious," and head bleeding.
Yeah.
See, puking. They did not.
Yeah. No, that was a good one though. That was the worst concussion I've seen, and I was a professional wrestler who can't remember his professional wrestling career except for a couple matches. I've had so many concussions. Dingo. It's not a dingo. It's a blackmouth cur. Yeah. Been working with him all day. Get him to sit.
Well, he got locked in the kennel. He got a little sassy, and
Yeah.
I think he actually just needed a nap.
He needed some time away too because his energy.
I'm thinking I took him out and brought him back out.
Yeah.
And he still needs more time. We're
Sorry.
having some disagreements.
No, you're good.
May I ask you for a... No? Okay. Could you bring me my insomnia then? Sweet. Sorry about that. No, it's not a dingo. And a dingo didn't eat my bloody baby. Dobby!
Yeah, it's actually wild
It's
to think
Dobby!
that whole incident happened like
It's
8
Dobby.
years ago.
What, the bat
Oh
thing?
God.
The whole bat
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird
I mean-
because... Go ahead.
I remember it like it was like last week. Like, I mean, it was such like a big thing because then like it kind of changed a lot of what happened thereafter. Not with us, but like
I had to
with
quit
like
my job too because they wouldn't like put me on like medical leave, so I just had to quit. And also my my landlord, because the health department got involved, they actually my landlord just
Dobby
threw me out.
too. They go straight out. Sorry, his ears. So I've got a corgi, and her ears are basically like always up, and then they can go
Yeah.
back, and then go sideways. He's got like the full like 3D ears. They go. It's amazing. Whoever named him in the kennels was like dead on. Like,
Yep.
they-
Oh, yeah.
sorry. Continue. The medical leave.
Oh, yeah,
I-
no. But no, I lost my job. I lost my apartment because he also owned all the other apartments in town.
yeah,
So I
you
couldn't
couldn't move
place to
anywhere.
live. So I had to leave my job. I lost my health insurance. I was out of work for 6 months, basically going insane from rabies vaccine. And
Yep.
then came out of it. And then when I came out of it, I couldn't get a job that paid even like a fifth of what I was making
Mhm.
working at that hotel. And then I worked for a dive bar that the owner was just a piece of shit. And then I worked actually for a Friendlies where I ended up, because the owner was such a piece of shit, I took a pay cut to leave. And I was a supervisor who did everything in the store but schedule people. I did like all the inventory stuff, the receiving, the training of workers, the whole 9 yards. And then I found out, because I'm like, it's not paying enough. I needed to, I went back to school. and then a new manager came in because they fired the old one for being.
You
like,
have a
corrupt.
very big bark. Go on.
Ooh.
You have a big bark for a
They,
little
but they
dog.
fired the old manager for being corrupt. I'm like, oh, that's weird. I'm like, huh? Why were they being corrupt? I'm like, oh, John, you should have been making twice your salary. I'm like, what?
They
That
were
was me on
embezzling
my
off
last
of your income, essentially?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Myself and a few other workers. Yeah, great time. So I'm like, oh, that's why I wasn't making enough money.
Well, and this also, like, this part when he's dealing with, like, the whole after effects of the rabies vaccine is when I started my study abroads. So, like, I
Yeah.
did a study exchange in DC. So he's in Massachusetts and I'm in DC. And so now we're long distance. And
Yeah.
then I immediately leave for, like, Italy right after my time in DC. So it was just kind of like a lot of, like, lots of phone calls, like, figuring everything out and,
Right.
like, Skype originally and then FaceTime.
Yeah.
And just kind of like figuring everything out for like a year until like I came back from my study exchanges. So that was like a really like interesting year because there was just like challenges for both of us and just like
Mm.
me being so far away, and then when I came back, it was really nice to be like much closer because then I could like
Right.
drive up to like drive to like his new school, which was a lot closer.
You're sniffing. I don't trust you. Sorry.
Mm.
I trust
Oh, you're
both of you, even though you're sniffing a little bit there, John.
And
Um,
and then
go
I
on.
went to DC again eventually. So like he went back to school, I graduated, and then I started school again. And so we were long distance again for about a year.
A year. Yeah. Oh, a year. And then I turned down an awesome job at Six Flags New England to come out to DC for you. And then my job that I was supposed to get for the government fell through because 45 got elected instead of Clinton. And then he fired everybody that I was going to work for.
Mm.
And he tried shutting down the FDA, and it was a whole thing. Because it was going to be, I went back to school for a human resources business management degree. Human resources and labor relations specifically. I was going to combine myself being a chef with the HR thing to be in the FDA. I was going to be like inspector number 5.
Can I ask you? I mean,
Yeah, please.
like you've had a rocky road, a
Dublin.
Rocco road, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're doing content right now and stuff like that. Do you plan to go
Oh,
back
yeah.
to like chefeneering or business or anything like that?
I
Or
cater a little bit here and there.
thank you. Have you tried
And
it?
honestly,
I pour myself a glass.
I don't know. So the last chef job I had was actually in DC, where I made the dude like 50 grand in a week. I catered a wedding with him. I did like 3 food festivals and another catering event. And I like trained a whole crew and trained front of the house, back of the house, whole bit.
And then we didn't get paid.
Yeah, the guy took all the money. I even got him interns. I made him a legitimate business. The guy took all the money that we made, took it out of the payroll account, and bought himself a car. And yeah, no, it was my first job not being like a sous chef or a supervisor. I was a full-fledged chef and his HR director.
Soren
Then he
dropping
didn't pay
1,000
me.
biddies, saying all the love.
Good. We need all the love. But yeah, no, I've had
Rocco
very...
caters MEFCON. There you go.
Hey,
Ah.
that could be fun.
MEFCON will be a paid position. Thank you. Artists get paid.
Good.
Creators get
I mean-
paid.
That's nice.
I think what John and I say like a lot to each other is that one of the only things that really worked out in the end was the two of us.
That's well,
It's been
Yeah.
very rocky, like our different like
Rocky.
careers.
Hey.
Sorry.
Yo,
I feel like every time you say rock in something, you gotta you gotta be like it's
Oh,
a pun.
of course.
Yeah.
It's always a pun.
Don't
Always a
eat
pun.
Squirtle, Dobby. Don't eat Squirtle.
No, don't Squirtle.
Dobby used bite.
It's super effective.
Super effective.
Yeah. You pay artists. You pay. Yeah. No. So if MEFCON happens and GDED's, I guess funding it, we'll pay you to cater it.
All right, sure, yeah.
You mentioned
I'm
that
down
like you
for
feel
it.
like you're the only thing that worked out. I know this feel. Sometimes I feel like I got hosed on in every other aspect of my life just because I got lucky in love. Like
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
there's it's called the production triangle in film. You can make it
Mhm.
good, you can make it cheap, or you can make it fast, but you can't
Yeah.
you can't do all three. Like you get Squirtle. He had Squirtle. I saved Squirtle.
You didn't save Squirtle's tail.
Yeah, well, Squirtle's tail had it coming. he, he he went back for the tail, which is pretty funny.
Mhm.
Poor Squirtle. No, the
Yeah.
production. I feel like life kind of has like a bit of a triangle. Like you can be
Yeah.
financially successful. You can like I don't know, be happy with your free time. You get time, money, love, but you can't ever have all three, right? Like
Yeah.
it just kind of feels like that, and like part of it you're talking about like the rabies happened at like what 1.5 years in.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like
Um,
super early.
yeah,
Oh, dude.
Molly and I buried our moms within 7 months of each other. Her mom died in July. My mom died in basically February, and
Yeah.
like we've gotten to a point we've been together so long, 10 years for us, and it's like we've literally taken the worst punt, like the haymakers, like the super uppercuts,
Yeah.
like you get the star in Punch Out and you hit the button and then the super uppercut. We've taken those
Yeah.
already for the most part, and it's just like, all right, this is just another thing. Like it's just like the crisis mode. Like we fight about like the mundane shit,
Yeah.
like the most basic like
Oh yeah.
shit, and it's
Yeah, a crisis isn't a time to fight with each other.
Right.
It's a time for like collect and be like, all right, shit's coming at us.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
Yep.
we gotta be a team and figure out what we're gonna do. It's not a time to fight. It's like it's not really either of our faults. Like
Yeah,
Like
like
the
the,
crisis.
the crisis
yeah.
comes and we just like lock down and we're like moving and we're already like doing
like
the thing.
shit has to happen.
Well, we've talked about like we're like also pretty bad to like lie to as a couple because like we tell each other everything, but it's also like we'll be in a mid conversation with something the other one doesn't know. And so like she'll say something to like someone will like say something to her and then she'll like say something and then I'll just go along with everything she's saying in the immediate sense and she'll fill me in later on like what I missed.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. Like it's just there's just because like that part of us is like concrete like that like we're
Yeah.
the rock like I don't know like I feel dumb lucky. That's why I think I got punished in all the other ways. I'm like I sacrificed some goats or some shit in my last life
Yep.
and like I wished on the monkey paw. Like I don't know what happened because like I'm just getting like pounded on by everything in life. But at least I got the woman of my dreams, and we've got two gorgeous kids, and
Yeah.
a place to raise them.
Oh, dude. Yeah. No, definitely. Because that was the other thing too. So we moved again for her work, right? Like I followed her, and I'm like, so my job that
Soren, I love your work and I want to support you, but I'm on her team as a general rule. I agree. I'm on her team too. It'll be like I find myself like arguing against my own point when she's like,
Yep.
I'm like, you're right. That's why I was adamant with Dobby. I'm like, I am not making the decision to get Dobby. It is your decision. I know how you are. You always make me make these kinds of decisions. I'm like, I am not doing this time. I will give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and I won't elaborate. And I gave it a thumbs up. I'm like, it's a thumbs up from me, but I'm not telling you anything. And like, I'm not. You're doing the pros and cons list. I'm like, I think there's a lot of cons. It doesn't make. I'm like, I'm not making this decision.
I'm just happy like when like I walk in like as you're saying like halfway through a conversation and like nothing's much making sense to you, but you just like trust like
Yeah.
like I trust John and like weird like conversations going back and forth. I'm going,
Oh.
sounds great. Whatever he says.
Yeah.
And then I'll like the other person will leave and I'll be like, what was that? Like, what are we doing? What did we just
Yeah.
agree to?
Yeah, or like just something simple like, we were totally talking about going to, like on this trip or doing this thing, and she,
Sure.
walk in and like, oh, I heard you guys were talking about this trip. I'm like, look at Molly. Yeah, we were. Like, I don't remember the fucking conversation, but now I did. Yeah, it's like, and then like we'll sort it out later. We'll agree to things, without the other one necessarily, and then like we'll talk about whether we want to actually go to it or not, and then make up the excuse later.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, oh yeah, we're totally gonna go to this thing, you know, and then we're, I don't know if we can actually go to this thing. Can we really afford it? Can we do this? And like, well, and then we just make up an excuse later, and yeah, so
Yeah.
God, we must be
I mean, 'cause sometimes like
we must
like
be
John
terrible
will be
friends in
like,
some respects, but
well, I guess it's more important to be on the same page together. Because John will be like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna go to this thing, and I was like, we already have plans. Like we can't go. And he's like, ooh, which one's more important? I was like, problems. And then we have to make up something for somebody.
right,
Uh,
yeah.
But you know,
But jokes on her. Double
Good night,
books
Soren.
us.
Thank you for all your support, Soren. I'm
Alright,
glad
Soren.
you got drunk
Hey,
on
Soren.
whiskey and played League of Legends. That's a vintage Mephisto move right there. I'm
There you go.
resisting the siren song of playing League of Legends.
Wait, is he the one playing League and not
There
his
were
daughter?
two people told me. Vanilla Sauce and Soren both were talking about League of Legends tonight.
Like, actual Soren's been playing League this whole time. Because I see him, I'm friends with him on Discord, and I see the notification go up. I'm like, oh, I don't know if that's him or if it's his kids. That's him. Okay.
Babby Soren has her own account, and she's only Babby Soren in Chat Gang because that's the joke, you know, the
Yeah.
Wolf Castle, like that's the joke. So that's the joke,
Yep.
but I play League too. Oh, Fluke Skywalker plays League.
Interesting.
Don't play League. It'll ruin your life.
It's horrible. I miss
No,
it.
I won't. It's
I
fine.
miss it, but I hate it.
I can't go
I
back
hate
to it. I can't.
I
It never
totally
makes
could. I
sense.
could slip. I need to play more Teamfight Tactics myself, but that's
I don't know what that is.
anyway, what were we talking about?
Teamfight Tactics is League with cards. Neither
Kind
game
of.
really makes any sense to
That's
me.
Legends
Like
of
as a third
Runeterra,
person,
full card game. Teamfight Tactics is their auto battler, auto chess clone kind of thing.
Sorry, I just threw up
Yeah.
unrelated to how
Neither
stupid
game
I think
makes
an auto
sense
chess
to
is.
like
You-
watching it as like a third person, like just watching him play. Sometimes I'm like, how do you know what to do? Like
I
it's
don't.
just kind of like a glob of color moving around the board.
It's the thing. Okay, the card game I get. I want their fighter to come out. I've seen some. The design team behind it
Oh,
is legit as hell when it comes to fighters.
yeah.
They've got a great pedigree. Art looks cool. I totally want to see Garen's moveset in a 2D fighter. I want to see Kane's
yeah.
moveset in a 2D fighter. I am on board with this. I'm so for it. Give me a meter burn or a V trigger type. Let me go. I will.
I want
That might be
Timo
the thing to get me to come
annoying
off
as
the
shit.
bench since my broken hand and play competitive
Yeah.
fighters again.
Okay.
But I couldn't
Chat
care about an
game,
auto
esports
chess.
Team. You heard it first, folks.
I don't care. I just, oh, you pick your thing and then you deploy. No, like it's like bad ogre battle. Cause see, ogre battle has like a story, and this is like
Yeah.
fucking like you click the thing and then you AFK for a little bit, like you eat a hoagie.
Yep.
Why am I playing a
Yep.
video game with my time right now? I'd rather watch a YouTube video of people doing that for me, because then I don't have to click buttons.
Meph, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What makes a good Warhammer game to you? Because John and I have had this debate. Because you know how it's like a 3 to 5 hour investment and you 50-50 lose the game? So like 5 hour investment to like lose the game. Even if
Mhm.
you lose, what makes a good game for you?
Certainly the social. You know, the person I'm playing with can make or break a game regardless of what happens on the tabletop. So that is, I think that's the major override. You know,
Okay.
the game is just if the person is cool enough, the game is what's going on in the background, and it's about the conversation I'm having with the individual. Much like RantCast, Age of Sigmar is the background of this show, and we're just having a conversation. So that's first and foremost. Second, if I learn something, I like to solve puzzles and learn things. So, like, okay, this game's a foregone conclusion because I'm playing X and they're playing Y, and Y has a 200% win rate against X. So I'm going to lose that game going into it. And so it's not even a 50-50 anymore. I can still have an enjoyable game if I figure out how their army works.
Yeah.
Because I've heard about it and I've seen it on the internet, and I'm told that I should lose this game 200% of the time. I want to see that puzzle come together. I would like to see why I lose that game. So I can walk away from a game like from a really like enjoyable like the puzzle. It's like a little bit of a Doctor House thing where like I don't care what the disease is or whatever. I'm just interested in the puzzle of figuring it out. So I like the puzzle side of it, is like figuring out the encounter, figuring out the game, or if someone's got like a unique combo, and I'm like, ooh, well, let's see if the combo works. You know, it'll be to the point where like I'll allow takesy backsies if they're like, oh, I was trying to set this thing up. I'm like, do it. I want to see if it works.
for
Let's go. Like,
Yeah.
so there's that, and then the final piece is a hype moment. There's got to be a hype moment, a 12-inch charge, a double turn that gets them back in the game. I go to burn the objective. You know, if I roll a 2 or a 3, I win this game outright. If I roll a 1, they've got a shot if they do this other thing. I roll a 1. I'm like, okay, I should still have this, but they've got to get super hype to get back in this. Oh shit, they went super hype, and now I'm losing, and I'm like, I can't even be mad. That was so hype. You know, like I just, so it's stuff like that. Like I like winning, and I'm a competitive person, but at the end of the day, it's like there are games out there to better test my mettle for winning if all I care about is winning. I'm a far better League of Legends player than I am many other things. I was an alternate on then Team Curse. I think they're called something else now. Liquid?
Team Liquid.
Oh
Really?
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was a jungle alternate back in the Yin Dragoon days. I think Yin Dragoon might be back in the rotation now, but Yin Dragoon was around. I was Yin Dragoon's friend in the pre-ranked era. So there wasn't a ranked thing in League of Legends originally. You just played and your elo was everything. I was playing with the original like developers. I was above Stone Monk Gamer or whatever.
Yeah.
Who did the early tier lists. I was above him in rank. I played against Guardsman Bob in lane and in jungle a few times. And Guardsman Bob was like an Udyr heavy. He played Scion against me. And Nocturne had just come out, and I was laning as Nocturne because I had some sick tech with Nocturne versus Scion.
Interesting.
So I was playing in those very early days. My name was not Mephisto on the servers. It was The Haunting. So you could maybe go back and look that up to, like, corroborate that shit. It has since been changed to Mephisto, and, like, my records are all weird and stuff because I really only play drunk, and I only play, like, once a month now, or once every few months. But I was a much better League of Legends player than I am anything, and there's so much more money in League of Legends than freaking Age of Sigmar. Even as a content creator, if I go back to streaming League of Legends, I'll get up to 50 viewers every stream.
Oh, easy.
And I'll start pushing, toward,
like affiliate.
Yeah, towards partner.
Whatever.
Like I could make partner a lot quicker on League, even though League is waning for Fortnite and all these other stuff. I could do that a lot quicker on that than I ever will on Age of Sigmar. Again, if it was all about the pure competitive, I have other stuff for my pure competitive outlet. For me, Age of Sigmar is a place where all the voices in my head kind of come together to play. Like I get to like itch that competitive scratch on my back a little bit. I get to be conversational and have that social aspect. I get to tell stories. I love telling stories. There's some hobby in it. I talked about earlier. I get to have a physical thing with all my efforts and time. My trophies are off screen right now, and I only really bring them on to like crap talk Brendan Melnick because I have a hammer and he doesn't. Even though he has like a million trophies, but like he doesn't have a hammer, and so I'll hold on to that for a long time. The GW hammers that you just get, they're kind of crummy, but I've got one and he doesn't. It makes it so much better.
There you go.
Of course, I also won a trophy at his tournament, Brew City Brawl, which will come back when COVID is over. Please, everybody, come back to Milwaukee. It's one of the best cities in the world. It's also measurably one of the worst cities in the world, depending on what metrics you're looking at. But like, I'll show you the Milwaukee I love.
All right.
So, yeah, but like, it's just AOS is a complete immersion of the census, as Snipbag says. It's one of those things where, and so what it takes for me to enjoy a game, I like the competitive aspect. I don't like it when somebody's just fucking around in a game. Like just fucking around isn't going to engage me on all those senses. So I need that, like, I need some stakes. I need to feel like we're trying to win it. But then beyond that, it's the hype moment, it's the social, and it's the puzzle. So that's
Nice.
So yeah, that's
I just it's been interesting to watch, like, because I've watched a lot of games.
oh I
That
just go ahead. Sorry.
I just watching all of the games. I've I've seen the people that try to like win in turn one, and then they're like really mad when it like their plan doesn't work out, and they play it to like turn 5 or turn 4, and then like they'll lose the roll off, and then they'll quit, or like they'll just call the game.
LOL.
And so it's interesting to me a lot of the times to watch, like, because John he'll fight to the end.
Yeah.
Even if he loses, he's gonna be like, I'm gonna see what happens.
There's
I'm
still a
gonna see
puzzle to
if I somehow.
solve. There's still a something to
Exactly.
learn. Yeah.
And so like a lot of people like, we can just call it. You're gonna win. And he's like, no, there's like a way that you could win. And they're like, I just don't see it. And he's like, we can call it
I
if
will-
you want,
I will
but
give
I
people
want to
the
play it
trick.
now.
So I
Sometimes I just like playing Warhammer so much. I will give people the
rolling
trick
dice is fun
and they'll
too.
play
Are
it
we?
forever.
Are we overlooking the fact that it's really fun to roll dice? Like as a
Right?
group of gamers, not you,
Oh.
the colloquial we.
Yeah.
You know, are we
Yeah, of course.
overlooking that rolling dice is fun sometimes? Because I think
Yep.
we do as a community. You know,
Yep.
like go talk to somebody who plays a wizard in Dungeons and or Dragons. One of their favorite things on the planet is Fireball. Why is Fireball fun? You roll a fistful of dice. It has nothing to do with anything else. Like, most of the things in the game are freaking immune or resistant to fire. You're usually in enclosed spaces because you're in dungeons, so you're going to nuke the party. Like, there are all these reasons why Fireball isn't awesome. There's, like, it does damage. Things can half damage. I have a spell that can just kill you outright. Why would I have you roll the most common save in the game, which is a dexterity saving throw and or a reflex saving throw in earlier editions? Why? Because I roll a fistful of dice. That's why it's fun. Because rolling fistfuls of dice is fun.
I mean, it is fun. as,
Hard disagree, Dustin. Fireball hasn't been fun since second ed. Hard disagree. It's only gotten more fun. I've found more ways to add extra dice to it. It's only gotten more fun.
I mean, as an occasional Night Haunt player, it's really
Mhm.
fun. As John always reminds me, he's like, okay, now you're gonna pick up your 40 dice, and I have tiny hands, so me picking up 40 dice is just like, okay, I'm holding all of. You just like drop all of them,
Mhm.
and like, it's like it's a lot of like attacks and like wounds and stuff. So it's always just very funny to just like watch it all play out. Um, I mean, I haven't really played enough to like see it through like 5 turns. Like I haven't really played that many 2,000 point games. But
Give yourself some credit.
I mean, I've played with Catherine and like you. I haven't really played with a lot of other people because at some of the initial gaming places we went, like there was this one guy that had a corn army who miscounted his army points. So like he was playing with
Now, you
not
said Corn Army, right?
yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yep.
Yeah, because he's the one with the big flying monster, and he needs
Yeah,
like
the
blood points to like
yeah,
summon things.
blood tithe, yeah, okay.
Yes,
Yep.
and so,
Yep.
but this is like he was a teenager, and he brought the wrong number of points. Like the group
By
we
a
were
lot.
playing with was playing like 1,000 points,
Mhm.
and everyone just trusted him to count his points correctly because his dad was also playing,
Mhm.
and so we thought the dad had checked, and he was playing with like 1,500 points, and he kept winning because we were
I
playing like a
remember
mini
it.
we were playing like a mini tournament, and he kept winning, and then everybody was like, oh, so do you want to play the next tournament? And I was like, no. No, I don't
I
want
thought
to
I was
play.
going crazy, Meph. I thought I
No,
was
I don't
going
wanna play.
crazy. I'm like, there's no way in hell this is 1,000 points.
Because he
"Oh,
like
they're
tabled
summoning
everybody, like
everybody,
that
no
first
question.
second turn, like not
Well-
even like John made it the longest, and he made it to like turn 4.
There's
Yeah.
There's
and
something-
I almost
Go on.
tabled him as well. I played out my ass. I like just barely lost, and I'm like, Connor, what's up? What's going on here? Am I going crazy?
And then
And
we
then he did it
calculated his
again with
points.
Nurgle.
Hmm.
So I think there's something here that's important to like highlight, which is
Oh, and Jackie, go to your left. You're kind of sliding out of the camera view. There you go. Move the chair. It's a rolly chair. There
like
you go.
there's something to be said for like that first experience or that first tournament experience. I think new players need to feel like agency.
Yeah.
You asked me what I enjoy about the game. What I enjoy about the game is not, I don't think, the default standard of an Age of Sigmar player. I'm not being like, I'm fucking special, but like I'm not the normal. Like like I can enjoy a losing game more than I do a winning game.
Yeah,
Even though I
Dobby.
have that competitive thing. Like because I'm so invested in puzzles and problem solving and that, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's totally a foregone conclusion. You're right. But like I stopped playing for like the win con a little bit ago, and now I'm trying to like put myself in this weird position to try to see if this happens during a game that I can win. How do I punch my way out of this
Yeah.
situation? Like I've already changed like I'm already engineering for the next thing. Or you think you've won it, and I'm like, no, I see my line to victory. I'm not going to tell you it, or you're going to try to stop me. And I'm like, no, let's just play it out. Let's go. Let's see how it goes.
I love doing that.
You know, like that sort
Like,
of thing.
I'm-
Like I play differently. Like
Yeah.
like I said, if I played something exclusively for winning, the computer that got made fun of a few streams ago because like they saw my ancient tower and how old and huge it is. It's still got like the
Sure.
3-inch slot for a SanDisk, not SanDisk
Yeah,
as in the like little SD card, a literal like old like boot disk to
Floppy.
yeah. But it's just got it because the tower's like really over engineered. It's like people saw that I'm like I got this tower with the money I earned shoutcasting League of Legends games. You know, I haven't really paid for. That's a lie. RantCast has been really good to me. With my new camera, my new headset, and stuff like that. No, that's a lie. Like,
Thank you, W. Sorry.
yeah, thank you, Soren, for single-handedly carrying me for one entire calendar year of content creation. Thank you, GDad, for jumping in there, and everybody else that's brought me where I am today.
Everybody.
No, my disposable income now comes from Age of Sigmar. The point being that like if it was for the money, there's other stuff that pays better. If it was for winning, there's other stuff where I feel there's a more direct application of my skill set for winning. Age of Sigmar it's the place where all my stuff, all the voices in my head come together. I love this game so much. The people I meet, I've been around nerd stuff my entire life. As mentioned with my little my sports cards. Like I've been around nerd stuff my whole life. I've never made friends the way I've made with this game. Like I've got my friend Sam and Heywo, basically. My buddy Gouda, who's a streamer. Those three, an entire life of nerdery. Those are like the three I have, and then Katie, Brandon, a handful of people from college, like. But those are like the lifelong friends I've made in nerdery, and it's probably like 10 people. I've made in just 1 year of going to tournaments in Age of Sigmar, I made 3 times that amount of friends. Like it's not for lack of trying. I ran Gen Con modules. I was a Greyhawk, a living Greyhawk certified DM. I have my DCI card in my freaking wallet. It's not called DCI anymore. This is you want to fucking if ever there has been such a thing as a nerd freaking cred card, boom, RPGA membership card with Asnar Thrall.
With a serial number.
Ooh,
My God, it's
yeah,
cool.
yeah, you can see that, right? You can make that all up and steal my DCI. You can get all my Eternal points in Magic the Gathering, folks. I'll just push my glasses up real quick. This number's not even valid anymore, by the way. They switched off the system, but I keep it.
There you go.
Sorry, it's RPGA. They switched. They merged RPGA with the DCI number, and then the DCI number got merged with the Eternal system now, right? Like this is, I have been a nerd again. I carry a literal card to show how card carrying of a nerd I am. All right, everybody. I've never made the friends I've made in Age of Sigmar. It's you get that first thing in common, that first sphere. You talked about Jackie going to like the stores and like you see like another woman there and you're like, okay, this is normally like the social norm, but like we know that we're in a store together, so like the first barrier's out the way of meeting a random other human, and then that second tier of understanding. Like I think that's what Age of Sigmar does for people is you get that like sort of first sphere out the way, We're here for Age of Sigmar. You're like, okay, cool. So we have that baseline common ground, and then like, if you find a second and a third and a fourth interest, those are friends for life. If you just find those extra stuff, I'm a dirty liberal. I'm a leftist.
Same.
I think I'm a pretty. I can be very moderate. I think I'm a reasonable leftist. I'm not a moderate. I will compromise down to moderate principles because I think we're all humans and stuff like that. But when it gets right down to it, I want to be the dirty tree hugging liberal, like over the top thing that everyone thinks they are. But I know I don't have that luxury because we have to be reasonable and we have to fix a bunch of more pressing matters. And then when the world is like fixed and then like heading in the correct direction with everyone together, then I get to go be the crazy and like you just ignore me because I'm just one person. And then you're like, yeah, that one crazy like dirty thing, and then I'm cool with that. But like I try to keep consensus with like what I believe are conservative, like reasonable conservatives, and I try to like talk to people from all walks of life because I know we have at least this one thing in common. If we got here together, then maybe we have other stuff in common.
To the Warhammer.
Yeah, we got to the Warhammer together, and provided you're not like loving Nazis and hating black people and hating women, then we can form consensus and we can talk about stuff. Like you don't just like hate a bunch of like people for existing. Okay, well, cool. Like then we can talk. We can build consensus, and I'm not gonna like automatically lump anyone in with any one particular ideology because I've just been around the world a little bit to see that it's not that binary. So I don't know. That's my.
Well, I mean, like I definitely see like Warhammer or AOS really brings like kind of like that first like bubble of like getting to know people. Like when I met some of my friends through AOS, it was just interesting because like it was just like all like, kind of casual talking about like, oh, what are you painting your models and like what kind of other games do you like, and then kind of like
Shout out to Jill.
yeah, generally talking about politics, kind of just getting a feel of like, are you a Nazi or are you like normal?
He's very normal.
There's that scary moment when you meet someone whose main game is 40K where you're like, are you a fascist? Like, I had that today on the internet where someone told me to fuck off in a conversation. I'm just like, oh, okay, you paint Space Marines. Are you a fascist? And I had to like look real quick. I'm like, okay, they're not a fascist. They're just a bully. And like, I had that moment where I'm like, wait a minute. And like, there is something called the paradox of tolerance, right? Like where if you tolerate intolerance, then the net total of intolerance actually increases. So at some point you must draw the line on what you can be tolerant of. I think it's pretty easy to draw the line between me and Nazis and be like, hey, literal Nazis, I will not tolerate. Because like, oh, let me just check here on the textbook of all of human history. Yeah, they're bad.
Weird.
Like, oh yeah, like up right here it says in all of human history, Nazis equal bad. Oh man, it's mathematical too. Cool. Like, so like I draw the line there pretty firmly, and that's just a type of gatekeeping. Yeah, I guess if I'm keeping Nazis on the other side of the gate, I don't feel bad about that one. Don't try to freaking do some debate about moral freaking ambiguity or come on. Oh, you're not very tolerant then, are you? I'm like, let's see, the net total amount of tolerance increases when Nazis are tolerated. Okay, so like I think I win that one just via mathematics. Let's go on now. Like to the other things that I like kind of cringe over, like having to accept that some of my friends voted for Trump. And I'm like, what world are you living in that I'm not seeing? And then I had a conversation with them, and I'm like, you really just don't see these problems that I have with him. Like you just they're like, you really did think he was full of shit and that he didn't mean anything. And I'm like, oh, well, because all politicians to you are full of shit and don't mean anything. And so, like, it wasn't until actual sedition where many of them were like, yeah, that sucked. And I'm like, but everything. Well, yeah.
I mean,
Little late.
Like,
and add in the sedition also sucks because we currently live in DC, so like we have to plan our shopping trips around when the Nazis come to town.
Fucking hell, man.
Because we get public warnings and shit when these douchebags show up. And
Yeah.
that's fun.
No,
That's fun.
I like again. I'm trying the hardest lesson to learn. Uh, Many a chat gang know, but you treat every episode like it's somebody's first episode. I grew up in a biracial family in North Carolina prior to my mom
Yep.
losing custody of me. I have two black brothers and a black stepdad raised me up until my mom lost custody. Um, Seen a lot of. I've got stab marks right here. These are defensive wounds. One, two, three here from being stabbed by a white power kid, a skinhead. I've got a stab wound back here from his friend. Like, seen some shit. I have a really hair trigger when it comes to racism. And I just take like how I feel about racism and I apply that basically to everything else, and that's how I gain compassion for feminism and trans rights and the LGBTQ community. Like that's I just go like, what does it feel like to just have been stabbed for walking my black brother to school? Walking my black brother to kindergarten, I get stabbed. Like, what's that like when you're other things that just get stabbed for existing? Like, being a Nazi's a fucking choice. My brother didn't choose to be born. Like, so, I don't know. You're getting rare form meth tonight, everybody. I'm sorry.
Bring this out in you, and my wife is also apparently doing that too. This is great. This is why I married her.
Yeah, I mean,
We have
I
this
like-
effect on people.
yeah, we sometimes do. It's just because like we are also just very open people, just trying to like make everyone feel comfortable to be who they are and who like
Unless they're Nazis. Nazis
Right,
can burn
right.
in
I
hell and
didn't-
die. That's
I didn't get there yet.
Like, again, Nazi's an
Tuesday,
easy hard
right?
line. From there, I will negotiate with other people I disagree with. It's like hardliner
Sure.
Nazi and that, and then like other people be like, okay,
Yeah.
like now there's something called like a super straight or something going on. I'm like, now I have to fucking put
What?
my bandwidth has to like this. I want. If you don't know what it is, there's several videos because this is something starting to trend with. Oh yeah, Nazis think it's fucking cool. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. And I'm turned off.
No, don't bother. Just continue your point. I'm sorry, you were getting
but
to.
it's just like there's no like you can't tolerate intolerance, and that's why like we always try to just be really inclusive, and then like by trying to be inclusive like turns like the other people off because they're just like you can't include everybody. I'm like yeah, but growing up like as John and I did like being very much into our Italian heritage like oh well we have like a deep connections to like the like original immigrants in our family which aren't too far removed from us, and like it's really like a new feeling for us to like be included in like the us versus them debate because like we were originally like seen as immigrants, not part of like the white people, so it's like a very
Yeah, I
new
lived in a town so white. I was not considered white until I was. Oh god, I was in school. It was weird. Like
Yeah,
when we moved to Connecticut, it was like I was, and I was from New York, so my accent was funny. So I was just apparently gay, and
Yeah.
they're so Republican in the town I grew up in that they didn't run out Democrats for a few years there because they're like, yeah, no, just get the fuck out of here. So I even got the full thing of so this is what homophobes are. I wasn't gay, but they're like they didn't care.
I had
But
black.
now, like,
We've seen some shit.
I had black nail polish and long hair. I was automatically gay.
Oh, of
Look
course,
at how I'm
of
sitting
course.
right now. People would be like,
my
and they
God.
just judge.
well and like
Voice
now
is
like
too high.
I've there was a 4chan. I got my.
eyebrows are on
See,
fleek, man.
have you Rocco gotten your own 4chan hate thread yet?
Not on 4chan,
Oh,
no.
no, you haven't lived until you got a 4chan hate thread. One debating how gay Mephisto is.
Listen,
That was
I know the
I got
dude
me
that
one of
would do
those. That was good.
I definitely know the dude that would do it. I know there's a guy that's tried to do shit like that to me.
I don't.
we're
Yeah,
not
I
bringing
don't.
him up.
I don't know. Fuck the haters, right?
yeah,
Oh,
Means you're doing
shit,
something right.
I knew I made it.
but now
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like over like the time that I grew up and like matured into adult learning that I come from like a place of privilege, it's just kind of like taught me so much more that
Oh, yeah.
I have to
That's the
speak
other
up
thing too.
for people now too.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the one night with the Roccos Rantisode, The Wokening. is now like the new title.
Yes.
Yeah,
As
haters.
woke as 3 white people can be.
Yeah, as woke as well. One of the I know, even in my biracial upbringing, I have an immense amount of privilege. My brother and I both got arrested for the same exact thing, which was running away from home. Guess who got an actual criminal record?
Your brother.
Yeah, hey. Yeah, I actually did physical damage to property, by the way. He did not, because I smashed a wall. I punched a hole in the wall on my way out and threw a cooler across the yard, breaking a window. He did nothing. He just ran away from home. And then you call the cops to get the runaway, who are both minors, back. We both did it at 17. And he has a criminal record and I don't. Well, he got an arrest charge and I didn't.
And your paperwork got lost.
Yeah. Yeah, just weird how that works. So weird how that works. I wonder what other factors. Same household and same mom and same aunt who called us in. Yeah, so strange to me how that just that. No, but like like the thing the definition of privilege for me that I always kind of defined it by is if I walked across the street from my brother, I'm white again. Like it just immediately, but he's always black, and you know, and that I learned a hard lesson very early on that way. And like I said, I get really fired up over race issues. That's one of my hot buttons. That's a trigger almost every time. And I've tried to see the world through the lens of that. People hated my brother, and I caught like the splash hate, right? Like it wasn't even me, like in that situation. I can't even like be like, oh, they hated me. Like no, they've, you know, like I don't even know how to word it because like I was hurt via the hate, but I wasn't the victim of the hate. Like I wasn't the target of the hate. So like I was, they I don't even want to, white guilt my way into being like, no, it was him. They hurt, they were after him, and I was there, and
well, for because as much trauma you have, like your brother probably has it
way worse. Yeah, and we.
Oh yeah.
And we're currently estranged since our mom's death, and we've got our issues aplenty like anybody else, and
Of course.
people are like, hey, you should have him on RantCast, and I'm like, that would be a really interesting one, but that would have nothing to do with Warhammer because he grew up like normal. With normaler interests because he has to overcompensate, right? And I get to be a nerd. Like, I don't know. We've had conversations where like the hypermasculinity in the black community, right? Like, because you have to overcompensate for normalcy because all the these are conversations we've had, and they're out of context. I don't think they're meaningful to a show, but.
Well, word. Yeah. That's fair.
But no, it's just I don't know. It's
actually kind of interesting how all this kind of stuff tangentially comes up with AOS because it's really just in interacting with other people where you kind of have to be like, I have values. Discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but there is a I'd say it's a majority of people who don't ever want to discuss their values. They just want to roll dice, and they don't want politics in their game, right? Like
it's so hard to be friends with somebody though, or like to genuinely like try to be friends with somebody, and then they say something, and you're like,
oh.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, like I mean,
that's not okay.
One more thing, just to get this statement out of the way. Remember, Warhammer was made to be a satire.
Well,
none of this was ever supposed to be, oh my god, I love the Imperium. No, they're all fucked.
Yeah, Matt Bitshammer, as he's better known, just shared like the original art of like Space Marines busting a 80s punk, right? And just like there's something to be said for once art enters the zeitgeist and it does change form and it becomes the property of the audience and very much less the property of the creator. George Lucas in Star Wars, I think, is a pretty good illustration of that.
God.
I think Lord of the Rings is a huge example of that. And this isn't even reading in like race politics or gender politics into it. Like Lord of the Rings is just simply not Tolkien's anymore. It's gone on to inspire so much, and it's just quite frankly bigger than any one human. You know, like art, once it goes out into the zeitgeist, you know, it does take on a life of its own, and it becomes someone else's. And so the inception or the origin and the intent of art at the beginning is something that my English lit major was really heavily invested in debating. Origins of text, analyzing texts, death of the author, all that stuff. That's what we do, you know.
Sure.
The original intent matters in art, but at some point it doesn't. And where's that break point? And right now, I think we're encountering that break point for Warhammer 40k specifically, because Age of Sigmar purposefully went a different direction. Like,
Yeah.
healthily went a different direction. Woman Stormcast on cover is a pretty good big statement for people who are out there sympathizing with Nazis and painting Nazi iconography on their Space Marines. It's a pretty big, you know, and you're getting to the point where people don't even recognize some of these hate symbols that they're painting on their models. So I don't know if you're genuinely ignorant or if you're actually dog whistling for other haters. And I now have to walk up to a tournament and I'm like, don't know if you'd have been the person to stab me and my brother, or you just think a teardrop and a cross looks cool. Or blood drop and a cross looks cool. Like, not sure if would have stabbed me, or like just think that's cool iconography. Like yeah.
Yep.
So
Although at some point, I feel like you have to be held accountable, even if you're ignorant.
well,
Like, I remember my sister taught me, like, when she was learning a new language, that when you buy T-shirts with foreign languages on them, it kind of behooves you to learn what it says before you buy it and wear it. Because, like, I remember she specifically told me, like, we were at, like, a clothing store, and she's like, that says something really, like, it was just pretty much like a slew of curse words and, like, a sexual innuendo, like, and not a funny one. It was, like, kind of like, go fuck your mom and, like, a couple other, like, visual statements in a foreign language. And she's like, and no one's gonna know that. Because this was before you could just, like, take a picture
Google.
of it or try to, like, enter it into, like, Google Translate or something. And she
Was
said,
it
like,
in Japanese?
yeah, it was in Japanese. And so it was just kind of like one of those things, like, if you're gonna put these, like, symbols and, like, you don't, like, it's not your original thought, like, you're copying somebody else, like, you might want to, like, know where they got the idea from, or, like, sometimes it's like a warning to not just, like, blindly copy, like, other people's art, because, like, if you don't, because you might just be blindly following some, like, messed up imagery.
Well, that's that Cartesian doubt. Live your life with a healthy dose of it. You know, question everything. Question yourself, right? Like, be intellectually curious to explore things when you, it's to the point where, like, I love fucking skulls and death is my main army. Every time I see a new skull icon, I have to wonder if it's, like, a fucking Nazi thing. Every single time. You know, can someone construe my skull logo with the, like, little pompadour as, as iconography that looks similar to this other stuff, and, like, quick go through it and stuff. I think you get to be ignorant pretty much once. There's some credence with, like, some, like, deprogramming yourself. I do think you get some credence with deprogramming yourself. I think the left and our purity tests and our unreasonable expectations for people to get on our moral level with your come to Jesus moment instantly, we could be a little bit more lenient. I'm going to use the rights term for this, the regressive left, where we reject people who would be allies because they don't exactly meet our, like, perfect criteria of vernacular or wokeness. Like that. We need to get better with that, because we're rejecting people radically the other way by not being like, okay, you say you guys too much and you misgender, but, like, I know you're not a douchebag in general. There's no malice aforethought. You're just trying to deprogram from your patriarchal society that raised you. You're going to get some credence. Saying dudes probably isn't the worst affront you could make. If you say dudes on purpose to somebody who said, hey, my pronouns are she, her, and dudes like hurts my feelings, doesn't sit right with me. And you're like, okay, dude, right? Like now you're a dick.
Yeah.
You know, there's a difference between okay, dude, and in that scenario, and just being like, all right, dudes, what's up tonight? Like, right?
Mhm.
Big difference. And I think we need to have some room for that understanding of context and being more accepting and tolerant and compassionate to people who are on a journey and their world is changing, right? Like, somebody could be waking up right now to like, oh shit, like Warhammer 40K is like weird Nazi satire. Like, they have no idea. They just thought chainswords were sweet. Like, they have no fucking clue. And you're like, well, yeah, dude, you didn't know all of this Nazi obvious shit was obvious? What the fuck? How are they going to react to you? You're like, I was just in it for the chainsword. Like, they're going to dislike you, and then they're going to retreat to people who are like, yeah, I know. Aren't they bullshit and unreasonable? You just like chainswords. Meanwhile, here's some cool other propaganda to, like, come over to our side a little bit more. Like,
I mean, I think there has to be a better way, like, I guess with like handling the situation. Like, if you think somebody's kind of on the cusp, or like they might be just ignorant and like misusing the imagery, and like you're trying to like approach it gently, but like it's like a hard like, or I guess like I kind of think of it like now, like when I go to the grocery stores, like if you meet that Karen person, or you meet like that white person that's like not wearing a mask and they're standing right next to the door because they're like, I can't go in the grocery store because I'm not wearing a mask. I'm just gonna stand right there. But you can't talk to them because then they're gonna cough on you because you are wearing a mask and they think that you're just being like weird.
mm.
So it's like it's hard to like judge like how to approach people sometimes, because you're like, are they gonna freak out at me because I'm trying to like gently ask a question, or like as politely as I can inform them of like what's courteous, or
Mostly
are they just gonna
yes.
freak out at me?
Mostly yes. Mostly people will freak out at you at any moment you have asked or questioned their behavior whatsoever. I have no good answers whatsoever. No, it's hard. Like, if I had the solution, I would currently be running on a third party political ticket, and I would totally win, because fuck partisan politics. But see, again, I want to be the dirty leftist who's just like, that dude's an anarchist. He wants to burn down all the systems, but also have social safety nets. It makes no sense. I'm like, yeah, I know. Fuck you. I don't have to make sense. I'm right. Like, I want to be that guy. I don't get to be that guy. I have to constantly make concessions and stuff. Like, no, Fluke Skywalker, you're good. You're good. You've got a great catchphrase. Hey, my dudes, and you show up, and I'm sure you're already like puffing the chiba and stuff. Like, no, like, you say your catchphrase. Don't you dare change that. Don't you dare change, my dudes. It is a bright spot to my evening. You know. Again, this is what I'm talking about, is like not criticizing people for, their affects and stuff like that, and thinking way more about the intent. Like like buying into the affect.
You're
and
a stoner dude. You call everybody a dude.
No, I love Flukes. You're man, like, there's two Flukes, and I love you both so much.
He's a dude. She's a dude.
Yeah. I'll just rock it. You should just rock it.
I mean, and like
I'm
obviously
not
we-
gonna
like,
cancel you. Nobody's getting
like-
canceled on Meph's channel, except for
like,
me
speaking-
for being too woke. Like, I'll get canceled at some point.
speaking from my perspective as like a cis woman, that unless like someone's like purposely like doing it to me, or like I have a friend that's like is offended by like being called a dude or any like guy, anything like that, and they've specifically asked somebody to like not do that to them, and then they like purposely respond, be like, all right, guy or dude, then I don't think like, unless someone specifically asks you to change what you're doing, I think like just go with
Yeah.
how you just try to be your nice, courteous self. And if someone asks you or like informs you that it offends them, then like, just
Make the
respond as
exception.
like your
Yeah.
polite self. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've had to go through like being a tiny, petite woman my whole life, being called sweetie and honey, and I very much have had to tell like the like is this just an old guy who calls everybody honey and sweetie, or is he doing it special for me?
Yeah.
And I hate the special for me. I'm okay with like an old guy who's just been doing it for all of eternity. Like he'll call like my mom sweetie. He's just like old, set in the patriarchy. I'm not gonna change his ways, and it's fine.
Well,
But
that's
if like
yeah. Go ahead. Keep going.
if like a younger guy doesn't, he's just like, oh sweetie, and I'm like, all right, you can back your mansplaining up right now.
No, I call
Doing it.
people oh man, there's the today I had a have a nice day where I might as well have said like go fuck yourself. You know, like right the
Oh, yeah.
intent of like of language. Language is complex, it's living, it's changing. Like what we are being more aware of in our vernacular now in 50 years will be completely different. You know.
Mhm.
Again, this is
Yep.
as someone
Oh, totally.
who's English lit major, who's studied language, who loves the fucking English language and takes particular issue with people who post those shitty memes where like language is hard and English is stupid. Fuck you. English is amazing. You know what we can do that other languages can't do? I can steal your fucking words. It's amazing. I can turn shit
Yep.
into a verb out of nowhere. I can put an adjective anywhere I want to.
Well, we also have the special graces of having sarcasm, and our inflection means a lot because in a lot of Asian languages, your tone and inflection actually change the word.
Yeah.
So like they don't have the same benefits of like they have like their own like cool
Versions
things in
of
their
it, yeah.
languages. Yeah. But they don't have like the
Mhm.
same like our tone, like how
Yeah.
we say something is much more important sometimes than what we say.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that's just like a cool thing about English that a lot of my friends who have English as a second language are just kind of like, yeah, it was like the coolest thing somebody would say to me, like, have a nice day. And they're like, you too. And they're like, that's not what they meant.
Yeah, the go
No.
fuck yourself, have a nice day. No, but the point is like, Thought Slime, fantastic dirty lefty on YouTube, had a really great video where he was actually talking about how he had flipped his opinion on being one of those people who like kind of corrected the language and really worried about the affect and not so much the intent. The thing is like the affects change and language changes. It's the intent we need to worry about. Where does the dubiousness of ideas, where's the Nazism at? Like it's really like find the Nazis, like where's Waldo? Where's the Nazi in the language? It's not just the word dude. It's there's other bad stuff, and that's we need to worry a lot more about the intent and a lot less about the language. But this is the stuff that gets me excommunicated from the lefties too. So like I'm just in this weird island to myself where I'm like, no, I'm lefter than you, and I'm just telling people not to like carrots.
No, actually, what you're talking about is called the dog whistle.
Yeah.
I saw a video. I forget the YouTuber that did it. But she is kind of off of Seth Meyers' show. Amber Ruffin. She
Love her.
she did a video recently about words that are dog whistles, which means it's like words that
Crime,
technically have their
Law and
they
Order.
have like their own meaning.
Yeah, Law and Order.
They have their own meaning, like in the dictionary and everything. But when you say them, it triggers and like it like perks up the ears of like a certain type of people that are like of the Nazi persuasion, and like so they know what you mean, even though technically you didn't say anything bad.
Oh.
And she used it in reference to Meghan Markle. In a lot of British press, Meghan Markle is called uppity.
Uh-huh.
And she Amber Ruffin explained that it was a lot more about uppity was a cue to say that she was a black woman with an opinion and not just somebody that thought she was better than everybody else.
Oof.
Because she said like they did a statistical analysis of when the word uppity was used, and it was only in reference to black women.
Ugh, man, that's propaganda is very strong. It's always been around. Gonzo journalism, which I particularly like, by the way. I find myself like at odds with everybody because I've always just been a punk. I've always been a contrarian with whatever the dominant perspective is. Just period. I just like disagree with it. I think I'm having a conversation. Sometimes I'm just being a shit. But one of the things I've struggled with is like this affect, this dog whistle stuff. Like the left has dog whistles too. Problematic. it's one of our a problem. This is a problem. This is problematic. I think the right's catching on to it, but like problem or problematic is one of our dog whistles. If I say this is a problem, just innocuously, the left is gonna like cue in on like my tweet and be like, oh, and they're gonna look for like the racism, the sexism, the transphobia, the anti-gay. But if I say it to the right, they might be like, what's the problem? Oh, it's a meme, like ha ha ha, or like they won't even, like we have every culture has its own dog whistles. Again, it's really important to understand the intent and not fixate on the thing. That's we all have it. Yeah, smash the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Like if I am smashed in the route to smashing the patriarchy, so be it. I had a good ride as well, and I benefited from it. So,
Totally.
like whatever. Like I want my, theoretically my daughter and my son, because my son is going to be punished by the patriarchy too. A lot of men's mental health is
Oh yeah.
fucked by the patriarchy. Like you're gonna man up, right? Like how many. I manned my post. I manned up. Don't show your emotions. Just wallow. Feel bad. Tough it out. All those things. When I was the stay-at-home dad, the crazy double-edged sword of that, by the way. Because first of all, I'm stealing an anecdote from a writer, but I'm gonna make it mine because it happened to me. So don't sue me, please. I was in line with my son. It's just me, my son, and he's like chewing on the like end of the bread bag, right? He's just like chewing on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like checking out and stuff, and he's got the bread and he's chewing on it. And he's huh?
You have to state pre-COVID.
Oh, yeah, when I was the stay-at-home dad, this was 6 years ago. So Molly and I have traded back and forth a couple times. I've been the stay-at-home, she's been. He's just gnawing on this bread bag. Women in line, oh, he's such a good dad. And the lady, oh, you're such a good dad. And I'm like, and in my mind, I'm like, he could fucking choke on this bread tie. Just fucking die right now. And you think I'm a good dad because I'm holding him and letting him just like shut up by chewing a bread bag. Quaint. Just like quaint. Molly, same situation flipped. Just if he stands up in the cart, oh, I want to do that. So like a benefit of the stay-at-home dad thing, like I get the ultimate consolation prize, a dad who is there, woohoo! Like roll out the fucking parade, a dad who was there and did something more than discipline. Fuck yeah. Woo! On the flip side, he's not really a man. He's bearding. He's, he's not productive. He's a drag on society. All the stuff that goes along with that. Can't provide for his family. A leech on her.
Oh,
Thank you, Lulu, for showing up. Yeah, no, you got the good drugs. I'm almost out of wine. Oh, okay. They finally filled your prescription? Awesome. Yeah. Yeah.
Get the good drugs.
Yeah, no, like and then like, oh yeah, parenting's the greatest thing in the world when it's the woman staying at home and being, she's the thing. But then she gets all the double standards too. Like again, the patriarchy just kind of hurts everybody. It just
Oh yeah.
It does.
pretty much.
Right.
Right. There you go. Molly's knowledge bomb tonight. Shut your mouths and open your minds. Spicy. No, I mean, I try to distance myself super hard from the notion that there's a men's rights thing. Speaking of dog whistles, oh, it's men's rights. That's a dog whistle for a bunch of misogynists and sexists. But like men being hurt by the patriarchy and needing to like be more emotionally open and vulnerable and all these things that we're told we're not, that's a problem. And again, you're still in a privileged position, and this whole notion of being privileged but also not suffering, like you can't be both, right? Like that allows people to regress when you're looking for allies in a social cause. It's like, you know, I don't know. Again, I have no solutions. I like what Molly says, which is shut your mouth and open your mind.
Mhm.
I'm very kinesthetic, so I talk through what's in my head.
I me- I feel that a lot of like the feminist movements that I've been watching, or just like the prominent activists, have been coming out to say a lot of the men, while in a place of privilege, but would benefit from a change in the way we like the patriarchy functions. Because
Mhm.
while women would benefit a lot, and hopefully then like women of color would also benefit a lot, white men would also benefit because then they wouldn't feel forced to play the provider role. They wouldn't feel forced to hide their mental health. And women could choose whatever path they wanted for their life without being judged, without being paid less, and all of the other fun facts that come with being a woman in the world.
Mhm.
Um, but it like there's just like a whole slew of issues that, if people worked together on, I feel like could work better.
Well, first off,
Which isn't a solution,
yeah.
but just a concept of maybe like you won't get the most benefit out of it, but maybe just be a good person.
Well,
And well, everyone will benefit at least a little bit from it.
I mean, that's what I ultimately keep coming back to, because socio-political debate and discourse is difficult. It's hard, like it's hard to navigate through this. The Good Place is the best like moral philosophy you can possibly get on how complicated it is to exist as a human. It is
Yes.
the
Love that show.
best
Love that
take on what it means to be human right now. It's so complicated. Every action, everything you do, like if you stop to think about what it all affects, what it means to be good in the world, it's heavy and crushing and ultimately defeatist. There's actually like a new breed of nihilism that's like pretty awesome, which is like nihilism, like this optimistic nihilistic branch. Like yeah, like the difference between like nothing matters and nothing matters. Like there's like a happy nihilism that's going on right now, which I'm kind of for actually. Uh, but all that, the one thing I think that is simple is to just be kind always. Like that's
Yeah.
it. Intent and dog whistles and left and right and all this other shit going on is just be kind. Elections are huge and they're very important. I really especially hope you vote in like your, especially the grassroots and the primaries at
Definitely
the
your local.
basic level. Like you really gotta be active at the lowest levels because the big
Just
stuff.
goes up.
Yeah, like you
All-
really, that crazy wackadoo like alderman that you're like, whatever. That wackadoo alderman is voting on policies that locks in uh the voting district.
Yeah.
Like,
And he might eventually gain support to go to your state legislature.
yeah, like so you got to be active in on that stuff, and I know that feels all super heavy and stuff, but like, so maybe like even then that's too much because you don't want to think about that, but you can be kind to like every human you encounter, and then
Mhm.
like all those people you encounter feel a little bit more energized, a little bit more hyped, a little bit more pumped to do the stuff that they need to do in the world. And some of them might be against you or opposed to you, right? And I say this to everybody across the entire political kaleidoscope. Spectrum makes it sound like it's linear. It's a fucking shotgun blast of ideologies. Like, but like at the end of the day, it's us versus them, and it has always been us versus them. And the them is, the nebulous oligarchy. It's whatever assholes want to be in control of whatever situation. Like, we've always shifted the political strata, we've always changed our systems of power. The us and them doesn't often change because it's most often the many with the few, and the few trying to lord over us. And so it will always be us versus them. And if we at least help each other on that fundamental level every day, the rest will kind of take care of itself, is what I posit. And at the very, very, very least, because the world is too big and too difficult to comprehend, regardless of what you believe in, you're not a shit person. And that counts for a lot in my book.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Be kind like your survival does not depend on it. LOL. That seems super heady right now. Kicker dropping
Who said
1,000
that?
RDP to remind everyone that chat gang ain't nothing to fuck with. And I dropped the
yeah.
F-bomb that time. We're going to solve the world's problems with my podcast. We are. It's true.
Eventually.
Yeah. That's
we're working on it.
Just gotta work through it.
Yeah. Just
Uh,
well,
Yeah, we went from helping new players to helping the world.
I don't think we help new players at all.
Oh, not at all.
Like, hey, new players, Warhammer's pretty sweet. I
Yeah.
guess I'll come.
Fun community. Come meet some friends
Yeah.
that you share some kind ideologies with.
Yeah.
And,
Or here's a
The Roccos have a YouTube channel.
here's a thought. Talk to people with different ideologies than you, constructively and
Yeah.
open-mindedly, and from a place of good faith. You might learn something about
Yeah.
your enemy. Because spoiler alert, like the partisan stuff, there's not a good or evil. It's
No.
sorry. I really, really, really wish. Like, I met a Republican who wasn't a racist recently, and it blew my worldview. I'm like, I thought you were all racists, and I'm like,
good conversation is fine, but always recognize that there can and probably will be a place of no return. Like as like the people of DC saw with like some people that came to visit not for good reasons in our city.
yeah.
So it's like, you know, I always
that's
like
starting a civil war.
I always encourage like helpful like discourse, like to meet the Republican that's not a racist, because there are plenty. Like most of my immediate family are actually Republicans, but they didn't follow 45. They really hated him,
Yep.
which was such a saving grace to my sanity, because I don't
Yep.
know if I could have ever gone back for a holiday and watched them like praise something I really just couldn't get behind.
He came hand packaged by the actual Bible itself to tell you what an evil person is. Like,
Literally.
it's amazing.
They
It's
made a
amazing that
golden
evangelicals
statue of
jumped on
him.
board with him. Like, hand
Golden cat.
packaged the golden calf with this fucking toilet of gold. Like, literally couldn't have. Again, the truth is stranger than fiction. If I wrote Trump winning a political race in a comic book, like, Lex Luthor had to be, like, eloquent, even more rich than Trump. Like, the shit Lex Luthor had to do to win the presidency in a comic book was outrageous.
Yep.
This guy isn't even good at talking. And he goes into these fucking loops of dementia. I can't.
Yep.
We're going to build a wall to stop immigration. Planes fly the fuck over walls. Oh my god, I can't go down this path again.
Also,
think some of the
also
hard-
for the record, hold on.
Okay.
Planes also fly above clouds. No one's gonna get this, but it's actually a really big burn on somebody. Planes fly above clouds. That needs to be said.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, I just look. I don't know.
I
I'm.
think the hard part is like that. There's sorry to cut you off.
No,
Matt,
no,
that-
go
that
ahead.
there's
I've done
like
it plenty.
such a-
Go on.
there's such a large divide where like there's definitely people in the middle who would be open to like discourse, and like there's moderates, especially like on like the liberal side. But
Yeah.
I think it's just hard because when you get face to face with somebody who's just such a staunch believer in something that's just like not factually true,
Mhm.
but from their perspective, what you're saying is just not factually true. And so you have two sides that are just like neither of you, like they both can't coexist.
Right. Well,
So it's just very hard to find like any common like some basic common grounds where we're like, okay, we're all people, great, everybody should be respected. Questionable on some sides, and it like so it's just like hard to like, and so it's like kind of really scary, honestly, in a lot of places, especially in like casual environments, to try to even like approach the topic if they don't just say something that clearly lets you know what side they fall on. Because like I don't really want to get cursed at or stabbed or followed. Like
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
just kind of like some points, like certain people's beliefs are just so scary to me that I like fear for my own personal safety,
Mhm.
depending on what their beliefs are and how far they fall into those beliefs. So it's just kind of like, so I like to just kind of like skirt the topics, not to like avoid politics, but just to kind of get a feel for where they fall before I like endanger my own personal safety with like their like, you know, gun rack in the truck.
Well, I don't know. You're not. I get what you're saying. Um, I think that's why like a lot of people in gaming tend to keep it not political, right? That old adage. Like I don't want politics in my game, but people's views always inevitably come out on a long enough timeline.
Mhm.
They
Oh,
always
yeah.
do, and like I don't know. It's hard because I'm trying really hard on this compassion thing. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Run the Jewels song. Um, was it Thursday in the Danger Room? Where Killer Mike's talking about somebody who killed his friend, and he says, like, like, no killer was captured, but I know he's listening, so I'd like to tell you in song, like, and he like goes through this rap. RTJ, that's right. He
Yep,
goes through
run the
this
jewels.
rap where like he hopes that you change, he hopes that you learn, so like like your mama won't know this pain. And I'm like, if a dude whose name is Killer Mike can find compassion for somebody that killed his best friend and orphaned his daughter, like I got to be able to find some compassion for someone who just wants to hunt and not think too much about politics.
Yep.
Like I got to be able to conjure that up because if I can't, and then there's that whole thing where like, well, they're not trying to do it for you. Cool, because I'm the fucking superhero. I'm the hero. It's always harder to be the hero. But you're supposed to do it. That's what it means to be a good person. Like, I'm not going to go through my life paranoid personally that, and this isn't about your take of like being feeling physically
That's
endangered. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like I'm not going to go through my life worried that I have to be the bigger person. Like I'm not worried like the you go low, they go low, we go high thing. Like, yeah, I don't care about that. Like, yeah, of course I go high. I don't care about that. Like I'm supposed to. That's what it means to be a good person. Being a good person often means you suffer and you take shit. That's kind of what it means. You turn the other cheek. You do all these stuff. I'm not even the freaking Christian, and I can spout these ideals that I learned from all the like the Irish Catholic stuff.
Sure.
The 10 years of it that was like injected into my brain. Like
Mhm.
I don't know. Again, I got no answers. I just think about things a lot and don't think I'm right about anything in particular, but I'm trying to get to correct. I'm
Well,
trying.
I think it's like a lot of good people are just so tired and really hard on themselves. Like when one of my best friends in high school came out to me as gay, they were like they were just like so concerned about like what I thought about them with like my religious views and just like what other people would think of them. And like I eventually just like when they like had said their piece, I looked at them and I was like, I still love you and like nothing's really going to change that because like you're a good person through and through. Like that doesn't it really doesn't change anything. And like they
Yep.
had spent so much time like thinking and worrying about others because even though they're the person like coming out, like they had like compassion for like our hypothetical beliefs and like our views and didn't want to hurt our feelings. And I was like, I'm okay. Or like other people will be okay too. Like, have some compassion for yourself as well
Right.
and make sure that like you're true to who you are. So I just feel like genuinely good people are just tired a lot because like, they're just trying to like not have the weight of the world on their shoulders, but just like trying to like have enough room in their heart for everybody. And sometimes like people like
Mm.
will not be compassionate back and just like take a little chip away. So it's always just kind of like the compassionate person trying to just like always like fill it, like fill their heart to like make sure that like all the negativity doesn't win out.
You're not wrong. It's hard. I think it goes a long way having good friends and compassionate friends that you meet through awesome Age of Sigmar. Um,
Yeah.
so you got to reset the shows about Age of Sigmar every now and then.
Yeah, no,
Soren,
once
man,
in a while, yeah.
dude, the dude again. Soren, you're awesome, man. Like you said that you're
Yeah.
not a good person. You try and you're trying. Like I think trying is the worthiest part. Personally, I truly like sincere
Oh, of
trying. I
course.
think trying to be like a good person, like actively. I am not like a saint. I am not. I have maladies and vices
No.
aplenty.
You?
Like I struggle. My mental health and me. I still don't know. I think I'm in like it's like a 13 round fight, and I think I'm in the fifth, and I don't know which of us is gonna win in the end. Like it
Yeah.
feels like it's 36 years, man. I've been slugging it out a while, and I'm not seeing an end to this bout. You know, um, I'm not the content creator you see's channel go dead and like just disappears, and people are surprised about it one day. Like, no, I'm just like, yep, that's a guy we could see that happening to. Like it's hard, man. It's hard. But Soren, you are trying, and that's the best part. And your kids are awesome, especially Babby Soren, first of all.
Oh yeah.
And you taking them to anime conventions and stuff like that's awesome. I can't wait for Ren fairs to open up and anime conventions and all that nerd shit that just
Oh dude.
I love Ren fairs.
I
They
miss.
were so cool.
Rocco's accent's a lot more Scottish. Thank you, Be Good.
Yeah.
He goes. I do the Irish
Oh.
accents around here.
Oh, my name's Glarfendia Shadowstalker.
It is much more Scottish.
Way more Scottish.
I tried doing an Irish accent, but I keep going back to the dirge.
The Irish accent's a little lighter, and then you can go a little bit and you blend your tongue like that. Like you're not even fucking spitting out the words anymore. You just
No.
fuck it, I'll do it for free. Like.
Yeah.
It also helps if you have a Irish grandma and most of your aunts and uncles, they're from Clare,
Oh, there you go.
County Clare, that is. So
Yeah, and I got a buddy out in County Cork who he tried to get me to immigrate.
fuck
over there
County
to do
Cork.
the-
Fuck it, it's the worst one. No.
Listen. I was gonna go work for his brewery, Meph. The Irish government said they didn't want to give me because I was coming over as a chef. They wouldn't accept the work visa. I was so sad. I was so close, man.
I love that
I
Soren
was,
has. Yeah. No.
What does Soren have?
No, the work visas. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just Soren's talking about his grandfather's buried in Glasgow, Scotland, and he has his kilts, plural. Look,
Oh.
Soren, when we play in person, I'm gonna get my Irish kilt, and we're gonna play in kilts.
Ah,
And
there you go.
like also like real men wear skirts, cause fuck the patriarchy. Like, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta ask y'all. So first of all, your channel, it's been rocking. You've been pumping out the content. You're on a rocket pace right now. If people want to
We
check
are.
out your shows, the Roccos shows, and please, Jackie, you gotta get an extra microphone. You gotta show up. Actually, have one of those point. You can steal this one. So Rocco starts. John starts going on a tangent, and you do the cut thing, except you actually come on camera, and you get
Oh,
back on
yeah.
topic, and then you do the topic on your own bullet points, and then he's the flavor. You got to do it like a heel and a face announcer, and he's the prattling on heel announcer in a wrestling match, and you're the face task showrunner.
Mhm.
I want that.
It would be pretty funny because it's kind of how it actually goes. He'll just like talk, and I'm like, no,
Just put a camera on it. Yeah.
like that's not what we
Next time,
discussed. That's not. I was like, that's not what we discussed, and he's like, then what did we discuss? And then I kind of give a whole rendition of the video, just like a rundown, and then he's like, right, got it, okay.
So who does the thumbnails though?
So they're a joint effort in some capacity.
Mhm.
They're mostly him.
Kind of.
Wow, you
Right, it's
really
like
are a
90%
union.
me.
Like you really are like you support each
Yeah,
other.
no.
This is a
I also edit them, Meph. I do all the editing
uh-huh.
Yes.
for
Uh,
what there is.
The thumbnails, though, I do get an opinion if I think they're funny, and I do put in like an opinion of what the title should be. I'm not really
Most
involved
I
in the editing,
forget.
though.
Not gonna lie, I forget what our snappy title is gonna be, so I put a placeholder. I'm like, yeah,
That's
I
a
don't know
writer
if I like the
technique.
placeholder.
That's a writer technique.
Yep.
No. So what's the channel though? I just
Actually, Rocco, your boy, because we're playing off of my reputation of being known in the Warhammer world for all the TTS stuff
Yeah,
and all
ye-
the discords, and also it's very Googleable, which is very nice.
Googleable. Yeah, that's good.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
no, like literally Google Rocco your boy.
I'll
It's like
show up.
ROCCO and then like your
Underscore,
boy.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't even need the underscores. If you like literally Google it, there are only two things that pop up. It is us and a rapper that goes by the same name.
Yep.
Right on.
Not
And
affiliated with.
our channel is the first thing though. Our YouTube channel is the first thing.
Wonderful, wonderful. So that's where to check it out. Any final soapbox moments or anything you want to put on blast?
I got one.
You each get one.
One I'm very. Okay. Cool. Normally I'd say ladies first, but this is about me propping my wife up, so I wanna. So I'm very glad. So I wanted her to originally come on for like 5 seconds, be like a little bit of an audible and a shout out. I am so happy that she wanted to do this. I know we kind of took over your show like that, and it went a little bit farther than I intended.
I anticipated
by
being
about
like
3
5
hours,
seconds. I didn't
but-
anticipate talking.
I
You
didn't either, but you know what? It worked.
did not know what you were getting into. Clearly, you've never seen RantCast before.
I've heard
Meph-
a great deal
Meph.
about it.
Listen, when I told her what I actually won that ranty for, she's like, "How long were you on that show for?"
4:44
I
right
was
now,
on there
by the
for-
way. I don't have another 5 hours in me.
Oh, God. I was gonna say.
But you're closing in on 5 hours. I think it was like 5:13, 5:12, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Yeah, and oh God, is it? It is not 1 in the morning. Oh no.
It is 1 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
On our
So,
where we are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Now he's padding for
very
time.
happy
He
that-
heard that like, oh wait, we can hit 5 hours.
We can hit the record.
Yeah.
no, that was solo RantCast. I don't know what the longest duo one was.
It's the 7 hours. It's
yeah,
still Haywo and the doc.
Yeah.
Or me for 27 straight at, well, it turned into 28.
Yeah. But, yeah,
also-
we're not trying to redo your
I'm
rant.
not- yeah,
right
let's
now.
no, I
I
can't.
also didn't think it would be that long because I thought like the soulbound thing was gonna happen. So I was like, oh, even
I
if
did
they
too.
have me start talking, like they cap me off at some point, and
I
then
feel so bad
just
for
kept
any of those
going.
guys that were watching, that were like waiting for us to shut up, and then we just kept going.
I glanced over and there's nothing, so, you know.
I thought it was 10. I'm looking at the thing. I'm like, this is me being half blind. So I saw the 1, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we're good. Totally good for time. We could totally make the game work.
And yet, in those nearly 5 hours, we still didn't talk about the original topics that Rocco had planned on.
To be fair, part of that's my fault because usually I go into an episode with a topic and like, and I'm booking the guest because I want to talk to the guest. We'll figure out the topic later. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've got this like new player thing going on this month, so like let's do that. And then we just never got to it. And honestly, I don't care. One day, I will completely. I want to start a second series where it's just all this, but
Yeah.
like, you know, I don't think anyone's gonna watch that because who the heck wants to listen to like 5 hours of SJW bullshit? Nobody, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, who wants? Listen. Let's listen about Descartes, like, who's one of the most rejected Western philosophers, and we'll get some Taoism. No one wants to hear that shit, and like wrestling. Nobody wants to hear all of that stuff and how it all links together with like making the world a better. Nobody wants to hear that show. But like we did that right now, and I have baited everybody who came here for Age of Sigmar into 5 hours. Well, probably half an hour, but no. Your soapbox
Do
moment.
we still have like 10 viewers right now?
It's 7. Yeah, they're dropping off, but
Oh.
we held in the double digits pretty much the whole time. So kudos.
Yeah.
That's good for me. Those are good numbers.
Yeah.
Your soapbox moment, Jackie. Final. This is it. Stick the landing.
I guess my final thoughts, I'll leave it on our channel that I like our channel and I helped create the idea of the channel to have the short videos that help introduce new players to the game and explain the game because there's just a butt ton of rules. Like we're gonna have a video in the relative near future coming out that just explains like how do you take this butt ton of rules and then like get it down to an understandable amount that you can play in a game. So you're not just flipping through all of your books being like there's a rule about this and a rule about like how to like shorthand it for yourself. And also having the videos that kind of explain John's philosophy on just like how to play games and how to have more fun with games, how to win more games, to help like intermediate players. We call them like some of them we've called master classes. We'll be dropping the label soon, but we've been like just trying to like
I like the name.
we've been helping like trying to like help new players. Like there's definitely people that are out there that are like, you know, big tournament players that like know the ins and outs and stuff, but you know, we're trying like we're a small channel trying to help out the people that are just like, you know, everything's really confusing, trying to make it less confusing, and that's where I come in a lot because John has all the knowledge, but I'm always like, yeah, that didn't make sense. Like let's back that up and start again.
It's a really great angle because you're the audience in like how are you communicating that to me who doesn't have all the knowledge base like and helping it's a really great dynamic. I think it's a fantastic dynamic. I again I want to see you're helping him so much with this show. I want to see you more on the product too. I think that's an angle that's not really going around either is like the duo, the couple doing stuff. Like I know Razor Tree and Tululia do some stuff together, but like I mean you want to talk about representation and getting more women into the hobby. Like women want to see women. Like you know, like they want to see women on the shows and they want to hear women's perspectives on the Tactica and all that stuff. So I think that's something great. Like Molly stays away from Warhammer with a passion. It's okay. It's okay. She likes Munchkin. I got Age of Sigmar Munchkin. Yeah. It's a gateway drug. I'm gonna pull her in into my insanity. Totally. But no, I mean I think that's a really great angle. And again, the representation alone, and I think that's a really good. I think that's just really good for the hobby, the safe space we were talking about earlier. Not in the snowflake safe space, but like just the creating something more welcoming and I think that's something we can all aspire to do better. By we, I mean me.
10% of our viewership is women.
Yeah.
10%.
Well, and not a lot, but like several women have like spoken to John saying that they're more comfortable with him being like helping teach them, knowing that he's not like weird and creepy because like they know I exist in real life on the other side.
That's
like of the camera and like they hear me in the background talking to him, just knowing that like he's a genuine like nice person that isn't there to talk down to women or like teach them in a way that makes them feel undermined, but to just genuinely answer any of their questions because a lot of questions people have make them feel like maybe I'm just like not smart enough to understand this game. No, the game is hard. It's not you. It's the game. Like the game is hard.
Yep.
And there's just a lot of components to the game.
Yeah.
And so, we'll take a think about like adding me on to some of the videos. I had never really thought about it too much before tonight.
You've got the stage presence. You got you got like it's all there. Like again, I think it's great. You're already in the right time space of what videos are for the algorithms with like around the 13 to 16 minute mark. Like all that stuff is really good. Just get that again. Like I feel your personality in the show. Let me see you too. Like but that's me as my writer creative brain going. So So
Yeah,
we
could
don't
probably
listen
try
to
it out
that
for a
brain
little
that
bit.
much. We don't.
Hey,
Um,
to be fair, we haven't actually recorded an episode or two for this week yet for Monday, so we gotta actually get on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely
So-
try out like seeing like how it works out. Like if I like interject or like talk in like videos in the future and see like how our audience responds or if we gain a different audience almost.
it doesn't need to be necessarily even a 50-50 to put the more burden on you or something. Like even just like if you take those moments where you interject off screen, just put that in the
Yeah.
video where like have a sidebar, even if you have a separate camera angle, and like kind of reshoot the part where you like cut him off and stuff, and then you're doing a little bit of the I think it could work. I think it'd be really funny actually.
All right.
I gotta address this real quick though, because Commissar Azura raided us, and thank you so much for that raid. You caught us on the tail end of this though. We're closing out, so I'm really
Let's go
bad
for
about that.
another hour.
No, I can't
Fuck
do it. I can't do
Do
it.
it live.
What's a raid?
A raid is when somebody dumps their chat into your chat on Twitch.
Ah.
So,
Yep.
yeah, and Be Good says a woman's comprehension is definitely warranted. So, I think that's a really good way of putting it.
She's a lot smarter than me too. It helps out a lot.
Yeah, a lot of my input to the channel is more of like you're speaking at a high level and I'm not there yet. I'm kind of like what's a movement phase, like
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
piece it all together. And especially like we have started off with some newer players recently who are like brand new to the game. And like
Yeah.
sometimes John's come to me and he's like, they have a question about like this, and I was like, well, yeah, you've done this, like you've explained that lots of times. It's like, and I go down like the A, B, C, and the X, Y, Z for him. He's like, oh, yeah,
We-
yeah.
Our brains, it's almost like once you get to a level of like understanding of the game, you cut out the in between stuff for yourself as a
Yeah.
player. Like you extricate that stuff. It's gone. To get to save yourself less sort of mental bandwidth. We almost don't even realize it. Again, I go back to the Gabriel Sherhart. Well, just chaff better, and like I say that as if some big like boom mic drop, just chaff better. And then the like.
Like, do I need a cream? For
Like
that?
what's that
Why are
chaff?
they-
Like that's like the deodorizing better. Like what?
Wear looser pants. Bro.
Well, like
What are you
well,
doing?
chaff means when you screen. I just went from one jargon to another jargon,
Yep.
like to explain the initial jargon, and then next I'm going to use the definition, or I'm going to use the word in the definition. Like people have no idea what you mean.
Yep.
Well, like one of our newer players, like John was just doing a lesson with them, and he had to teach the player like what a pile-in was, and I was like, well, yeah, like you
Oh
wouldn't
God.
know what a pile-in was, like, because you don't
Let
get to
me
that
tell
until you do
you.
combat, and if you've never done a combat phase before, like, why would you know, like, oh yeah, and now that you're here, all of your other models get to follow in suit and move around. It's like it's not something that you would like unless you've read all of like the different rules and stuff. It's not something that would just be like, yeah, of course, like otherwise you'd be like, why wouldn't they just stay the way that you charged them? So it was just like it
Oh,
was just one of those things where like, yeah, that's like for me, I was like, well, yeah, of course you'd have to explain that. And John's like, it's like, well, he's like, I forgot because it's like something that he does on such a regular because he plays so many games that
And
I'm
here's
just
another
like,
thing too.
yeah.
One more thing. It was also not only that, but it was also I moved in a way that he could charge me to pile in onto an objective to win the game. So not only was it that I had to explain to him all the pile in stuff, but why charging this unit of sequitors with his engine riggers was such a good game-winning move.
Yeah.
And why, if I was smart, I wouldn't have moved my guys there because that was part.
you
of the
gave him a
learning.
charge essentially. Yeah.
Oh, I gave him a charge.
Yeah.
And to you, you get that. I gave him a charge. I know.
Even
his
what I'm
boys-
saying there, meaning he moved into
Yeah.
position to be charged to begin with, and like he
Yeah.
didn't need to move to be charged. Like
In fact, I win the game by
bad
moving my
discipline,
model
as Brendan would say.
farther.
Terrible discipline.
But that's the point.
Yeah.
I was teaching. The point of the lesson was to teach him how to exploit mistakes.
Well, you got to break down. You got to break it down into its components. You go into this game. We're gonna focus on movement. This game. We're gonna focus on charges.
Yes.
This game. We're gonna focus on this and this.
Yes.
You got to break it down into its it's tiny bits. Like it's
Yeah.
bites.
I do.
Okay.
Well, because for that
was the part that
final,
caught him.
that final part where like he gave away the charge had 3 different kind of mini lessons in it. Because it was the pile-in,
Yeah.
why you could charge, and how that would win the game.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and it was like a huge, like, all-encompassing
I
thing.
combined 2 games of stuff with this guy. I'm like, cool. This is like his final test here.
All right. You're clearly trying to go for the 5 hours here. I'm gonna get a tiny bit more of wine.
No,
Tell
me too.
Jackie so much more about Pylon. I'll be right back.
Tell her so much more. She could probably tell
Chat
me.
gang, there you go. Dialogue it.
Dialogue. Okay.
Professional.
About the
Professional,
pile-in.
right here. The face of Warhammer.
Yep. All right. So what I did in that game, it was actually a Path to Glory game where we were playing I want to keep calling it the Monument. It's not the name of it. It's where you're the one side is erecting the monolith. There we go.
Yeah, the monolith.
You're building a monolith to your god, leader, whatever. You're building a big ass statue, and you've got to roll a dice. You get that many points. You need 20 points to win 5 battle rounds. Love the scenario. What I was doing that game was teaching the guy charging in pile-ins and focusing on the objectives of the game. Because, it didn't matter if he killed my general. It didn't matter if he killed all my troops. As long as he never touched my damn monolith to blow it up, great. And when we were working on pile-ins, when you charge in Age of Sigmar, you can move within 3 inches of someone. There's another way to do it. When you select a unit for combat to activate, they get to move 3 inches towards the nearest enemy models, which generally is the thing they're in combat in order to hit them better or take up a better position on the game map. When playing Age of Sigmar, that allows units that can fight in 2 ranks to properly form up. That means that if you charged onto an objective, you can bring more bodies in. And what I did for the person that I was playing against was I moved, and it looks weird because it's counterintuitive. Because it's like I need to defend the monolith, so I moved a bunch of troops in front of it to the side where his guys were going to come from. And you'd think, like in a real war, of course you'd line up there. You wouldn't let him get close. You'd try to body block him. But because of my movement and because of his movement being faster, he moved 12 inches versus my 5. I was able to make it so that when he got the easier, I think it was like a 6-inch charge, might have been a 5. His momentum carried him onto the objective. And if I had not moved my models, which again I did on purpose to show this how you can get this objective. If I had moved farther back instead of moving up to pick my fight, if I had just I don't need to fucking fight this, I just move away. I gave him the charge to let him move closer to me to get onto my objective. And then, it went to a roll-off for turn. He actually killed the Sequitors guard. Actually, the last one battle-shocked off. He got a really great roll on his D3s for his Mizzen Master with the double attacks on the bone saw there for the engine riggers. He sawed a bunch of Sequitors. The rest fled.
So
And
here, you're saying words, sequiturs,
Yep.
engine riggers. People don't know what that means if you're teaching.
Yep.
They have no idea.
Yep. No, I've already gone through the unit, the charging, the whole bit.
They don't know. Like once you get to that level, that level of granularity, they have no idea. A sequitur. Fuck man, I've played nerd shit nearly my whole life.
Yep.
I've played Warhammer Age of Sigmar specifically since GHB 2K7 or 2017.
Yep.
I still don't know half the names of shit in the Stormcast Eternals book. You could say it and you might as well just be like the Peanuts professor. Just womp 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 womp. Womp. Yeah,
It's a
okay. Is that the
wizard.
shoot one? Is that the stab one? Like, which one is that? Oh, there's like ones with javelins and
wizard.
and wings. Oh, there's two types with
Just a
javelins and
placeholder.
wings. I have no idea.
See, and
Yep.
this is why like I don't let
The
our
three
videos
types
become
of javelins and wings.
I don't let our videos become too long because after a while, when I start to feel like there's just words coming out, I'm like, nope, nope,
Yep.
nope, nope,
Se-
done.
In
done.
fairness, sequitur should probably be become a ubiquitous term, but you got to
I don't
treat
know,
every
man. It sounds like a
video.
non sequitur to me.
Yeah, that's her field. Um, you gotta treat every video like it's their first, right? Like people are
course.
picking up your audience, like, and it's funny because it feels like you're doing a little bit what like AOS coach videos. When I searched, it feels like you're doing the videos I was hoping to find when I searched for like AOS coaches videos back in
And that was my
2017.
idea.
Weird.
Like I searched and I remember he
I
had
love
his like
Anthony Magro. He is a very great guy. He does not pay me off to endorse him.
Well-
But
But no, but that was the whole point, Meth, is that my whole idea with the channel was that there's a need in the AOS community for like I bought these models or someone bought them as a gift and how do you play? Well, how does this part of the game work? Like
Mhm.
Yep.
you go to YouTube for everything. Like you go to like, how to fix minor things on your car, how to cook a steak. Like you just go and so like that's why I
Yeah.
thought that like the smaller, shorter videos of just how to briefly explain certain parts of the game or how to collectively learn the game would be more helpful to people
You're-
rather than like 3-hour videos, which I love, but sometimes are
Guilty.
intimidating to new players.
Guilty. No, your steak, how to cook a steak thing. It's the like what you're kind of striving after is trying to make the content, Jackie, where like you actually have the recipe and the cook times at the fucking beginning of the goddamn thing, rather than making me
Yep.
read about your fucking vacation to Nepal.
Yep.
I don't give a shit about your vacation. Tell me the goddamn recipe. I searched for the recipe. I said recipe for thing. I don't want to hear about how the vacation to Nepal cured your fucking cancer and united your grandparents. I don't give a fuck. Tell me the recipe. Sorry, the steak thing was like the perfect.
Oh yeah.
I'm like I don't
Well,
want.
that's why
Oh.
we're like trying in our videos to like not exactly be like clickbait, but to be more concise and being like, here's what the point of our video is. Here's what we hope you take away from it. Here's our spiel.
Mhm.
And here's like again like the closing of like what we hope you took away from it. Because like we got comments where like, oh, this is like helpful. They're like we've had questions of like, well, how does it work in like this specific scenario? Because
Mhm.
I'd be much happier. Like I don't really care about negative comments, but just to like create a discourse for like new players and just give them an opportunity to be like, hey, I have this weirdly specific question that kind of is like tangentially related to your video. Like, can you help? Do you have an answer? Do you know where I could find the answer? Because that's half of people's problem. There's so many different books.
Mhm.
Like that's why we,
Oh,
even though
yeah.
it sounds dumb, that's why we started with the like, what do I need to play? Because there's the General's Handbook, the core rules, your army book, and
Mhm.
like there's just like so many different books of like where to find things that when like John initially started explaining this to me several years ago, that like he's like, oh, I'm gonna play this game, and I was like, cool. What are we gonna buy? And he's like, oh, this, and this, and I'm like, how many things are we buying? Like what?
Yep.
What's going on? And I was like, wait, why do we need to buy the General's Handbook? We have the core rules, right? Like why do we need this
Capitalism.
other book?
Capitalism,
Like-
because Games Workshop needs to sell you a product every year to keep playing their game. No, I'm sorry,
Yep.
that's not it.
So it was just like,
Yeah.
and so with all these different books, like that's why even though it seems kind of like obvious to a lot of like veteran players, that's why we started our video on such a basic level of like what do you need to play, so that of like a new player is like, cool, I have my core rules and I have my General's Handbook, and they're like, wait, I have to get another book. Just so like everyone feels like they're on the same page, because I don't want anyone to ever feel like they have a stupid question.
No, I
And
mean that's teaching 101, right? Like no stupid questions. Yeah, go on.
well,
Yep.
and like after like all of the people that John has taught and people that I've played with at various stores, like everyone, no matter like how much you say like there are no like dumb questions, everyone always feels like they have one. And so that's why like we always try our very best to answer what I feel like are those questions people have but are too afraid to ask because they feel like there's an obvious answer that they're not getting. Like they feel like they're missing 2 + 2 is 4, where really it's like 2 squared, blah 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 blah,
Yeah, you've
algebraic
already skipped
equation
over it.
equals
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, you
And
we
so
we
like
skipped addition in the intro. We're on to multiplication now, right? Like
yeah, and
Yep.
so like that's why like I like as John talks, and that's why like my prep with him is so important because like I'll put in like little nuggets of like explaining this terminology is important. Like we explained what a unit was in one of our videos, not because like it's such a common term that people take for granted. Like
it
you can
is.
have a unit of one model,
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
and so that's why like even though some people were like, "Well, duh," you're like, "Well, that's not a duh response to
Mm,
everybody," and so like we wanted to like present it as like, "Oh, in case you didn't know, this is what this is what that means," without anyone feeling undermined in any way, and that's like our whole idea and purpose behind our videos.
no, I mean that's brilliant because the unit and model thing, it's very important for rules language as you get into it.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
But if you don't know, it's squares and rectangles, right? Like, all squares are rectangles, not all rectangles are squares. Like,
Yep.
unit and model, it's in that same category. And like, you watch on like, well, this is a model to model basis. This is a unit basis. Well, the model to model basis is usually a weaker if you're looking at buffs. Buffs the models within 12 inches versus buffs the units within 12 inches. That's a significantly different impact on the game. And we're just throwing around unit willy nilly without ever kind of taking the time to explain it. Again, it's that starting with the jargon, and experienced players do
Yep.
it to save themselves that mental bandwidth, but new players haven't gotten to that step yet, and they don't have the shortcuts yet. It's the
Yep.
old adage of show your math, right? Well, once you're
Yeah.
awesome at it, you don't show your math anymore. But like people who are trying to learn need to see you taking away the tens place and moving it over, right? Like they need to see that stuff. So
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy that we had the suggestion to do the encyclopedia episode. Um, and also why we recommend against like playing so aggressively against new players. Like especially like unless it's like in a very serious tournament setting. Like if you're just in like a casual game, we always like in our videos recommend against playing so like unnecessarily competitively with like a new player. Like there's no need to table a new player in the first turn, even if they deploy
No.
incorrectly, even if like they do like they don't do any of it in the way you think they should have. Like that's just gonna deter them from playing the game, and that's not fun for the community as a whole. So that's like we always
yeah.
try to be like as like inclusive and try to like remind veteran players that like you were a new player once too, like, and that wouldn't have felt great if someone did that to you, or if that did happen to you, that didn't feel great.
No, see, I just woke up one day shitting greatness. I just
Yeah.
like I
Yeah.
just no. Um, no,
Also, we hate net lists. We really hate net lists. Just saying that now.
I don't. No, they're known commodities. Net lists are fine. Um,
Yeah.
but you're
They're
saying
known. They can
that
be
you
beaten.
don't recommend I log on to TTS against somebody and they're like, "Hey, what army are you playing?" And I'm like, "I'm playing this army." And they're like, "Cool, I've got an army made to beat that army that I don't own
Weird.
any models for." And you're playing your real
Weird.
army that you actually own to get practice with it, and I'm going to play this rando made up army that I made tailor specific to beat your army
Yep.
and I don't own any models for. Let's rack and play a game. Oh, it's your fifth game of Age of
Weird.
Sigmar?
Yeah, we shouldn't be playing like anything to crush
Get
people's dreams.
fucked.
Yep.
Especially if like people are like playing with like practicing with their real life armies that they like want to learn how to play to take to tournaments like in the future, but they're still a very new player. Like
Or you're trying to get information on, like, I own most of this stuff, and, like, I don't know if I want to buy this model or that model. Like, so I'm going
Does
to...
it work?
yeah, but like just being super aggressive and trying to table somebody early in the game isn't going to help them figure out what models to get or like help them progress in their gameplay. And that's why like that's why I was actually curious to see like what kind of like you take away from games even when you lose, because sometimes as a veteran player, I feel like you can get a lot more information from losing a game even to a new player. Even if it's like a purposeful loss because you're trying to like a super like 5-head strategy, or you're trying to like purposely put yourself in a bad situation to like teach the new player or to like see what the new player does. Um it's just, I think it's about being like, as we've said before, just being kind. Like I like I myself as as a less experienced player would hope that people would be kind to me if I decide to go back to playing, or like people would just remember how it felt when they started playing, no matter how long ago that was, to just like
Yeah.
be kind to those newer players and see what they're trying to get out of the game. Like that's what John always does. He's like, "Are you looking for a casual game? Like, are you working on your list? Are you do you want like a quote unquote try hard game because you're doing your first tournament this weekend and you're worried that someone's gonna wipe your floor
Tournament
with
prep is different from learning a list. Is different from learning the game.
yes."
This is
Yes.
tournament prep is it like I put it in an entirely different bubble. When you
Yeah.
tournament prep, I did my episode with Jake 2 weeks ago. It would be
Yeah,
3 weeks
sounds
ago,
about
counting this week. Tournament prep is different. Like you're talking about like deploying, re-racking. Midway through the game, you roll a dice outcome where it's like, okay, well, you didn't get the double here, so you're going to lose. Well, let's assume you did get the double. What's that look like? And let's
Yep.
play it out. A tournament prep is a completely different animal. If you're talking about brand new players, they shouldn't even be thinking about tournament prep yet. Like I know you really, really want to get to your first tournament. Trust me, I'm the guy who just came up the gates. I'm like, I'm buying an army. I'm painting it 3-color table standard to take this to an army on this deadline. Right? Like I got into Age of Sigmar. I said I am going to make a Adepticon with my army. Like that was how I came into the
Oh
game.
no.
And
Oh
so
no.
so
Well, and
Sweet summer child.
what's that?
and a lot of
I made a joke. I said, "Oh no, you sweet summer child." Game of Thrones
Adepticons
joke
in
there.
February.
Yeah, that's part of the joke. But no, it's like, "Oh no, you innocent little babe. You have not lived through the harshness of winter."
Except I don't know. Like I didn't come into Age of Sigmar cold. Like I played, 40K and Warhammer Fantasy Battle and been around competitive stuff my whole life. No, I got into it, but like my teacher was Haywo. We have a existing rapport as well. Like
Yeah.
I've known him since my first year of college. I won't do math to let you know how old we are. But
You've already
like
said it in this episode.
I know.
3
Shh,
times.
they don't know. They have nobody's still listening. No, but like rapport with the person you're teaching, I think is important too. Like, you
Yeah.
can't teach rapport necessarily. So like, if you're talking, I mean, do you go into it assuming you're teaching a friend, you're at an LGS? Like, how do you have like an angle you're considering when you from that perspective?
for filming.
Yeah. When you go into film, like,
Oh, okay.
you know your audience, right? Like, what are you
Yeah.
talking to
So-
somebody who is a friend teaching a friend? Are you talking to somebody who's going to teach people at, the LGS? Or or it doesn't matter? Like, that's just something I'm curious about.
Well, I always had it that because like I know my husband quite well, and he has like different like not quite personas, but just like different like thought bubbles that he can take. And so I always try to have him like, and I won't really accept a video unless like I feel like he's
It's true. It's true.
There's like an acceptance period for the video where you're just like, nah, fuck this video. And like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to hear, okay, before you finish my question, what's okay, fuck this video. Like, at what stage does that happen? Is that like it's fully recorded and like it's like about to get published? Like,
no. So it's either halfway through the video I cut it because he's talking weird, or I'll get to the end of the video and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Cause like he'll put in like a dig at somebody and I'm like, yeah, we're not doing that.
Oh,
And-
I did that.
At different people, like he'll just like kind of like go too far down a rabbit hole, and so I'm just like, nope, we're not using that.
a true producer, says Kicker.
And
Good. I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, it sounds like she's really the brains of the operation, man.
Oh, totally. I've never said otherwise.
But in general, I try to have it so like I don't want him to be talking over too many people's heads. So I try to have it like as if he's talking to like he has a good rapport naturally with a lot of people. So as if he's talking to like a new player and we're doing a teaching game, but we're doing kind of like I've watched a lot of his lessons. We're doing like the theory portion of his teaching games. So a lot of the
Yeah.
time like he'll walk somebody through something on TTS,
Mhm.
but in our videos it just kind of portrays better a lot of the times if he's just talking to them, like just talking to the camera as a friend.
Mhm.
So he's just kind of
Yeah.
like, hey, look, like
Okay.
this is my experience.
So you
This is
take the
my
friend
understanding.
angle. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I
Because if
think
I go too new, I'll get too bogged down in over explaining stuff or under explaining other
That's
things,
fair.
and it doesn't have the flow for a good video in a short amount of time. But it's like, hey, bud, I heard you've been having some trouble with this. We can work on that. We can fix that. I'm your boy. I'm here to help you.
Can we count how many different OnlyFans camera angles you've had this whole time? By the way, like this one's all right. It was the one before where you were like splayed out.
Oh,
I'm
Just
like,
like-
wow. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, I was laying with my stomach on the bed doing the cutesy thing. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you had
oh,
the
yeah,
like
no.
the
Listen,
like I'm an
my
80s
dog-
I'm an 80s Cusack flick answering a phone call like kicking my heels and
Hey,
yeah, no, we saw that one.
how you doing? No, it's also my dog keeps trying to lay against me on the bed and keeps pushing me because he's a jerk.
What breed of
so
dog
I
by
have
the way?
a
we
Patterdale
think
Terrier.
we think he's a Patterdale Terrier. The shelter didn't really know. They thought he was
We
like a
initially thought he was a mutt. We got him thinking he was the only dog at the shelter. He was too sick to be adopted. They literally had a big adoption event. We waited 3 hours in line for all the dogs that we could adopt because of where we lived for our apartment were gone. And the rest were like these big giant things, and we couldn't take them in, and I felt so sad. But like, okay, let's go to the shelter. And then there's this little dog here that was like, you know, he doesn't shed, he's malnourished. He came up from like South Carolina after a hurricane. We took him in because we're a no-kill shelter. And then I saw his eyes, and I'm like, oh, he's ours.
Yeah,
And then
Dobby
he
got us
sheds the
too.
fucker. he
Uh,
barks. He's, you know, he's very very hyper. He's not the
And-
calm little.
and he sheds a lot. He was just not shedding at
Yeah.
the shelter because he was
Oh.
malnourished.
Malnourished,
Hey,
yeah.
Meph, did we tell you he sheds?
Yeah, no, I hear that. I heard that.
Just a little.
No. For how small of a dog he is.
And he
My
hasn't really grown at all. He's been about 25 pounds since we got him. And so he's
Yeah.
pretty much been like, he's gotten like longer,
He
but he's also
loses
got
a pound of fur
leaner.
a day. I don't understand.
But they thought he was like either like a mini black lab or a black lab terrier mix. But he looks just like photos of a Patterdale Terrier.
Yeah,
And
like
he has a lot
and
of
then
the
we also
tendencies
took
that
him to
they have.
vets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got it confirmed by vets too. We're like, okay, look at these Patterdale Terriers, look at these breeds, you know. And so it turns out he's like a purebred hunting dog, and we didn't know that. And that's where all the extra hyper and aggressiveness that can come out. But he's great with children. And we toned down the hyper aggressiveness to just be
Extra
squirrels.
walks.
Originally it was squirrels, rabbits,
Oh, I see.
foxes, weasels, woozles, anything with a pulse.
Heffalumps. There's some heffalumps in there. Yeah.
Heffalumps.
A woozle.
We
I
did
mean,
have to go through his chewing phase though, and that's thankfully over.
Because he has big teeth.
So
He has big.
He has really big sharp
you
teeth.
said woozles, and this is your fault. Have you ever
I
gone
did.
back and read the like Winnie the Pooh books, like it is all the various like components of mental health disorder?
Yeah.
Tigger's
I only read
ADHD.
Oh,
yeah, like
yeah.
the bunny whose name I forget is OCD. You've got
Rabbit.
the rabbit. You got
got-
Eeyores, obviously
I worked
clearly
with special needs
depression.
Children. I needed to know all these at the top of my head because Sesame Street and Winnie the Pooh were like the two things that I needed to know like down pat.
But like that blew my mind when I heard that about Winnie the Pooh. And I'm just like,
Yep.
you know, like all the various
No.
like writers are really I don't know the term for it, Rocco. If you were to describe writers as being like overly meticulous or like
Yep.
obsessive
No, I go with you
or
on that. You know, there's just such a way, and that, but it's like the other shoe of that is for the common man.
Man, Christopher Robin was projecting a lot. Huh?
Right. Christopher Robin had some bullshit going on.
Huh.
Yeah, because they're all the
Wow.
projections from Christopher Robin.
Yeah, because going with the assumption he's a kid and he's playing make believe with his toys. Holy fuck, that kid had a dark.
I see. I don't think it's a kid playing make believe. I think it's a adult recounting his childhood and interpreting it for a.
That is a much healthier version of those events.
Too much honey. Yeah. So much
Yeah.
honey. Well, one of my favorite memes is like they taking like Winnie the Pooh like strips and then like shifting the dialogue, changing
Was
it.
it the one with Piglet with the honey glazed ham?
No, I don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about. That
Good.
sounds horrible.
It does sound horrible.
It tastes delicious.
No, it's
What's
like
a cute meme is Mickey Mouse giving his half of an outfit to Winnie the Pooh. That is a cute meme.
You gave him pants.
pants, but then he's naked with just
Yeah, so, like,
suspenders.
you know how like Mickey Mouse doesn't have like a shirt?
Yeah,
just
he's got
has shorts on?
suspenders.
So like there's a meme where Mickey Mouse like cuts off the top of his sweater to like give like the top half to Winnie the Pooh, and that's why Winnie the Pooh shirt doesn't really fit because it was meant for Mickey Mouse.
Aww.
And it's just like an adorable little meme.
Aww.
Yeah.
Aw, I mean, because it's kind of like, it's giving the shirt off your
No,
back.
We're
Uh-huh.
wholesome here. Don't worry.
No, the world needs more wholesome. Trust me. I
Yeah.
gotta tap out from
Trying
the
to bring it to you 15 to 30-minute episode. at a
one
time.
5.5 hour rantcast at a time, where you just watch Mephisto break down and build himself back up through the lens of his guests.
Is this the part where you kick us out? Did we overstay our welcome?
No, you hit your 5 hours and 24 minutes. You've done it.
New personal record. Let's go.
Oh, this is a shared record. But like I don't think we have many duos lately. And still like even in the I'm trying to do like if I do the ranties again, I don't know if I will.
Oh no.
The ranties were my equivalent of a clip show, you know,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
right? I don't know if I'll do that again.
Yep.
I feel if I do it, it'll be next year. But like
Okay.
I bracketed them based on like the season, and season is 52 episodes for me, so one full year.
Sure.
So you like the clock reset on episode
Sure.
53 from like your previous win, so you got like a new bar,
sure.
right?
Oh yeah.
So you don't need to beat the old record. You just have to establish a new one, and I've been trying to keep my episodes around 2 hours and two and a half hours, and every now and then I hit 3 hours. Tonight we hit 5.5. So
Hey.
you're like, oh yeah, 16 minutes, or like it's crap. I just got to throw this shit out and re-record it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try to be around 2 hours, 5.5 hours later, like the fucking SpongeBob.
Yeah, no, I get nervous when our videos start going over 20 minutes because then I'm like, oh no, there's still things to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Hurry it up. Hurry it up. Like, cut some stories out. And I'm just telling him, like, move on. Move on my whiteboard. Just
She got mad at
Of
me. The last video we did, I was telling a story about how I used movement and it was like places of arcane power, or 3 places, whatever the hell it is. Now the one where only the heroes can cap the objectives. And I was like, I need to tell the story because in my mind, we're at 8 minutes in the video, and I need to hit time. And it was like 13 or 15, whatever it was. And she's like, you're cutting it close. I'm like, no, we're fine.
It's
fine.
what's really funny is like how much energy you're clearly like just seeping out now, and how energized Jackie is. So who's the night owl? I have to ask between you two. Is this a role reversal? Is this a?
Oh no, this is I normally am. I'm just really comfy with the dog right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
sure.
Yeah.
So Jackie, who's really the night owl?
well, so like normally he is because he's up normally teaching Warhammer and stuff, and I get up early in the morning, not on like weekdays. But I like being up at night if I didn't have to wake up early.
Yeah, that's fair.
Days.
Yeah.
And so it's just like I like feel like I function better at night, but who
You
knows?
probably do. Let's
Yeah.
be honest. If you could be a nocturnal lawyer, you would kill it.
You can be. You're just the one who always rescues people from the drunk tank. It's
Yeah,
not a
I
super
mean,
glorious lawyer.
I recently had to cave and start drinking coffee because the adult world wants me to function at such a high level at like 9 in the morning, and I was like, not awake for this.
I'm
Uh,
trying to cut back on my coffee consumption. It's
mm.
had
No,
mixed
like,
results. I started. I got off my seasonal layoff at the beginning of the week. Immediately drinking coffee again. Just like immediately. I had like 2 days where I didn't
Yeah.
drink coffee, and I'm like Monday rolled around. I'm like fuck it. I'm getting gas station coffee.
Hey,
Well, like, I
hey,
drink 1 cup of coffee a day, and this started like a
you
week or
drink
two ago.
sugar.
It
Let's
is
start
mostly sugar. So it is sugar that has caffeine in it.
Yep.
So like a
And
5-hour
I-
energy drink.
No.
No, so it's like express coffee. So it's just like
no
coffee that I add.
espresso.
Well, no, so it's like coffee I add to hot water, and then I add like 2 tablespoons of sugar to that, and then it tastes normal, and some milk.
Oh no
Lots
no
of
no
milk.
no. Also, it's cappuccino. You're adding
Oh, no.
sugar to cappuccino mix.
No, so
Oh
I
my
have
God.
actual coffee. I have
mostly
actual
sugar.
coffee, and then I have a
Uh-huh.
cappuccino thing on top of that, and then I have milk, and then I have brown sugar. Add it all
Yeah.
together.
Brown
it-
sugar.
Yes, add that all together, and it tastes like a nice milk drink that has a hint of coffee and caffeine.
So you like
Which is
your
all I
you like your coffee to be a dessert basically. Like you want like to
Yes.
drink a dessert in the
Yes,
morning.
It does. That shit does.
Coffee tastes gross, but I need the caffeine to
Mm.
function at the level the adult world expects me to.
Yeah.
And that was
Yeah.
the sad
Yeah,
conclusion. I came
capitalism is bullshit.
Oh yeah, it fucking sucks, dude.
It was just
Sucks.
it was just a sad conclusion I came to because I was like, could everybody else function? Like I get like lots of sleep and I eat well. How is everyone else functioning? And I realized like as soon as I started drinking coffee, I'm like, oh, it gets me out of that morning like yawns and it gets me out of that morning haziness. It just like I guess
Mm.
helps kickstart my brain, but like pretty much haven't really had coffee most of my adult life, and so it was just kind of like, why does everyone need to drink this? I'm like, because they expect us all to
Drugs.
function like this. Okay.
It's I mean
Impact.
caffeine is one of those like super potent drugs people don't realize is like super potent because we've been
Oh yeah.
so
Oh, yeah.
desensitized to it. A lot of us have built up a tolerance, but most importantly, many of us sleep less than 7 hours, and you
Yep.
need to have actually a requisite amount of sleep to metabolize the caffeine properly. Otherwise, it's just you piss it out as a
Yeah.
diuretic. Like you actually have to have enough body stuff going, and so like when you're like super tired and you're going on like 4 hours of sleep for like solid week and you drink coffee, you're gonna get like the tiniest boost. If you sleep 7 hours 2 nights in a row and like drink coffee, like it's a totally different
Yeah.
experience. And I know this
Oh, yeah.
intimately as an insomniac.
Mm.
But I
you go.
heavily disagree with you, and I agree with Kicker here in chat. He says, "Give me that Burt shit coffee." That's me. I want the coffee to taste like my soul has been charred in hell. Like, and
Which
then
is
I
fine.
want to drink it, and like because I need that misery that I feel having to be up that early to resonate
Mhm.
with the thing I'm putting in my body.
You
Like
want
I
that
need.
black coffee.
I
You
fucking need
that.
it. I want that, like, I want to go to that diner where it's
Uh-huh.
the same fucking coffee pot that's been there from the morning at night, and I go in at 2 a.m., and I'm like, you still have
Oh,
coffee? And they're like, yeah. Like, and you know, they don't even, and then they just, like, show up with a pot and they just fucking slop it in my drink, and they overfill it
Yep.
even though I want to put cream and sugar in it, but I can't because they filled it to the brim. So I got to take that first, like, big hit to make enough room for like one little creamer and like 2 packets of
yeah.
sugar. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the shit. That is what I need in my body. Like
Yep.
that's coffee. Look at I could make a 15-minute YouTube video on proper coffee.
I don't know if I could.
Tired, Meph?
I don't know if I want to do that to myself. Like, drinking my liquid sugar just makes me happy, and then I get the caffeine boost, and then
Mm.
I'm like, and it didn't even taste that bad.
No. No, my happiness is precious, and I have a finite amount of it to experience. So I need the soul crushing, like, but motivating stuff. Like, cause the happiness, will like it's a drip feed. I gotta like the caffeine and the hating myself to get through my workday. That's what I need to supercharge.
I see.
Like you drink coffee and feel happy? Gross. Gross.
Well, it's like I gotta like pump myself up in the morning, just be like,
Ew.
hooray! Gotta go to my work day. Gotta do my thing. Oh, I'm gonna watch some
No.
coffee like shows to catch up on the news. Ooh, the world sucks. Okay, I'm just gonna keep drinking my coffee and eating my Cheez-Its for breakfast and hoping that my day will go fine. Um, yeah, I recently
I- Go
I
ahead.
recently told John that I eat Cheez-Its for breakfast, and he was like, "What?"
Like the
We
crackers?
are adults. You eat
That's
Ritz
the
crackers
crackers,
and-
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
like
crackers.
Cheez-Its.
Yeah.
Like I eat like a bowl of Cheez-Its for breakfast.
Like you just with a spoon or
Pop.
No, like a cracker.
okay.
No, with milk. With milk.
Yeah, like a spoon, like it's fucking cereal.
Pepsi milk, bro. It's the move. Cheez-Its and Pepsi.
Yeah, like
Come on
Cheez-Its for
now.
breakfast gives you eyes on the inside of your skull.
No, it just it like settles my stomach and makes me feel like it gives me like a good kickstart to my day.
Crackers do
You know
help
what
with
else
the
can do
tummies.
that? Toast.
Toast, yeah, toast does that.
Toast is effort. I have to turn the toaster on, and that takes time.
Bread. Butter.
Cheez-Its out of box into bowl.
I like that you I
know.
like that you add an extra step because you could just be like Cheez-Its out of box into fist. And you're like, nah, bowl.
Oh, no.
Look at how much more together you are than me. Like, you drink coffee for happiness and you eat Cheez-Its out of a bowl. Weird. Rocco, you married, John, you married well.
I did. I married fantastic. I did great.
Kicker.
I'm probably gonna get hit by a bus tomorrow because we're talking about.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I did great for this.
Kicker here with like my absolute favorite sentence I have ever read in 7 years of streaming. Okay, remembering I was a League of Legends streamer once upon a time.
Yeah, sure.
I want my coffee to ask me who hurt me in the morning. Oh, it's so true. Oh man, it's fucking perfect. But Mogwai man, what is Swedish egg coffee? I like because I know what an egg cream is, and egg creams are delicious. And there's this like apparently there's this like weird like Australian coffee they're making down there, like a warm cream, a hot cream, just ask Coach, he knows.
Yeah.
He's obsessed with them. Like there's some sort of foamy,
is he here?
frothy.
Is he in the chat?
No, he's not. He doesn't really watch my
I was
streams
gonna
anymore.
say, he owes me a hat. That's not the point.
But like there's
I'll
like
get my
various
hat one day,
ap-
damn
ap-
it.
apparently other countries like do stuff with their coffee where they're like
Oh yeah.
they like brew it specially and they like care about the beans and like
Oh yeah, whole thing. There's a whole
You
culture about it.
add an egg to the coffee grounds before brewing. What? Flat white. That's
I
it.
just wanted to
A
see you-
flat white. That
Yeah.
was the thing I was thinking of. A flat white. It acts
Yeah,
as
so
a
it ends up being almost like a
filter.
thickener. Yeah.
I'm okay with my liquid sugar.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
You said it and then like I had like the Jackie Chan reaction, right? The Jackie Chan meme.
Yeah, the what?
But I'd try it. Like I would. I pretty much would try anything once that a civilized country does. So
Sure.
yeah, that's where
sure.
I'm at. I won't eat octopus anymore because like they're super smart and I feel bad because I don't want to eat smart things. Which brings us all the way back to the ham discussion earlier. I'm almost done with pork. Like I'm just like
We never actually finished why I hate him.
like
Hey,
I'm
why do you hate?
I'm
him?
almost
Why?
like I don't want to eat pigs anymore because like they're smart too, and I'm like, oh man.
Oh, yeah.
But also,
But
we
bacon-
use pigs in like our heart transplants and stuff, so like they're very close to human. They talk about how human smells like pork if you like burn human, and I'm like,
But bacon.
that's super close to like cannibalism, and like that's
Oh,
fucking
no,
weird for
probably.
me. I'm probably not
Yeah,
okay with that. But go on.
But bacon.
Why not ham for you?
Ah, all right. So for me, it's like when someone's doing it as a ham steak.
One
just-
second.
I think you said
Pause the
try
ham
out,
thing. Kicker's like, I mean, I also like my frappuccinos, but I still like my black coffee. And for whatever reason, I just like I flash back to his initial sentence where he's like, I want my coffee to ask me who hurt you in the morning, and I just like imagine like I'm like I want like I imagine coffee just interrogating me at this point. Like the coffee's got to be like putting the light on my face, like who sent you? Like it just
got a
like the
good cop,
coffee.
bad cop.
It's got to be good cop, bad copping me in the morning. Like if the
Yeah, I was about
coffee,
to say, like,
Good cup.
like is the
bad cup.
frappuccino just like the kind lover who's like, it's okay, sweetie, like it'll all be alright.
yeah, like like the good cop, bad cop. Oh man, sorry. All right. Go ham. We're on ham.
Yeah, no, we're going ham, folks. Watch out, hard as a motherfucker. Anyway, no, it's just it was never something I was raised like. To me, ham was always like the cheap, like thinly sliced deli meat.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see like a really thick slice of deli meat, I'm not like, oh my god, I want to eat like a quarter bologna in one bite. That's just like a like, oh no, dude, give me the half pound. I want that 3 full inches there. Right up. What was the meme? The meme. Yeah, if I say it as bologna, right? Like, yeah, okay, that's ham. And also, working in
I like
restaurants,
bologna.
too, it's like a lot of that ham is like blended as like turkey ham. Not that people realize that for some of the deli meat stuff, and then it's like processed and then repackaged to be a ham chunk. And ham in the air quotes there, the ham chunk. I'm like, I'm good. I'm very okay. I do not need to be around this right now. That is not even pure pig.
That is actually curious because you see like at different holidays you'll see the boneless like spiral ham, and I'm like,
Yeah, that
where'd
is
the
a ham.
bone go?
Yeah, there is a whole bunch. I'm okay.
It's been a while since a Mr. Meph what blast, but that's perfect. 3 full inches. What?
If you want to bite through 3 inches of bologna, listen.
I don't like
Go-
ham is my least favorite of the sandwich types, right? Like if you're like you want ham, you want turkey, chicken, like roast beef, whatever it is. Like, if you're like the thing, I don't like sliced ham in general. I don't know. I just, but I don't mind like.
Almost greasy, but it's not, and it can sweat. It's just like of all the meats that I would eat, like I will eat it in like a Cuban sandwich when it's like.
Oh,
the sliced
Cubanos
ham.
are so good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with the mustard and
The
yeah.
pickle, you got to get the pickle right. If
No, gotta have
if your pickle and your mustard suck, get the fuck out. Don't make me a Cuban
Yeah.
sandwich.
Yeah, no, it needs to be pressed, the whole 9 yards. But
And see, I thought he didn't like ham because of like I had a relative once after like a holiday meal who took the ham out of the fridge and says, "Oh, I'm gonna heat it up," and I was like, oh, "Okay, cool. We're gonna what temperature should I shut the oven?" And they're like, "No, room temperature." And I was like,
you see,
"What?"
I wasn't gonna bring up your mother, but
I like that this had to be a relative, not your mom, like not the relative, which is your mom. You're like, I had a relative once, like it's
I
some
wasn't gonna
distant
go-
cousin or something like that.
I was gonna go.
Like,
Well,
and then he just
now
outs
it's-
you immediately.
Oh, right.
Yeah. She does an internet, so it's fine.
The only reason I can do
Only the hardest core of RantCast and Chat Gang are here anymore. Like, I'm gonna export this to YouTube, and it's gonna have like a 30-minute watch. Don't look at the algorithms. Don't look at the algorithms.
Oh, yeah.
Go on.
But that's why I thought he didn't like it because I'll go back to saying my relative. My relative said it
You
out.
are
I like that you're trying to put that rabbit right back in the hat too. This is great. Go on.
That the relative put it out on the kitchen table and was like, "Okay, I'm gonna heat it up." And I was like, "Oh, okay, how?" like the oven or like
Whole
the toaster
family thought
oven.
it was normal.
And then they're like, no, we just leave it out here for like an hour or two, and then it'll come up from fridge temperature to room temperature. And I was like, um, relative? That's not how you heat things up. That is
Relative.
that is how you kill me. You expect me to
Food
eat this?
poisoning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Botulism from pork. The
And
reason
then
people think that pork is so unclean, doing
And-
shit like this, is what
and then
causes it.
I was very not hungry in an hour or two
Yeah,
when dinner
well.
was ready.
Wow.
So it was an enlightening
Duck out
holiday.
for food.
Yeah, it was an enlightening holiday because I was very confused. Because then for my entire childhood, I was like,
I
is this
cooked
what's been
for-
happening when food was getting heated up? My entire childhood.
And
I was
everybody
very
was sick the
concerned.
whole
You have to
time.
like you have to like question your entire like upbringing. Like, oh no.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I was a little
relative.
Fucking- I will never forget this night, Kicker. Kicker, and Leonard or Leonard. I should have been sleeping, but here we are. Kicker, same. Can't wait to be interrogated by my coffee in a few hours. Ah, fucking.
Because I mean, as a kid, like sometimes, like I would get home late from activities, and relative would just leave like pasta out for me, like pasta and like pasta sauce, and I would come home like dinner was made at 6. I'm
Yeah.
home at 10.
Mhm.
That shit's been sitting out since 6 o'clock, and now it's not pasta anymore. It is like molded to the bowl, like plastic,
Yep.
and I look at it and I'm like, appetizing. I think I'll have cereal. It's fine.
Man,
And like relative is always like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, it's fine.
I think it's relative. And it's just relative is like, are you sure?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no,
Uh-huh.
no.
I also lived with many a relatives. Many a relatives moved in with me to my dismay. So
Yeah.
Ma-
And the
I
best
lived
part,
with
all
many
the
relatives.
relatives
Amazing.
have been getting sick throughout all their lives, and they never understood why.
Leonard, by the time I wake up, my lunch will serve me as my breakfast. Oh man. Oh gosh, I'm supposed to do a show tomorrow with fucking Brendan too, and Dan
Oh,
from
God.
Cubic Shenanigans.
That's
Oh,
right.
This is this is fine. I don't go to bed before 2 a.m. anyway. It's 2 a.m. for y'all. It's 1 for me. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, it seems like though that my husband's
normal.
dislike of ham goes far beyond before he met my relatives. So that's okay.
Hey, that
Yeah,
gives you a
It went
pass
way
now.
beyond-
It's not your fault.
I wasn't gonna bring up your relative.
Well, I thought it was
Yeah, if
funny.
we could learn to edit just to cut out the word and then just put in me saying relative, like there, get Halo on that.
Yeah.
Time
No.
this now.
Yeah.
Cut out the fact I mentioned my relative-in-law.
my It's fine. It's a pretty funny story because afterwards I got another relative to agree with me that maybe that's not the
Mm.
best way to do it. So
Yes.
my sister and I have decided that my sister should be in charge of holiday cooking.
Yes. And that's
Not
I'm
Rocco
the
though,
one
huh?
cooking.
Not the
No,
chef.
I cook. When I
Okay.
show up, I cook.
He cooks for Christmas, but for like leftovers and like for other meals besides like the major parts, my sister and I have decided that other older relatives shouldn't do it.
Amazing.
Yes.
Right on.
Multiple. There's relatives. Because
Yes.
also what I do is because again they won't watch this, so I started cooking so I could have
Trust
food that
me,
I
this
could
is
eat
going
that
to be
night.
one of my lowest trending best videos ever. only the most hardcore
Gold, bro.
of like this is platinum. If you we need to have like a secret
Oh.
word or something like that, like a some sort of like inside joke nonsense word that we say, and then like we know the true chat gang is like that hardcore because like the word that is said.
Oh, Meph, you know what it is?
Hmm.
You know what it is?
What's that?
You love to see it.
No, it's not. It's not that. That's not a word.
You love
That's several words.
Oh, come on.
That's several words, and that's also
We
your
st- well,
catchphrase. That's
It can't be relative.
Yeah, well, no, it's
it's gotta be. I think it's relative. I think it's relative.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word. Boom.
relative.
Hotspur redeeming 1,000 RDP to remind everyone that chat gang ain't nothing to fuck with.
Hotspur, but I'm so glad you're still here.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, I started cooking for them because I went through 1 year of them cooking, and I'm like, no. I'm like, I will even break out a family tradition of mine where it's the Italian Feast of the Seven Fishes, which is like an Italian American Christmas Eve tradition.
I've
like,
I've seen on I love cooking shows. I'm fucking obsessed with cooking shows.
yeah.
Apparently some people were like, they didn't know I was a foodie. Like in my early part of my career, I'm like, how could you not know this? It's like half the shit I talk about.
Yeah.
But I saw this legendary feast on like a cooking show where the person was like, that was like their whole what's it called, signature dish, and I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna do that in 1 hour on Chopped or whatever? I'm like, anyway, go on.
No, they did that for them, and I was even deep frying calamari and shit. It was like I went all out.
My relatives were very, very excited. And the reason why my family, even though we're very Italian, hadn't been doing it, well, besides my dad is English, but that's boring. And so, like, we wanted to do it. My mom really wanted to do it. She's like hardcore Italian. But one of my other relatives that lived with us was allergic to shellfish, so we couldn't do it until like John came around, and he was like, I'll make that relative something else. So like we'll just make that relative like chicken, and we'll just keep it all separate because we know how to not cross contaminate. So like, and it's been a tradition for us ever since. So it's been fun, and I try my best to help, but John is very much the expert when it comes to like cooking and time management in the kitchen and cooking 7 things in one time and all of that, because there's just a lot going on.
Oh no, we're being rated by Shorty Paint Studio with 18 folk. Big. Hey, whoa, how's it going? Welcome back, Hey, whoa, by the way. This RantCast is still going. I said I would never do a 7-hour RantCast again, so we're going to have a hard out, but we can keep going for a little bit longer. Crypt Shadow, spamming some emotes. Okay. Come on, chat gang, get the chat gang emotes. Repel the raiders with our beautiful visage of Nagash and our chat gang slugging the milk.
Use my phone. I'm a sub. Hit the button, Jackie.
Oh, your phone is dead. So
right there.
Repel the raiders.
I'd say do it on my computer, but I have like an Authy password weird.
Quick, drink your milk and pay your taxes faster.
Go chat gang.
We haven't talked about Age of Sigmar for probably more than 1 hour in 6 hours. So welcome everybody.
Welcome.
We were just
Rocco show.
Welcome to the Rocco and Rocco show featuring Mr. Mephisto. Oh fuck! All right. Oh man.
I said I was here for you. It was a hostile takeover.
This is
Jackie, the camera went out of focus.
I know. I tried to fix it.
I think you're all right. People still watching it.
Into the wall. What do you mean?
I'm just that pale. I know.
So
I'm trying to focus the camera though.
So Shorty Paint Studios, how was your stream tonight? What were you streaming? Were you actually painting something? Were you doing anything related to actual Warhammer, unlike me, with my weekly show about Warhammer?
You have a Warhammer YouTuber on.
I do. I have 2 Warhammer YouTubers on. Yeah.
Yeah. We're a whole channel together.
Yeah.
Yep. Rocco's the face, and I'm the producer and director and final veto on everything.
Yeah. Look at Be Good dropping some biddies. Thank you so much for that friendship, for all those biddies, because biddies are friendship. Yeah. That's all they are. Not all they are. Friendship is the most precious commodity we have.
That's not the first thing of when I think of biddies, but also I'm thinking of. Let's not go there.
Don't you pollute this wholesome thing that I say.
I was about to say I don't know what he's talking
Yeah,
about. I had the
biddies and friendship. I don't fuck with that, man.
Yeah.
That's a third rail
Hey,
for
do
me.
I need to break out the next OnlyFans lounge? Like, what are we doing? We're doing the arm behind
No.
the back. Oh.
I don't know.
We need to keep our channel pure.
Not mine.
Oh,
I've
we're
got the
wholesome
mature take.
now?
You just can't take your shirt off because then I get pinged. So you can swear, but just don't be graphic. Okay.
Say, if
And I
keep
can play
swearing your
games
channel
with like
this whole
super
time,
mature
my
themes,
God,
but I
I
can't
don't know.
talk about those themes directly.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Because I curse a lot.
Same.
Let's start there. I curse a lot.
Do you have any tattoos? You're a chef. Are you inked up?
No.
Full
Actually,
sleeves?
I don't.
What?
No.
So you were never a real
Yeah,
chef, and it's
no.
all been a lie the whole time.
No, so he was going to
Apparently.
get tattoos, and then the whole chef thing didn't go as planned.
But-
And
so,
also,
Matt, you know when the bat thing happened?
Yeah.
So all the money I saved up for for the sleeve I was gonna do had to go towards like real bills and shit because I lost my job. And then when I saved up again for working for that guy as his chef,
Mhm.
his business collapsed because he didn't pay anybody. And then
Gnarly.
I could tell you every time.
No, that's fine. So I just want to point out that I still owe Chat Gang a tattoo right here on my beautiful, beautiful pale
Did you
Irish
not get
skin.
the Nagat one?
Yeah, there's been a whole quarantine lockdown going on this whole time.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? What's going?
Yeah, there's like
Also-
been like a
I'm
whole
vaccinated,
thing,
baby.
like a
What's-
whole.
I got stuck with my needle.
see,
Yeah.
John, maybe you should just plan to never get the tattoos, and maybe it'll work out better. Because in my mind, I was like, wait, a whole sleeve? I thought it was like a single, like, autism, like, puzzle piece, not like a sleeve.
I can't whistle, so
And
if someone could whistle
I
for
was
me.
probably subconsciously very much against it. So if you're saving up money for a sleeve, it was probably not gonna happen.
Yeah.
I
Now without some like discussion of what it's gonna look like, because I think I
Yeah.
remember like grapes and a soup can and a puzzle piece, like not looking cute, just like
It wasn't a soup
little weird.
can.
there was a. So you're gonna get
That
grapes in a
dipshit
soup
chef had a
can.
soup
I
can.
like it. I support.
No, it was.
I am team soup can. Okay.
Okay.
Like
I
if
was
it
not.
works for Andy Warhol, come on.
Well,
That
what was your
exactly
plan?
Why that guy got the soup can on him?
Yes, I remember that guy. But
Yeah.
what was your plan
That
for
guy
your
was an
sleeve?
asshole, and I outcooked.
See
him
now
by
you're speaking in nouns without proper nouns. This is terrible
Yeah.
content. You got to say specifics.
Okay. So there's a very award-winning chef that was out in Massachusetts that I accidentally outcooked while I was actually at that time just a waiter for him.
You've told this story
his
before. I
son
think
knew
where
it.
I think you've told this one.
But Rocco, what was
the
your
la-
plan for your arm?
Yeah, what was the
The lamb
plan?
meatball guy. Did I tell you about this? The lamb meatball thing.
Were you the taste tester and thing went on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
you've told this one.
bounced, and then it, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But
you-
you're
Yeah,
avoiding the
same-
question, Rocco. I want to
same
know.
answer.
And Neff wants to know what was the plan for this
For
arm
what, the
sleeve?
sleeve?
Yeah.
Yeah, your arm sleeve, not a.
I-
What's his face's chef? I want to know about yours.
3 in the morning. What do you mean? I don't. It was gonna be some autism awareness thing for my brother, and then it was
That
gonna
I
be
know.
something for my mom being a breast cancer survivor. And
Oh
then,
yeah, I remember that.
Then I was gonna add in my aunt being basically every cancer survivor in my family.
So it's just
I
gonna
was
be
do
like
something for that. It was
boobs,
gonna-
soup cans, and a puzzle piece.
Where are we getting? Well, at this point, maybe I don't know.
Like my grandpa's a sailor. I've
We're-
seen
we're
worse on
taking
arms.
NEG right now.
I guess my issue with his idea for tattoos is they weren't very cohesive because like the autism stuff is like separate from like the cancer awareness, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I
We're
just
all
like
going on the same arm.
If
so
there's
it's just
somebody
going
with
to
a
the-
design though, like you can find someone with a design to make it all work. You really could.
I know I
Sure.
would just need a plan before we put it on him for forever, or at least I'd hope there was a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plans.
Yeah.
I
So
like
this
plans.
Yeah, this is the difference
like
between
them
a planner and a pantser. Clearly, Rocco, you're the pantser.
At this point in time, yes. Usually I'm the planner, but at this point I'm just
Oh.
talking loopy.
All right. So your second final soapbox of the evening,
Oh.
Rocco. Sorry,
Second final
John.
soapbox.
It's
Ladies
he. I know him as Rocco, your boy on Twitch. It's hard to
Oh, it's
unlearn
okay.
it when
I
you're
call
around.
him Rocco as
Oh,
well
cool.
sometimes.
Okay, fantastic.
And
So
on YouTube. Rocco, your boy on YouTube, too.
yeah, that's where you go. Final soapbox.
Yeah.
Make it sweet, short, excellent.
Final soapbox.
You already plugged the
Short.
channel. You've plugged it several times. Let's
I have.
go watch.
Plug your
Go
channel,
watch
our
Rocco
channel.
on YouTube.
I didn't even hear what you said.
He said,
Say it
"Watch us
again?
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Watch Rocco, your
I
boy."
got it.
Yeah, new
guy.
like new player focused content, teaching
Yeah.
like the game, the sort of stuff you literally Google when you're starting to get into Age of Sigmar. I think it's great content.
Yep.
So
That's what we're here for.
final soapbox, how much you hate ham,
Okay. Hate
How-
him
how-
with a passion.
how great your
We've been-
tattoo idea is.
It's horrible.
Yes.
I was also I haven't thought about that in 10 years almost. Thank you for bringing that. So it was definitely horrible. I've since matured.
If you go to an anime convention, what do you cosplay as? Go. Don't overthink it. You're
No,
overthinking it.
I don't. No, I don't remember.
You're
how the
forced
fuck
to do
say
it.
His name, Kenshin.
Rurouni Kenshin?
Yeah.
Kenshin Himura?
The samurai.
Big fan.
Yeah,
Reverse
yeah.
blade sword? Yeah, alright, cool. There you go. There's your final soapbox. I want that burned in everyone's mind. Rocco your boy as Rurouni Kenshin. Jackie,
Alright.
what's your final soapbox moment?
Let's see. All I want to say is to be kind to everybody,
Yeah.
and that coffee needs sugar. 'Cause
Wow.
coffee tastes bad.
The hottest take of the evening. Coffee tastes
Yeah.
bad and it needs sugar. Disgusting.
Ugh.
No, I've never
And
outwardly
It's all
disagreed with a
relative.
guest more firmly than this. No.
It's all relative.
and I would cosplay as Sailor Moon because that was the first thing that came to mind. It was the first anime I watched as a kid with my older sister.
Would you go permanent dye, blonde, fake dye, or a wig?
Probably a wig because I have no idea what I look like as a blonde.
Okay.
So let's try temporary. and see
Yeah,
what
I
works
know.
out.
Right. All right. Right on.
That's
I would of course cosplay as Mr. Scratch from Alan Wake. If I'm forced to go anime, Spike
Yeah.
Spiegel, yo. Like, have you seen my hair when it gets out of control? You have no idea.
Okay.
Fair
enough. Fair enough.
But I just want to say, just kind of piggybacking off of what Jackie said, be kind. It's chaos out there. Be kind. It's Michelle McNamara, true crime writer. Rest in peace, may she. Her whole slogan, told to Patton Oswalt, was "It's chaos, be kind," and I think that is the most poignant statement I have ever heard in the world. It's chaos, be kind. That's you can't possibly know all the machinations of whatever powers may be them terrestrial, otherwise, or your own paranoia. So just be kind. That's it. And chat gang, y'all know the rest. You are the show within the show. You're the reason I do this thing. Drink your milk, pay your taxes, and I'll see you next